Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. I'm your host, Rashawn, and we got, I'm doing that right. Kawaii Bree, 123 right here. How you feeling today?
Wait, is my internet being ghetto? Like, am I pixelated?
Oh, it might be me. For some reason, my Ethernet cord is not connecting, so I
Okay,
might
it's
glitch out. It might be me.
my internet went out like twice today, so it also could be
Yeah.
me. I too have ghetto internet,
God, it's crazy, man. It's about to be
so we'll
bad.
see
It's
what
about to be so
happens.
bad. We will see what happens. Let me pull up the stream too so I can add a poll. If I decide to work the poll, I can. But let me at least pull it up.
You little whore,
Mm,
you.
I know, right?
Speaking of, I stayed up to 5 a.m. y'all reading about a Twitter scandal about a porn star. I mean, the world is crazy. I don't know how
What
it
kind of
ended up there.
scandal?
Apparently, like just being unprofessional as far as sex workers, like love bombing people, like being controlling,
Mm.
calling them good little whores. I don't know. It was
Ooh,
weird. It was one of
that
those
sounds
weird, like, how did I
nice.
get here? I don't know how I got here.
Well, that sounds wonderful, though. We got Inya in the building. Hello, hello. We got Kansan Ann. Hello, hello. And we got the guy, Zuri Meta, Canadian. Oh, Canada. Definitely appreciate you for coming through. We do not have a preset topic. I was not diligent. I was not focused. So we have
Don't do
nada.
that.
But what? It's the truth.
You're just
Am I
showing up
lying?
as your authentic self. There are
I
places and
mean,
times where that's okay. And I think it's okay.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I can't feel that though. I can't feel that. See, what I feel though is that I need to be prepared. That's not just a need like for the audience. That's a need for me. That's a me thing. I have issues. My electricity is going to go out because some idiot ran into the electric pole across the road. Well, so I'm not the only one working the pole.
Damn.
Okay. The
Is that
lineman
working
fixing
the
it right now.
poll?
You know. Y'all already arguing and it's only been a minute. Come on, Leah. Come on.
Okay, let me preface this with I drank some of my mom's wine in quotation marks. Y'all,
Mm-hmm.
my English is not going to be Englishing because I don't know how much alcohol was in here. This is
Mm.
homemade alcohol, and every 5 minutes I feel myself get more inebriated. So I don't know what's going to happen. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, so it's literally about to be awkward because I honestly have nothing on my brain, like nothing sitting there at all, like nothing. So what's going on with you, Brie? What's on your mind? What's on your mind? What's been ruminating?
Um, what has been going on? Well, I'm supposed to be moving, so of course I've been dealing with that. And I'm
Okay.
still, running a lot of things behind the scenes and, just fixing things. But I've been working on not thinking too far ahead because then I panic. And I also get analysis paralysis, of course. We've talked about that. So I'm just taking it one day at a time. Um, but there's just this underlying feeling of I'm gonna panic. But I've been having really good conversations with my mom about spiritual stuff because that's like what we love to talk about. Um, I randomly ran my fun thought experiment about Jesus really dying at 13 across her. She didn't seem to be a fan
Mm.
of it, which actually
Ooh,
made me feel
it's more true.
invigorated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love when people are very uncomfortable with something I say. I might need to go to therapy about that, but I don't know. It was cool. We had a conversation about that. So that's kind of what we've been doing. I've been, talking to her about being a boomer and giving useless, capricious information, like I told Rico yesterday. And I have a
Mm-hmm.
plan this week to get cash and keep $25 cash on me. Um,
There you go. Hey, that's what I'm
I'm
talking about.
learning. Yeah, I got
That's what I'm
lectured
talking
by
about.
like how many men yesterday? I mean, I feel like I got lectured by like 6 men about not having cash on me. So I feel like I
Okay.
should just do that.
It has utility. It has utility, and it's like a protective utility. So it plays into the whole anything is possible, safety. It plays into all of that. But what's up, B9? What is up, Ane? Hello, hello, Leah. Good to see you. I gotta quit doing that. We got who else we got? That is it. Everybody's exchanging greetings in the chat.
Yeah,
I think
and yeah, Leah.
yeah, a lot of vowel sounds in the chat.
Yeah,
Do we a lot of vowel sounds?
a lot of 2-syllable names.
Throw them $25.
Thank you, Candy, because they really shamed me yesterday talking about it's a class thing. They try to make me sound like I'm a white woman who wear Lululemon and drink Starbucks and drive a Range Rover. Like y'all was really out here treating me like
it's kind of
I
true.
didn't really appreciate. No, I don't wear Lululemon.
What do you wear then? Because it's something along those lines.
It's not. I don't wear Lululemon. I just be wearing whatever I like.
Okay, that's what's up.
And
I rarely keep cash either. But for certain things, I make it a point to have cash if I know I'm going to be going somewhere to tip. So absolutely, Hawaii for the culture.com. Yeah. Everybody go and purchase the merch for real. She got some fly
That's
stuff.
why Leah is trying to be my bestie, like because Leah is really out here fighting for the spot. Because she just reminded me.
Y'all need a title, man. Labria. Like I'm advocating that instead of like Labria.
What's the female romance? What's the female romance?
The names that are coming are not great. The names that are coming are not great. The names that are coming are not great. Like they're not.
I knew you was gonna say homance because y'all ain't shit.
Coven? I don't know.
A coven? Did you call us witches?
I mean, listen, I'm sorry. The names, I told you, I'm not a nice person. I'm a misogynist. I'm all of the ists and archies and all of those. So listen, my mind defaults to either very juvenile or very inappropriate things. That's just the truth. All the stuff that y'all like, oh, Rashawn's so smart and he's very thoughtful. That's secondary. My first self. Vaughn Bryan in the building. Hello. I know, Leah.
I'm gonna switch my internet connection real quick. I might actually connect to my phone, so give me a second.
Do your thing. I'll go ahead and while Bree is doing that, because my internet's it's going to be a little dicey for me too. Today. I didn't tell anybody this, but I'm going to have to put my new computer in the shop at some point. The Ethernet port, the plug got stuck. The first time I stuck the plug in, it's stuck. Something broke. I don't know what it is. Now it's not even registering the internet. So I'm on Wi-Fi again. So the Wi-Fi may cut out. And Mercury always seems to be in retrograde. I don't even know why. I don't know what retrograde means, but it's always there. It's always happening every single month. I don't understand it, but
it's not.
I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of it.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
It's me because you were like you were coming in and out, and I just switched to my hotspot, and now it's not doing that. So
now you're good. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
I think it was the me thing. Yeah.
Cool. And Inga asked me what I'm drinking. I have a water with a flavor pack. I threw it in the trash already, but I know it's berry punch. But it's a berry punch flavor. You know, the little sugar-free, like it's not Crystal Light, but it's another flavor. But it's berry punch. So I got some in the bottle, then I got some in the glass. I'm sorry.
That's all you had? That's all you've been drinking?
I mean,
in the past 5 minutes?
There's something else in here.
You see, let's talk about that because you have a problem with gaslighting. And that was definitely what you just did. That's definitely what you just did. You just gaslit the fuck out of us.
Out of who? Nobody else knew. See, nobody else knew, so that's not gaslighting.
But you had a whole nother cup with beverage that you're literally drinking right now.
It's the same beverage with an additive. Same beverage.
Okay, additive. Chad. Go and work that poll. Because that is definitely gaslighting. Because that is definitely gaslighting.
I don't know if we got to know what is Rashawn gaslighting the chat. The answer is no.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna tell you, Leah, patriarchy is a problem. I went on somebody. See, the fact that somebody hit yes, The fact that somebody hit yes as soon as
It was not me. Okay.
No, but on my screen. On my screen, like the order of operations is the poll goes up and I see the entire poll and then it shrinks. Before it had time to shrink, the yes bar was like and it's staying at 100%. Okay. Wow.
Don't day drink. Don't day drink, people.
Wow, y'all are dirty. I need somebody to hit no. Somebody need to hit
But
no.
if you're gaslighting, no one's gonna
But
hit
I'm not
no. And that's
gaslighting.
the problem with you men
Here we go.
species. Okay.
Here we go.
Y'all
Here we go.
don't like to be told what y'all are doing.
We like to be told what we're doing if people can make an honest assessment. Thank you for whoever just hit no. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Because patriarchy is a trigger word. So is gaslighting. Because gaslighting has a very specific meaning, which means I intend to make you doubt your memory, to make you doubt reality.
I don't know, because I don't think narcissists know sometimes that I think it's just a compulsion. Like they have to be right, they have to be this. I don't think they say, I'm going to try to manipulate your reality. I don't think any narcissist thinks that they're gaslighting. I think that they're, but they're just, they are coming from a certain space. I don't think if you even ask the narcissist if they were gaslighting, they would say yes. You don't have to think you're gaslighting to be gaslighting. Toddlers gaslight, and they don't be like, they're not planning ahead how to fuck you over. They just be like, well,
then it's not gaslighting.
No, it's definitely gaslighting.
Okay, I'm about to get the definition up because we do definitions over here. We like to work in fact, truth, as much as possible. So because you heathens need the use of the dictionary, I'm going to bring it into the conversation because obviously Bree needs it. Obviously Leah needs it because Leah's going to back up whatever Bree says because they got this little tag team thing going on. LaBria.
No, it's just that we know what it means. We know what it means. That's all.
All right, we got that. Y'all know what it means. We got you. We got you. All right. Let me see. Bam. Add to stream. Hopefully you guys can read that. I have my window open, so y'all might hear all kinds of stuff. My apartments are ghetto. Psychological manipulation. Okay, that's the first part. Manipulation. And we might have to do secondary definitions of the word manipulation of a person. Usually over an extended period of time. Usually over an extended period of time. Because again, I'm going to have that talk about Mr. Best tomorrow. And he used that word gaslighting too. So an extended period of time that causes the victim. So now we have a victim. Bree, are you a victim? I didn't think so. That causes
what? First of all, hold on. But go continue, and then I want you to look up the verb. Okay. Because I didn't call you a gaslighter. I said you were in this moment.
This is the act of gaslighting. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Let's see if the verb is on here. Let's see. Entry 2, that's present participle. We need the gaslighting verb. It only shows the noun.
I mean, but you need this one because it's probably going to say the act of gaslighting. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have to know what gaslighting is. So we can read this one. Go ahead.
All right. So it's the manipulation over an extended period of time, usually, to cause the victim to question the validity of their own thoughts, perception, reality, or memories, and typically leads to confusion, loss of confidence, and self-esteem, uncertainty of one's emotional or mental stability, and a dependency on the perpetrator. Come on now. Is that what I'm doing? Is that what I'm doing, y'all? Come on, Bree. Is that what I'm doing?
If I would give you anything, I would say you're lying by omission. We'll say that.
See, what is happening? The day drinking on this show is a problem. Rashawn Rico, smoke something. See, I can't say it though. Narcissists do that naturally. Okay.
Right.
What is it about the
Yeah, maybe he
word
lied by
gaslighting that
omission.
triggers you? Now, Vaughn, what triggers me about the word gaslighting is it has a very psychological context. It's the intent to disrupt somebody's ability to think and reason, and it's intentional. That's why that bothers me. I asked about the drink because I saw it in a cup, and that plus Bree had some sippy sips. So I thought maybe.
And what this ninja do? He held up this water bottle. We know you wasn't asking about.
Use this. It's the same beverage.
That's fine. I'm saying you're not gaslighting. I will admit when I'm wrong and say, I'm sorry, Rashawn, you're not gaslighting, but you did lie by
Thank
omission,
you.
okay?
I didn't lie by omission. I'm drinking what I'm drinking. I'm
You
drinking something
said
and it
it was
has an
water
additive
with
in it.
Crystal Light. You
It is
left out a whole
no.
ingredient.
I said it's water with a flavor packet in it, which is berry punch. And then in the glass, there's an additive. Those are the words I used. Thank you very much. Bree is gaslighting Rashawn, thinking he is gaslighting. She's trying, but it's not
It's
effective.
okay. I'm okay with saying I gaslight.
What did you do then? What I did was explain my situation without all of the detail, because all of the detail is not relative. All of the detail is not relative. By omission, vodka. That's an assumption. That's an assumption. I don't know why. I don't know why you jumped to that. I have no idea why.
I don't. And the other thing is, I don't be day drinking. Okay. I just thought it might be nice to have like some peach drink with some alcohol, and that was a
That
mistake.
sounds nice.
And now I'm hot, so.
See, and here's the other reason I have a problem with that. I'm sorry, I read the chat. I should have read the chat. Gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse. Do you believe I'm abusing the people that view my channel?
No, I'm not. I already rescinded my statement.
Right.
Because I can admit when I'm wrong. That's only because I don't identify as Black.
Ooh. It's a form of psychological abuse in which a person or group calls someone to question their own sanity, memories, or perception of reality. Now listen, I don't want anybody.
I think y'all did that to me yesterday with making me feel like a Karen for not carrying cash.
No, and it's okay. Here's the thing. It's okay to actually be a Karen. It's okay. There's no shame in knowing who you are. You're bougie. You're a little spoiled. And that's okay.
Oh, wait. What you not finna do?
It's okay,
okay,
guys. It's
whatever.
all good.
It's all right.
It is all good.
It's okay.
Bam. So let me get to the chat real quick. You only said that was an additive once Bree pressed it. Yes, that's true. And that's the other thing, Leah. And Bree will tell you this too. Bree, your twin, will tell you this the exact same way. Nobody's entitled to my thoughts and my feelings. Nobody.
I don't this is the thing. This is like, okay. That's true. I was told that. I was told it by a therapist. I was told it by my husband. Because I have a very antagonistic spirit. So he had to tell me to sit down somewhere, basically. You know.
And that's it. Unfortunately, there are people who think they are entitled to your mind, your emotions, your body, your time, your viewership, your partnership, your collaboration.
So I think we're socialized to be that way, though. I think we're socialized to be that way. Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, because
gaslighting is the Mandela effect. It's a little different, but it's like that. If somebody intentionally made you think something that didn't happen did, or did happen didn't, that would be gaslighting.
Yeah.
Why do we need cash?
Candid and don't do it. Listen, you can't convince these people that you don't need cash. Because actually, the conversation started from me saying I haven't had change in my hand in a while, and then they started rolling into cash. So I just started off making a statement about how I haven't had change because I mean. First, we went through that whole thing with the change being low and stuff like that.
That's bullshit.
So I just haven't had change in a long time. And then they started, you gotta have cash because, So I still don't know, but I'm gonna have it.
The other. One informs the other. If you haven't had change, that means you haven't had cash. Like you get
Yeah, I mean, I
you get
agree.
change from having cash. So it was obvious then that you never carry cash, like ever.
Right.
And there's
That's
utility
true.
to it. But you explained it though. Your husband does the carrying of the cash.
Yeah, he likes to carry cash, but his dad's so old school, so I feel like it's just kind
Mm-hmm.
of like a tradition he learned from his father to some degree. I don't feel like it has any utility in real life.
And Kansanan, I be playing fast and loose with the cash too. Like right now, my wallet has no cash, none. But I feel uncomfortable about it.
I was gonna say, does that make you uncomfortable? Because maybe that's something you should unpack.
Mm-hmm.
We should unpack that.
I mean, we don't have to unpack it, but I was just told so many times that a man has to carry cash because if something happens and I don't have cash, and again, it's that what's that, like the stand on the outside of the street because a car could jump the curb, or it's that
We call that anxiety. When you go to
yeah, but
therapy, that's called anxious thought. I'm just
there's an
we call that
man,
anxious thoughts
women
in
really are
therapy, but
spoiled.
carry on.
I don't like Leah's wow. First of all, I don't like the tone of that wow, Leah. Not appreciative of that at all. I don't like the way that came across. I need you to backtrack that. I need you to retract that wow.
Wow.
What
I
if
like
you
think
are
of it
in
as
a
the Owen
cab?
Wilson wow. I would
Yeah,
never get in a
exactly.
cab. I would never get in a cab. They're not safe.
Why are they not safe?
Because it's a cab. It's in the car with a stranger who can lock doors. You're not going to catch me in no cab. I would hire. Now, I have a thing about cabs. First of all, you'll never catch me in an Uber over my dead body. Now, I might get in a
Uber?
cab if it was somewhere where
Jesus.
cab drivers were like more normalized, but I stay in the state. Like maybe if I was in New York, I'd jump in a cab because it's like very
Okay.
normal.
Gotcha.
I'm not getting in an Uber, not never. What I
Okay.
tend to
I
do
can
is
respect
hire
that.
a private driver if I fly in and I need a driver.
A private driver.
This is the stuff I
So,
didn't want to say yesterday because I knew y'all was gonna come for me. Don't come for me.
right.
Just know that's what I do. That's the end of it. Period.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you're not spoiled and pampered because you have private drivers.
I just
But what's
no.
the
I don't
difference
have
between a
a. I don't
private
have a
driver and an
private.
Uber? What's the difference between a private
Because a lot
driver
of
and an
times,
Uber? It's still somebody you don't know.
when you have private drivers, they are
Mm-hmm.
vetted more, and a lot of times they have more. Like there's just more involved versus an Uber could just be a nigga who needed to make some cash,
Yeah,
so he
and got the
became
app.
Uber driver. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just the
I feel
vetting. It's just
uncomfortable.
the vetting process for me. It's not good enough for Uber. But I don't have a private driver. I will hire a private driver. Like if I fly in somewhere and I need to get, I would just hire a private driver. Like, limousine companies, people who chauffeur people around because they typically vet their drivers more. I'm not hopping in no Uber. Y'all can miss me with that. I'm not getting in an Uber.
But Bree acted like this was not a class conversation yesterday. That's what really is getting me. Like yesterday, it's like
No,
class.
it actually doesn't. It doesn't actually cost that much because it doesn't cost that much. It's
What
just
up,
a
Quantum?
different way to do the same thing. It doesn't take that much.
Okay.
But I typically have a car. So this is only when I'm flying into town or somewhere where I don't have my car.
Flying into town on a private jet with a private driver.
Not in a private jet, no. Commercial.
Bree would a limo to take her to the store with the wine in the bag.
Limo. Exactly, Quantum. It's just a different option. It's not even that expensive. That's the thing. It's not even that expensive. This is something I learned from my mentor when I was doing my internship at Emory. That's who I learned it from. Because when we would go into town for conferences, she would go to conferences by herself because you have to go and present or whatever. And so she would hire private drivers who would drive us around the whole time we were there. And that's where I first got introduced to like having private drivers. But I don't usually ever need it to that capacity. But like, yeah, from the airport to where I'm trying to go, I would rather do a private driver than an Uber.
Okay. Private drivers don't cost that much. I'm going to have to look into that. That sounds...
I mean, it's more than an Uber, but it's not crazy.
What is not crazy? That's very vague language. Mm-hmm.
Like if I went from, okay, well, that's probably gonna sound expensive when I say it out loud.
Exactly. There
Maybe
you
like
go.
$125. Not that bad.
Hey y'all, who's the gaslighter here?
I'm not
Who's the
gaslighting.
gaslighter? It's not that expensive. I want to tell y'all through the
It's
course of this
really
stream,
not.
over a
That's
length of
not that
time, that
much
it's not
though.
that expensive. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll use Uber if I'm with my husband. I'm not using Uber by
Mm-hmm.
myself. So once again, the situations where I'm flying somewhere by myself, first of all, are very slim to none. Second of
Mm-hmm.
all, usually I'm meeting my husband so he can pick me up. But in the rare occasions, like when I have to fly home to move and do all that stuff, and he's
Mm-hmm.
somewhere else and I have to go by myself, I'm not taking an Uber from the airport to my apartment. I'm gonna use a private driver because I just don't feel safe. So these are very few and far in between. Okay. So I'm just
I
saying.
hear you, but now we need to block quantum. I'm down for the
I
private driver life. I have X-rated reasons for that, though.
She said roll up the partition.
What are you doing in the driver's car, Quantum?
You ain't
Like,
heard
calm.
partition?
Like,
Driver
wait till
roll
you
up the
get home.
partition?
Wait till you get to home or the hotel.
Some people find a rush.
Oh God. Oh, you went to Emory. Enough said. Yeah,
I
man, that's
didn't go
crazy.
to Emory. No, I didn't go to Emory. I had an internship with Emory that was free. Okay, free 99. And my mentor used private
Rico.
drivers.
What up, Rico? How you feeling, man? What up? What up? What up? Quantum.
Not Rico Boomer ass coming in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but I'm just saying, okay, it's not lost upon me that $125
Mm-hmm.
is a lot for some people, but it's not lost upon me. But I'm just saying, like, for me as a female, it just take one wrong decision to be gone,
Now that's
off of this
unfortunate.
planet. So it's
Libra.
worth it to me, is what I'm saying. Especially if I'm flying with my girls. Like, I just don't want to take a chance to save a few dollars because I always look at it at the value of life. So for me,
I'm with you.
when I look
I'm
at
with
it
you.
compared to the risk assessment, it's worth it to pay that extra.
Now listen, I'm 100% with you, sister. As a newly formed feminist, as a staunch feminist who believes in the empowerment of women, I am over that patriarchy stuff, Leah. I'm over it. I watched an episode of what is that show called, Brie?
Dead Ringer.
I watched an episode of Dead Ringer, and I saw the state of women's healthcare, and I'm like, you know what? I'm pro woman. Forget these guys. They all deserve to suffer. It's all about women, 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 women. But that's crazy that you would pay that much for a driver.
For my safety. I'm paying that much for my safety.
You can't put a price on safety. You cannot put a price on your life.
You can't put a price on safety.
I mean, well, you can because it's $125. I mean, but you can, but you can't. I'm with you. Like, it's
my
a price.
safety is not worth $25. Okay.
Yeah, Dory, what even are men at this point? That's a social construct, and we don't need to subscribe to these patriarchal models of gender. That's right, Rico.
Devon really asked, do I have something against boomers? Yeah, I do. Shall I count the ways?
Oh, brother Bryant, listen. Yella and Bree hate my generation.
Yeah,
they hate
really
Gen X.
Y'alling up. Yeah.
They hate Gen X. Boomers? Y'all don't even want to know. I get tore down by these two. Tore down. Hiding in the basement. Boomers are trash.
I do be having pepper spray.
Yeah.
If I'm feeling really spicy, I'll even carry bear spray for whole humans.
I was actually going to say that, but I didn't want to say that.
What?
No, I'm not a boomer. I might as well be, though. I should be. I wish I were.
I think just boomers give a lot of meaningless and distractive advice. Yeah.
Ooh. I mean, I can't argue with you. It's not that you're wrong. I want to stick up for the boomers. My mama's a boomer. I know some very nice boomers.
Is Joe Biden a boomer or is he something else?
He's dead. He's a weekend to Bernie person.
I don't even know.
He better not. He can't run.
He fell off running biking. Again. And somebody get y'all friends.
He can't run.
Get y'all friends.
Rashawn, I thought your mind changed towards women after the baby fell out the womb and was holding to. Listen, and y'all, when I was watching that show, they gutted this woman. It was an emergency C-section, and they were casually talking about what they were going to do for dinner, and they just just sliced her. And I was like,
I never thought about how they would land on regular humans, because we do just be talking about random stuff while slicing open people, and it's just really not.
Like, this is
I've had my arm of somebody's vagina. I've had my arm of somebody's vagina.
No, it looked like I thought they were killing her. I saw the very same thing on Game of Thrones. This woman was pregnant. They just cut her open, and they did the exact same thing, but it's medical. I was like,
yeah.
How old are they? How old is who, Dawn? My bad. And what's Boomers, up, Dawn Hard in the building? Boomers, I think, are 59 to. It's something
too old. Oh, basically too old to tell me.
They're from 59 to 77. 59 to 77. You dirty.
Oh,
that was dirty.
Out of touch. Yeah.
Joe is a dead human. Yeah, Joe Biden is dust. He don't even know it yet. That's the crazy part. He don't even know. He's still moving because he hasn't realized that he's gone. That's the power of like mind over matter. The fact that he could just, I believe I'm alive, so I'm just going to force myself.
But I think that's comforting that you can be completely like a zombie and not know it. Because if I was a zombie, I wouldn't want to know I was a zombie.
Joe is dead. Yes, he can. He is running an announcement this morning. Jesus Christ, man. Nah, man. Age discrimination, even against B9.
Even against B9. Y'all be just saying the most out-of-pocket vague shit. And I just be like, this is not helpful to my life. Okay?
Ooh. Can we explain dead ringers to a boomer? Jesus Christ.
You should watch it. No, I want you to watch it.
I mean, I could try, though. Let's try. Let me see. Freaky Friday. Freaky Friday, kind of like people who like the twins, but they kind of like
twins, yeah.
They swap, but they're in medical.
They're doctors.
They're in medical, so
yeah.
So think of MASH plus Freaky Friday plus something
plus American twins. Horror Story. It's definitely a horror kind of energy to it too. I'm really crazy. Into it though. I'm into it.
It got me, and I'm like, at that point, I'm like, whatever women need, like whatever y'all need as far as resources, whatever y'all need as far as like facilities, whatever y'all need as far as politics.
Y'all know we go through a lot. Why did it take y'all?
No, I've never seen that.
Y'all worse. Y'all are worse than. This is what it really is. If I was Jesus, you would be like that motherfucker Thomas, okay? And really, this is how I know. If I had to be Jesus, y'all would be dead and gone. And I would actually go back to my daddy and be like, you know what? Delete them niggas. Because Thomas seen all this stuff and was just really like, nah, but I gotta touch you to know you real. Don't you see me, Thomas? Because the way I can be Jesus ever, the way y'all sins would not be forgiven right fucking now, I'm just saying. Mm-hmm. I'm just letting y'all know. I can't stand no doubting Thomas, okay? And the fact that y'all could have been knew what we went through in childbirth. What y'all could have been knew what we went through in childbirth. And the fact that y'all really just like to be willingly oblivious. That's why, for me, I'm always going to have smoke for y'all. Okay? And boomers.
Quantum doesn't age either. So the clownosphere is useless. I agree. I'm actually going to disagree with you. I think the clownosphere has a purpose. I think we need people who are antagonistic. I think we need people who are extra. I think we need people who are on the fringe.
I feel like that's a shot.
I think we need it. Huh? Why?
Because I'm antagonistic and extra.
Well, I mean, we need people like you. We need people like you to like. You push me to be better because you say something that's so asinine. And then I have to actually step up my game to make sure that nobody can mistake what you're saying for the truth. So I really appreciate what you bring to the platform. Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate
So we need people like the Manosphere. Absolutely. We need people like the Manosphere to say something so crazy that we were like, you know what? Smite them. Smite them with their...
Hold on, my cat is begging to come in. Hold on.
But there was something... I wanted to show, but I can't remember where it was. There was some. Oh, it was TikTok, Discord, because Bree talked about safety.
Okay, I'm back.
And as a newly born feminist, I pray I live long enough to see Bree enter into Boomtown because I am saving these receipts. We need them so we can identify.
I already know I'm gonna be an out of touch old person. The point is, do y'all know that? Do y'all know y'all gonna be out of touch old people?
Don't be like that. Where did I put
what?
that?
I can't wait to be old and out of touch. And I hope my daughter snatch me the way I snatch my boomer parents, okay?
Dang, where did I put them clips? There we go. Because you talked about safety. So I was thinking about bringing up those clips.
And I think old people are cute. Old people are cute. I think y'all should lean into y'all oldness. Yeah, lean into it.
Old people are adorable. I'm not even gonna lie. Well, I'm just gonna
take old people are cute.
Bingo and my saltine crackers. That's what's up. I will never be out of touch as an oldie. Quantum, that's a lie. There's no way to help that. There's no way to help that.
You just get out of touch because you're just not in the same phase of life.
Boomer abuse. So you gotta take that, Rico. You gotta take that. You gotta eat these L's, man. With your soft food. Like, eat these L's the same way you eat the soft food because your teeth are sensitive.
And
you gotta just go ahead and take that loss. Metamucil, fiber. Absolutely. High fiber, keep you regular. You need all of that, Rico. Especially.
Damn, I'm like even like thinking of looking at brand muffins like, ooh. Like with a little lip bite. I feel like I'm getting old because I'm like looking at it like, ooh, that's all that. I be looking at the Fiber One cereal like, ooh, that's looking good right now. Like I feel now like I'm triggered. You're starting to get old.
I'm working on losing touch.
You're starting to get old.
I've lost it. Warm oranges for the boomers. Now, y'all really likes warm oranges. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what she gets from warm oranges. I refuse to try one. But old people in the chat. Gen X been hiding a little. What you mean? We ain't been hiding. What are you talking about?
They haven't.
We don't hide.
You know they the main ones on the internet talking crazy.
Yeah, we be out here. I got it all sitting next to my bottle of gin. Man, that gin might be helping you keep regular. Mrs. She said in the building. Hello. Yes. Good to see you. Just watched her Shame Sunday, man. That was a good episode.
Oh, you finna pull up this lady? You finna pull this Target lady up?
I'm thinking about yeah. I'm thinking about that. What you think?
I'm curious to know. Yeah. Go ahead and trigger the chat. Go for it. Let's go.
Go ahead and trigger the chat.
Yeah, let's choose violence. That sounds unpleasant. You need I choose violence clip to like play when we like taking that turn. You need to play Cersei about I choose violence.
I choose violence. This lady. Now I'm gonna tell you about this lady first, right? Because the first thing that hit me, because I believe in the patriarchy. That's the first thing. I heard this lady and I'm like, okay, she's lost her mind. If this is where we are as a society, it's a problem. I was watching a video and they showed her and they were like, these are people who are that are online too much. I'm like, man, I agree. Because like some of the stuff we're scared of is so outlandish. I'm gonna let y'all judge for yourselves, and there's gonna be a couple of short follow-up videos. They're both from TikTok. They're all from TikTok, so they're short. But give me a second. Share this tab instead. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, what happened down at Target? Y'all about to see this because I was like, don't like it. I don't like it.
I'm literally shaking right now because I just had a man approach me in a parking lot. And it went fine. And I'm going to tell you why it went fine and how to address it, because it was in a book I read and this is how you're supposed to address it, but it scared me. I'm literally shaking. So this guy, I am alone with my son, by myself, a woman, and a male approached me in a parking lot. He's, excuse me, miss. And I don't know why in the hell he was approaching me or what he was trying to do. And before he was probably 30 feet from me when he said, excuse me, ma'am. And I turned around and I literally yelled at him and I said, do not approach me. And he like immediately started going in the other direction. And I just kept saying it over and over and over. I said, do not approach me. Do not approach me. And he, of course, like got like, what the F, like he started cussing and yelling, like, what's your problem? And I looked at him and he actually then crossed a couple cars down from my car. He didn't come anywhere near me. He crossed a couple cars down from my car and was like, continuing to cuss and say, what's your problem? And I said, you do not approach women in a parking lot. I just kept saying, do not approach me. You do not approach women in a parking lot, like yelling it. No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. Ever. No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. And if a male does approach you, you need to turn around and use the strongest voice that you can possibly use with them. Don't be polite. They need to literally screw off. No male should be approaching you in a parking lot.
My first thought was, I swear to God, I hope he was returning her wallet or her purse. I was like, I swear to God, I hope she lost her keys or her money. And she went out like that. And I was like, oh God, I hope she lost out. I really hope she lost out. Because you don't know what he wanted. But what do y'all think? First, let me close out. Let me close out my current poll, because 90% of y'all think I'm gaslighting the chat. Forget all of y'all. Y'all don't even need to be here if that's the case. Y'all think I'm gaslighting y'all? Y'all gonna be up in the chat, listen to me gaslight y'all? Something wrong with you. I think y'all gaslighting me and thinking I'm gaslighting y'all by giving me that 90% on that poll. I'm being gaslit. I'm the victim. And I don't appreciate any of y'all gaslighting me like this. I know, right? Okay, so what's the problem with... We're going to talk about that, Quan. We're going to talk about it. What do you think? What if your ass parked next to my car? Damn. What? What if her tire flat? She said,
she said 30 feet. Right. Yeah, be intimidating. Use your commanding voice, like when you deal with the wild animals.
Ooh, boy. You yelling at a random person thinking they won't snap on your stupid ass.
I feel like, if he really wanted to attack her. If he really wanted to attack her, like, man, I feel like if he really wanted to come for you, he would have came for you.
Whew. Okay. So out of 10 votes, 90% of y'all think I'm gaslighting the chat. Forget all of y'all. Honestly, except for the one person who was Ine. Thank you, Ine. I want everybody else to leave, excuse themselves from the chat, except for Ine. This stream is now just for...
All right. Rashawn is tripping right now.
Nice. New meme photo on Discord.
What were you saying?
I don't even remember. I just remember I was gone. I felt like that man in the parking lot. I felt like I must have said something, and you was like, no. Like, calm down. Don't approach me either. Okay.
Oh my God. Oh, sorry. That was I couldn't resist the urge.
I appreciate it. I love a good drop down. I voted for myself. I can't vote. Who else just here for free? Dury. Oh,
Dury has stated their intentions before.
Dury, you're here just for Bree.
It's okay.
I can't tell us what to watch. I don't want none of y'all watching my channel. Any of the channels I'm on don't need to. You don't need to ever show your face in anything.
Catch the hypocrisy tomorrow, please, guys. Y'all gotta catch him. Literally, like, be a hypocrite. But no, I was gonna say, like, I think to some degree, 30 feet away is a lot. I feel like I only get alarmed when someone comes within a certain feet of me, and it's not 30. 30 is actually really far. Like, if you think about it, in an old school house, a normal room was like 10 by 10, like 10 feet across. 30 feet is quite a ways away. 30 feet is far. So I feel like until someone gets within, I'm just gonna guess and say, until someone gets within like 6 feet of me, I'm not really even paying attention to how they're moving for the most part, unless they're just really awkward and stand out. But until someone gets within 6 feet of me, I'm not really even paying attention to them. And then once they get within closer than that, then I'm like starting to get like, okay, like pay attention to how they're moving. But if he called her from 30 feet away to like get her attention, I wouldn't necessarily think he was. I wouldn't have thought. I would have kind of just been like, yeah, what's up? Because maybe he was trying to, like, maybe I forgot something at the register. Maybe I you know, people have chased me out the store like, you forgot this or whatever. So I wouldn't have necessarily just been triggered by someone saying something to me 30 feet away. The fact that they announce themselves so far away probably is also a good sign that they don't want to run up on you and scare you. So I don't know. I feel like if he had nefarious intent, I wouldn't call you from 30 feet away. I wouldn't get your attention
exactly. No
to
head
4
start.
feet.
But I've also lived in downtown major cities, so mentally ill people have run up on you. They don't run up on you. You know, I feel on the fence with this question because he was far away. Because that's the case. We can't go outside because then we'll be afraid of random people. Home Depot parking lot is like work. 6 feet or less, your driver will attack. You got a private driver. Do not approach me. I don't give a fuck if it was 30 feet or 200 feet. Don't bother me. I'm a little 5'1" person. I'm good. Okay, I hear you, Quantum.
But I do think men know to like announce themselves as far away as possible. Like if you are approaching a woman, you know we're skittish, you know you don't want to catch us off guard. So, hey, the sooner you can alert me that you're about to come talk to me, the better, right? Because now I can turn around and look at you. And if I really felt uncomfortable, I'll just get in the car and lock my doors and pull off. I mean, 30 feet, I could just jump in my car. So I wouldn't have felt the need to get that way until he was closer to me. 30 feet is really far. I could do a lot to mitigate an attack at 30 feet.
Apex for sure. Why do I feel this didn't happen?
I think it happened. Judging by how she was looking and talking, I think it happened.
I'm gonna say I believe it happened too, but I also believe I believe two things are true. One is people are overly, we're scared of everything. We're scared of every single thing. The second thing is we're also more dangerous than we've ever been. So I want to show the second clip.
And I said, do not approach me. And he like immediately started going in the other direction. And I just kept saying it over and over and over. I said, do not approach me.
Come on, internet. Hopefully y'all can read those.
Spend some time away, getting ready for the day. I don't care how awkward it feels, your safety is more important than someone else's feelings. Remember that your safety is more important than you feeling ready. Spend some time alone.
I mean, in a hallway waiting for an elevator.
Of course, it's TikTok. You couldn't even finish that. It's ridiculous.
It really is. Like, come on, it's just a TikTok. It can't be no big like it play YouTube videos.
Late at night, elevator door opens and there's a guy inside.
Anyway, let's read this while it's doing this. Y'all, please be alert and aware of your surroundings. Never, ever, ever let a strange man know where you live. If you are being followed like this, walk to. But they showed different clips. They talked about people being attacked.
I was about to say she wasn't being followed. They were in the parking lot.
They were in the parking lot. Absolutely.
It's other cars there.
Maybe she had a bad experience and she might have had her prison guard up now. Yeah.
Yeah, she seemed to be on. I mean, she's with the kid.
Parking lot making a video. Yella. Once she got in the car, she felt safe.
Yeah.
Ooh, she's one of them. Yeah, it didn't happen. She just did it for her brand. Exactly.
I feel like the way she was talking, and I heard the kid in the back. Like I feel like it happened. Like she definitely seemed like she was, shaking from something. Like I don't know. I feel like it happened. I just don't think the guy had the intention she thought. I mean, if he literally started going the other way when you said don't approach me, then problem over, crisis averted. I mean,
I literally yelled at him and I said, "Do not."
Don't try to make me sign in. Do not make me sign in.
More important than someone else's feelings. Remember that you're safe.
Yeah, we bugging out here. I see this.
But I think the guy at the end was talking about the elevators. Like, he was saying, now I do not get on the elevator with men by myself. I don't. Bye, B9.
This ain't gonna work. See, B9 and Candadan, appreciate you. People are dumb as fuck with the comments. I can appreciate the message because it opens up a bigger conversation. Absolutely. And I even had my mind changed. Once my mind was centered around the ways in which women are unsafe in the world, I was like, you know what? And Quantum, you actually put it in the chat. You were like, would you want somebody walking up? There it is. Bam, right there. Would y'all want a random approaching y'all's mama or daughter or wife in a parking lot? And I'm going to tell you, there was a bum. And I was in the car with my mother. I was driving and she was on the passenger side. Of course, the bums are on the passenger side. I made him come to the street to get the money from me. Like, because I didn't even feel comfortable with a bum being, I don't know why I'm putting so much emphasis on bum. With somebody who was panhandling. There was a panhandler asking for money. And even though she was, I don't believe in giving panhandlers money. So she wanted to give the person money. I asked her to give me the money, keep her window up, and make him come around to the street side to get the money from me. So no, I would not want people approaching my mother, my sisters. My sisters are dangerous, but my sisters, I wouldn't want them approaching my sisters. And if I had a daughter, I wouldn't want anybody really approaching them, because I get it. Because we don't know what people are on. I mean, I'm going to keep being petty because it's in my nature. You never know what somebody's on. You never know what type of time somebody's on. So I really rather nobody approach the people that I love. I honestly would rather that. So I got it.
I mean,
when I saw this clip.
It happened to me. We went, we were like walking like in Atlanta on the Beltline or whatever, on spring break. And this bum was like around, and I kind of spotted him probably 10 feet away because I was with my girls, and it was just me, my mother-in-law, and the girls. It was like three girls. And he started coming that way. And so I was already kind of paying attention to him. And I kind of started to get the girls to like move kind of like within arm's reach and like on the other side, because I saw the way he was coming. And then like once he got about, because I don't let them get in arm's length of me. So like kind of when he got about 6 feet away from me, I was like making eye contact with him and kind of just telling him like, don't come any closer to me. So it's not that I haven't done what this lady did. Like I told him, don't come any closer to me. Like, don't come closer to me. I'm going to lose my shit. Like, I'm going to make a scene if you come any closer to me. So I'm not saying that what she said wasn't accurate. I literally just did that to somebody like 3 weeks ago. But I just feel like the distance for her was a little more triggering than me. But I literally told him that. I was like, don't come any closer to me. I'm going to fucking cause a scene. Like, don't. Like, it was just me and my kids. So I'm not gonna say what she said was wrong. It's just 30 feet, and he kind of went the other way. Seemed a little like. I
mean, because when are we okay to just interact in society as citizens? Like, that's the next thing. Like, where are we at?
You can be comfortable, just don't come over here.
I don't know.
I just feel like there's places where people go when they want to be social. And it's not to say that you can't find, like, you can't meet strangers and it's cool, or you chat somebody up in a grocery store line or something. But I also think that there has, like, I know people hate the idea, but there's also, I'm not out to be social. If you really want to have spontaneous social interactions with people, I think that you go to places where people go to be social. And then now you know that that person is open to the social interaction. But if at any time someone says, don't come any closer to me, I don't want to interact with you, then just keep it pushing and go the other way. Like,
please don't hug me. I'm scared.
Don't hug me. I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm with that. But we need to somehow adopt new standards that we agree upon, because being in public was being in public. Like, if you were in the parking lot, on the street, like, that's being public. That's open for public interaction. So I really don't know.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Bree, I'm a little older than you. Public was public. You were out in the open. Everybody spoke and cordial and all that. We did the social performance.
Yeah, you can speak to me.
Especially boomers and X.
You can speak from a distance.
He was from 30 feet.
No, I already said in this situation, she was extreme. I think 30 feet is too wide of a net to be triggered by anybody 30 feet away from you. So I said her distance of like, I'm alarmed, but he called her. So maybe he was coming towards her and she was like, don't come over here or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that 30 feet is a little wide. Okay. And escalating immediately instead of being like, hey, don't come any closer. Like, no, I'm not interested in whatever you're saying. that gives you the room to, if you were coming at me like you left your purse or something, just be like, hey, you. But most people I've seen, I'm in the South. If I left something, they're like, hey, you left this, you know. So there's also signals that you're trying to get my attention for something. So I think 30 feet is far. I've already said that. But I literally have said the same thing to a person who came up within 6 feet of me. So yeah, you could be out in public, but if I'm telling you you're making me uncomfortable by your approach, then don't approach me. Just don't.
Rico, facts. So there is, I feel now as my that gender ego thing. My gender ego is like, man, I hate that we're to a place where men cannot even speak. Like, excuse me, miss, and she's yelling at the top of her lungs and making herself big like there's a bear. Like, that part lands on me like, man, are we really to the place where men are the devil? Like, men are just the absolute evil. In some women, not even a majority, but in enough women's eyes that it's a thing that like people in the chat, like a lot of women understood. I feel like that too. A lot of women understand, and as a guy though, it just feels crappy to hear that. It just lands hard.
Yeah, but women do get abducted. Like, women are targeted in parking lots, especially with toddlers, because they know you have to turn your back to put your toddler in the car. So like a lot of times I am on high alert when I go into parking lots in the middle of the day with my toddler, because I'm very vulnerable when I have to put her in the car. So there are people who watch women who go out with toddlers because they're like, she's going to have to put that baby in the car and she's going to have her back turned. So I mean, yes, like y'all may say it's just a parking lot, but that's a very easy place for a woman to be vulnerable when she's with a toddler. Like, if I'm by myself, I'm less like, whatever, I could just hop in the car, pull off. But if I have my toddler, that's not like, so I'm on high alert when I'm with my babies. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's always valid that I'm not even saying that the people have ill intentions, but when I'm with my babies, I kind of just I'm just more on high alert in that way. I'm not there to interact. I don't want to interact with you when I'm with my babies, and I just would prefer you leave me alone. Like, versus no man should approach any woman in the parking lot. I think if you see a woman with kids, like, kind of take it like if you saw an animal with a kid, like, would you approach, if you saw a mama bear with baby bear, you already know she's gonna be more aggressive than so I kind of think it's valid to some degree.
I'm with it. Again, as a newly adopted feminist, I'm 100% with you. But as I'm only a day out of the patriarchy. I'm only a day, Brie. So I need time to come fully out of the feelings of the patriarchy and embrace my feminism. So part of me is like, man, I'm with you. He need to be 100 feet away. But the other part is like, man, do I got to be a monster? Like, do I really have to be a monster? Do I have to be that?
I mean, I would just tell people to understand that like the 4 agreements, like people exist in their own reality. I just tell people like I really believe that. If someone reacts to me in a way who doesn't know me, who couldn't possibly know my intentions, if they react to me in a way, I'm understanding that that's something they're bringing from their experience that's causing them to react to me. There's no situation in which I'm going to take that as that means anything about me. I just think that's how I handle that.
It's hard to hear, man. It is hard to hear, Apex, man. I have to agree. As a man, I wasn't aware of the anxiety women have faced daily because they're women. I've gotten yelled at multiple times for being unaware about a woman's presence in situations. Man, I know I done took a couple lessons too, and I tried to be the protector type person. Like, there was a bar fight one time, and I stood like between the bar fight and the women. And you know what they had the nerve to tell me? They kind of looked down on me because I didn't jump into the fight. And I'm like, I'm trying to make sure if anything come this way, I'm between you and it. But anyway. Excuse me. So patriarchy.
But if he was parked next to her, he wouldn't have been yelling at her from 30 feet away. So I just feel like also there's one thing but there's people who like they're going to their car and then like you feel the presence of someone and I turn and look at them and they, like whatever, like I'm going to turn and face you, right? Like that's a protective thing. I'm going to turn and face you. But then I realize they're just going to their car next to me. And a lot of times, once again, I'm in the South. This could be a like a thing. But most, if it's another person, period, if they see me loading my child into the car and they're parked next to me, they just wait until I'm done. They're not gonna just keep going to their car anyway. So I just feel like there's never been a thing where somebody parked next to me 30 feet away is calling me. Like he clearly was going to interact with her in some capacity. We just don't know what, because she's passed
I
out.
believe that. Because typically either I'll wait, I'll take a wider track so I time it. Unless I can tell they're going to be really long. Like they got a lot of groceries and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to the car. And I'll say, forget it. But I'm aware of that. But man, I also think I could see some guys just calling out, excuse me, miss, I'm going to the car next to you. I don't even want to spook you. I could see a guy wanting to do that because we're
30 feet
to
away,
a point. Bree, I
you
promise
shouting,
you, I
you
just
gotta
saw
shout,
something.
I'm parked next to you. I don't know.
I just saw something where a woman was talking about, this was in a work setting though. So I'm apples and oranges. In a work setting, the guys are so evasive around women that she felt ostracized in the work setting because they're extra distant as far as language and like proximity. So we're creating, we have to understand though that we're creating a new social construct where men are going to be fearful about being too close in proximity, where we're going to make, hey miss, I'm walking near you. There are going to be some guys who feel that extreme. You can't, like, I know Quantum was talking about a different thing, but you cannot control how people interpret this data.
And I partially think it's a people thing because we've heard like 3 stories in the past week of even men shooting people who are like in their driveways. So I also don't think this is a gender specific thing. I think people are just really scared of people because we see men who, for all intents and purposes, like shouldn't be, you know. So I don't think I think people are very, very high alert skittish coming out of the pandemic. Like coming out of pandemic where humans literally could kill you inadvertently because they could cough on you. I think that kind of fucked up people's minds. I think it's a human thing to some degree. I don't know.
Yeah, I always understand because I grew up around women and the women in my life make sure I understand how to move. I do have guy moments, however. I don't risk safety from all aspects. Yeah, I'm with you. Rico, no, you have to wait until she leaves the parking lot before you enter your car. Right. You have to. I'm with you. But and yeah, again, as a brand new feminist, I'm right. I mean, you're right. Actually, Rico should wait inside the store next to the security guard if they have one. Make sure she gets to her car, but not by watching out the door to see where she is, because that's creepy. Don't stare at her to make sure she's getting to her car so that you can go to your car. Turn and feel it out. Like turn your back towards her. Feel out and feel when her presence has left the parking lot. Then we all know that she's safe. Like we have to get there.
That's
Rico.
when you're safe. And also, I know Rico said earlier, I do not get on the elevator along with men. I know Rico was like, just get on the elevator. Well, that's nice, but I do not get on elevators along with men by myself. I just don't. I do not.
Inya, I'm with you, Inya.
So I think it's easy as the man to be like, that's whatever. Like even one time my car broke down. I was driving my husband's car and it had like electrical problems. So like it didn't work. Like it wouldn't crank or something. And I was in Target and he was like, just go up to some random person and tell them your car. I'm like, no, I'm going to call this AAA and I'm going to wait to them to come jump my car, tow it. Like, I'm not just going to go tell some random man in the parking lot that I'm stuck here stranded with just my babies. And like, I'm very vulnerable right now. And he just didn't get it. He was just like, why won't you just tell somebody? I'm like, can't just tell some random man that I'm vulnerable right now. Like, I can't take that risk.
That makes sense.
He didn't get it, but he didn't get it. He got annoyed because he was like, just do it. I'm like, must be nice. Must be fucking.
It's like telling people, I'm home alone. No, my husband's not here. Yeah. No, I'm by myself. Right. It's that thing.
But he was like really irritated with me. Like, it's so easy. I'm like, for you, you're fucking 6'3". Like, like.
And Apex, don't get bothered the fact that I'm a brand new feminist. Don't be envious of my status of changing over to feminism. I think you're just jealous, and that's all that is. Don't worry about that. It's not about being aware. I'm a feminist, sir. I've never thought about the elevator thing. I get you. Men who grew up around women usually are the best to be friends and have relationships with, in my opinion. It's very refreshing. Just as long as there is no zesty trait. See, here we go. Here.
Oh Lord, what's wrong with zestiness? Don't y'all like lemon zest in y'all food, or like when y'all drink, y'all don't put the lemon thing on the drink? Zestiness is good. Zestiness is a good flavor.
Yeah, zest is also a good soap. It smells great. Why are y'all so anti-zesty?
I think zest is good. I like zest, like the zesty Italian dressing. I prefer that.
Yeah, it's better. Nah, man, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Didn't for
I don't
some
know what you're
women
saying.
move out the way. I'm not moving different for some women.
Oh,
You move out the way.
you don't. I mean, you can choose not to. Your
wait for
presence,
others to take
and that's the
elevators.
thing. Like, it's not this thing that has to be solved. Like, you can
Mm.
choose not to move a certain way, but there may be some people who get triggered, and there may be some people who not. Who gives a fuck? You decide how you want to move, and just realize some people might be triggered, and some people might not. Whatever. Nobody's saying that you have to do anything. Just there's different realities that people exist in simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
And as a woman, we're on high alert all the time. I wish I didn't have to fucking think about the dumb shit I have to think about to go outside.
Quantum.
Okay, great.
You might need to learn to appreciate some zest in your life. That's all I'm saying. That's because we went from a society where you could, boomer time, to an era when you can't. Damn Gen X, XYZs, and whatever else. Boomers for the win. Where you could. He's just saying you could do certain things. You could approach people in the parking lot. And now with the XYs and Z's, everybody's so sensitive.
That's not where we at no more. So great.
Bree likes hetero men.
Metro men.
Metrosexuals.
I like men. I got gay. I have gay friends who I call my husbands. Mm-hmm. They're my gay husbands. Okay. And I have my real husbands, and I have friends. I like the men's. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow. We are taking shots. Apex, I know you get it. You are blessed with information.
Yeah, you know these Gen X
on screen.
You know what I'm saying?
So that's where we at. I said, man, we're gonna have Kitty up here drinking, man. She didn't be up here in the corner drinking because I'm
just saying, like, imagine being
being
upset because somebody's experience got them on high alert. Damn, you just be grateful you ain't got to be that fucking triggered every day. Damn.
Yeah, I'm thankful. You'd be surprised how much women tolerate zesty. Okay. You damned if you do, damned if you don't. Just walk to your car. If she gets scared, she's just scared then. Nope, I will not.
And that's facts.
Zesty food and drinks. Yeah, fine. Whatever.
Well, I don't want to get a random. I don't want to get a random person to help me with a flat tire because that random person could murder me.
Jesus Christ! I've dated Metro dudes before, and they're cool. That's right. It's a woman thing. I was attacked in a public place. I trust my instinct.
I've been attacked in a public place before.
Jeez.
I mean, it's just the reality. You're small and you just look like people just think that they can just whatever. So, I mean, that's great. I understand people are like, that's fucked up. Well, it's fucked up to be attacked.
Yeah, I mean, that's facts. I'd rather feel bad about, I ain't gonna lie, I'd rather feel bad about my gender being the bad guy than feeling like I was gonna get attacked every time I went out. I mean, I'm sorry that has happened to you ladies, but I thank God that's not me.
Yeah. Do you get the double talk? No, I feel like I've never got attacked for my blackness, but I do get attacked for being a woman. So, no, I don't get the double talk because y'all gonna quantify what's double. What if it's the third harder? What if it's the fourth harder? You know, what if it's 10 times harder? Okay. You're gonna have to work twice as hard. Maybe not. Maybe I gotta work 1/4 as hard. Maybe I gotta work 0% harder. Maybe I gotta work 10 times as harder.
I've never been attacked in a public place. I think fights, but like a woman yelling at me, nah. Quantum's trigger word is zesty. Yes, mine is patriarchy and gaslighting.
Right, woo! I see. Boy. I see. Everybody activated right now. How does it feel? Everybody's activated.
Yeah. What are your trigger words, people? Was old girl. Most 75% of people think old girl was tripping. But what are y'all's trigger words? What are certain concepts that are like pet peeves? When y'all hear the word, it just activates your nervous system, for lack of a better phrase. What about you, Brie?
It's not a word per se. I get triggered by energies more so than words. People seeking reassurance triggers me. People being mousy triggers me. Those are my two things.
I don't like that laugh, yo. That laugh. Brie got some evil rich lady affectations.
I don't.
You do. That was so mean girl, but I'm grown up and I'm 35 and I own a business. Like it was so that. Whatever that was so that. That's the question we give to black boys for their blackness. So why not give the double for girls since they have a double quandary? Apex says this trigger word is potential. That has the potential to trigger somebody.
Yeah. I see the potential in them, but is that today though?
90% of the daily use English language is my trigger word.
I
People
can
who wear
see
small glasses with big faces, that irks you. That is
she
so
went into a
specific. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking
She got
about?
somebody
Please.
in mind. She know
Who is
she
the
talking
person?
about. That is so specific. I don't know. I just think it's
Mhm.
interesting. I know it's hard to hear stuff like that, but I just think it's interesting. Like for me, if I were just to hear the reality somebody goes through that it's not my reality, I'd be like, damn, I'm just glad that's not something I ever have to think about. I don't see why people get so like, oh, yeah, you getting triggered by somebody else being triggered down.
You should know that are my trigger words. Even if a person should, in that moment they ask you, they don't. Yeah, that's tough. And you should know that, NA, that is something that people struggle with. That is definitely something, and you should know that.
You should
definitely
my
know
husband,
that.
like I said, my husband's a shooter. He's a should person. You should know that.
Ooh.
Well, I don't, and here we are, and we having this conversation. So now what? And that's why I'm antagonistic. So
yeah, for her to be that specific, for real, facts, man. No, because I experienced it and I hate it. I made a mental to never say it when you're around. Literally, ooh, summer doesn't like literally, figuratively. Ooh.
Literally, it's so hot outside. When is it ever figuratively hot outside? Sorry,
What up, Mandrell?
It's the alcohol.
I like that one. That one also gets me going. Like, motherfucker, how the fuck am I supposed to know?
If I'm asking you clearly, I did not know the information you feel like I should know. So, like,
oh, it isn't that serious. Brie ain't that serious. To be screaming at somebody from 30 feet away, it ain't that serious.
I hate when people tell me I'm doing the most. Because I feel like if that's my constant state, then why you feel the need to tell me I'm doing the most?
Okay, that's not what I say. I say you're on.
No, not that. Like, I'm just talking about if
same?
we having a serious discussion and I say you, then they say you doing the most. Like if I ask a question or something and you just deflect by being like, you doing the most.
Okay, but I be doing that. I do it, but I use a different word. I be saying Breeze on one. But I feel kind of like
the on one doesn't bother me. Doing the most because I'm like asking, because I'm asking clarifying questions fucking irritates me. Because y'all know y'all men don't like nobody asking y'all too many questions.
Nah, because I swear to
y'all be feeling attacked. I know.
But can we be honest about this, Bree? A lot of times y'all are attacking us. You're attacking our ability to reason. What you're saying is by you question. A lot of times when y'all question us, like, I need you to prove to me that you know what you're talking about. 50% of the time when y'all ask us a question, it's I need you to prove to me that you know what you're talking about.
Or I just need you to actually help me understand what the fuck you're talking about. It could just be that, but y'all don't never assume that, right? But y'all want to get mad about people assuming intent. Assuming, y'all don't assume intent. Don't assume
you just said the same thing.
But I can't ask you clarifying questions because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because it's assumed that I'm saying you don't know what you're talking about. No, I understand you know what you're talking about, but I also understand I don't know what you're talking about. And so I'm going to ask you clarifying questions so I can understand what you're saying. But you get triggered because you feel like I'm testing you. Nigga, ain't it how you feel? Then why the fuck do you think I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about?
All I'm going to say to that is a line from The Matrix. I can't remember which movie it was, but what's that guy with the afro? Cornel West. He said it. Comprehension is not a requisite of compliance, Bree. I don't need you to understand what I'm saying. I just need you to know that I understand what I'm saying, and you just need to comply. That's it.
Nigga, that's not profound. It's your feelings. The fuck? Imagine going to school and the teacher be like, well, I know how to do this fucking algebra. So y'all just be here and fail these fucking tests because I'm not going to teach you what I already fucking understand, which is why I'm the authority in this situation. So if I'm talking to you about how you feel, the assumption is you're the authority in how you fucking feel.
Yeah. I am. And as
so
such,
then you should be able to articulate how you feel to somebody who clearly doesn't understand some information. You don't want to articulate it, and that's where that's why y'all niggas be dying a fucking long too.
Comply. Resistance is futile. At this point, I'm just here for Bree.
It's not.
You're here for Bree.
It's not.
Bree's here for Bree.
It's not.
Listen, man,
Sorry, apparently that's my trigger. Sorry, apparently that's my fucking trigger. Sorry.
Yeah, we found another trigger. And I love it. And I love it. The gaslight poll need to be revised to 189%. Yeah, so that's another trigger for Bree. What are your personal triggers? What words, man? Oh, man. I wish Candid Ann was still here, but her power went out. Because I know Candid Ann's got some triggers. I know
she do.
Candid Ann
got some triggers. She do got some.
I'd love to hear hers. Mandrell, if you're still here, I want to hear your triggers. Because you seem to have a tolerance that's out of this world. I'd like to know what triggers you.
You know what my trigger is? Niggas snorting in the mic. Also, that's one I've learned recently, thanks to Mandrell ass. So if he's in the chat, just know you're triggering me. I be activated. Okay, so I apologize in advance if I be coming for you, but it's really because you be snorting in the mic and you be eating in the mic. And boy, I swear to God, I swear for God. Okay, when I go to heaven, if I see you at the pearly gates next to me, which I think I will, because you're a good person. Okay, but you be snorting in that fucking mic. I'm coming for his ass. Matter of fact, somebody put this so I can send it to Mandrell on Discord if he missed this. We gotta
just showed up. He said, where the link? Do the thing.
Yeah, come on.
What is the thing?
But don't come on if you're gonna be snorting in the mic though.
She said
he also is triggered by Vaseline.
Snorting. He's triggered by Vaseline? I thought he got touched. He got touched. I mean, that sounded weird. The women were touching him, like randomly. Women were touching his face and checking for makeup. I was like, ooh. We had a beer triggered. Bree snap. Yeah, I know Bree snap. I love it. I get triggered when motherfuckers act like they know shit but only know nothing. Okay, Quantum. And you triggered by zest. So Bree is sorry. So anyways, I started
this is what happened when you activate people because y'all be I be aggravated. I'm sorry, y'all.
Meet me in the parking lot.
It's retrograde. I'm sorry, it's retrograde.
Y'all. Yeah, he said where the link. Drop the link. Risa Neal in the building, sniper. Oh, the resident sniper over at Let's Talk the Better
Risa
Black
irritated
Life.
Too.
Man, Risa's a sniper. I be seeing people drop so fast in the chat. It'd be so funny. Blow your nose. Sometimes I just be wanting to hit the link to the laugh.
Here you go.
Unzipped. Yeah. Hold on, let me get this. Oh, snap.
Hey, Mandrell.
Hold up.
Funny, we were just talking about you.
What's up, man? Where you?
Hey, everyone.
Mike, what's going down, Playboy?
Not much. Just doing my calendar. That's all. How y'all doing?
Man, we
were day drinking. No, don't let Rashawn. He's gonna lie. We were day drinking. Here we are. Whoa. So that is where we are right now.
That's called snitching.
Everybody's activated. Rashawn chose to choose violence, play that Karen, triggered in the parking lot. Now he asked everybody activated. Okay.
Wow.
Do I need to leave?
No,
Only
it's
if you
fine.
only if you're afraid.
Everybody's activated.
You listen to your gut, Mandrell. You learn an EQ.
What
your EQ
Rico says
say
that a snort.
is-
Wow. Everyone's
This
talking
is
Say
your
blow your
EQ.
nose.
Well, my bad, Bree. I did hear you on that one.
It's okay, Mandrell. I said you still gonna be going to heaven because you're a good person, okay?
Yeah, you did say that, and I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm very grateful.
You're gonna go to heaven.
My bad.
Yes.
Y'all gonna come back. Give me a second. I'm trying to find this. I'm about to make a new one because this man Joe's
We were
name is
talking
cut
about
off.
triggers and things that activate people. You know what
Follow the
else
snort.
activates me? I just thought about another trigger.
What's that, Bree?
23K Joe will always activate me, and I've come to
All
the
right.
conclusion that I'm okay with that in my soul. Cause
That's where we're at.
no, I just that's gonna trigger me forever, and that's
Got
okay.
you. All right.
So there you go. I think I've cleared out all my activators.
I'm not really feeling that one, but I mean, it is what it is. But that's, I mean, coming from a bougie person who has private drivers, I'm not really surprised. So, I mean, it is what it is. I get triggered by fake authority figures. Ooh, quantum. That's everybody. That's about everybody. Why did you take a shot at the entire manosphere like that? Ooh, going to the snorting at the pearly gates, talking about he's a trumpeter. Dang.
Oh, we can't pass Leah
at the pearly.
I'm so not a trumper.
No, a trumpeter.
Oh, a trumpeter.
Blowing your nose.
yeah.
Leah says she hates people who do fearmonger about well-studied treatments. That's the one. That's also a trigger. Yeah, that's also a trigger of mine because I worked in the labor and delivery, and the people who say we steal placentas and shit, and do weird stuff with it triggers me. I know people, if y'all want to have a safe space to have conversations about that, don't invite me, don't show me, because I'm not going to be able to allow you space to say stuff like that. So that's another trigger for me.
Drives me insane. I'm with you to a point, Leah. I just know so many unstudied people, and I also know that there's so much information that it's hard to trust even the studies, because studies are also sometimes political or financial. So I get why some people have skepticism. I mean, that's as much as I can say about that. I understand people's skepticism, because when I've looked into some of these studies, I found flaws based on like conflicts of interest or who funded it or why it was happening in the first place. So I get it. But
well, that's why you have to check more than one source,
Yeah, and that's a lot of work, man. And like I was talking about yesterday, there's a time is finite. Time is finite, and for some of the things that we want people to be studied in, not everything. Like your life stuff, it should be worth the investment. Like Bree talked about, my life is worth the investment and the safety, and you can't put a price on that. But there's a lot of things we ask people to know about that it's just the time. We're gonna find the time at.
Yeah, but used to trigger what Leah said. That used to trigger me too. It used to drive me up the walls. It really did. It really did, man. I'm like, okay, this has been studied up the wazoo. Why do you have so much pushback for it when you yourself have no evidence to prove what your claims are? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it'd be the people with the most pushback who have no references, no cited data, no cited papers, nothing. No research done at all. And they have so much pushback for it. No, that's not true. How do you know it's not true? Because what? Now I just laugh at it. People get at me about laughing at it, but I'm like, that's the only thing you can do nowadays. If you're not laughing at it, then it's just going to drive you up the walls of anxiety. I mean, just find the humor in it and just move on. People are going to live and die by their stupid ideas anyway.
And that's the other thing. I think that a lot of people in these spaces look at research in a way that it's not really meant to be used.
Oh, God.
I mean, you say that, but Yella's got a good point.
Don't
Yella's...
eat the damn placenta.
And the part before that too, let them have it. What are you gonna do with it?
But at least it's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't like people getting free product because they're gonna use it. And
it wasn't free. Somebody worked for it.
I'm saying like it's somebody's placenta, and they're not gonna. It's valuable to them. Like research and development is a costly endeavor. So if they're doing something with people's placentas, man, pay the people. Like the same thing with people's data right now, man. Pay people for their data. You're stealing it. It's theft.
They're not doing anything with placentas. If we were to do anything for placentas, matter of fact, one of the hospitals I worked at was doing studies for women who had like certain, whatever comorbidities in pregnancy, and you had to sign rights to like do research and like have blood drawn when you first get in, and like it's multiple steps to like collect that information to be able to study the placenta, and the mom would know it and have to sign on for it. So if you ain't signing it, we don't just take your shit for research and you don't sign for it. Like that's not a thing.
Liar.
It's not a thing. Sorry, guys.
They would literally read the research paper word for word and still end up on the other side of the research. Some parents store umbilical cord blood. I'm good.
Yeah,
I don't want any of the body parts.
Umbilical cord. You can donate umbilical cord.
But
yeah. Okay, see, this a boomer moment.
Yeah, I knew it.
I need something from the last 5 years because research is
Tuskegee. You know about Tuskegee.
Yeah, of course I do. Tuskegee's right down the road from me, so I know about it. It's I mean, Tuskegee. It's a shame that there's absolutely nothing there. Like I don't understand how people. It's one of those places where I honestly don't understand how people still live there. I don't understand how people live there. There's nothing in Tuskegee.
It's like some parts of Ohio. It's like nothing there.
So
there's literally nothing in Tuskegee at all. Sorry.
Nah, Inya said something about a bloody, meaty placenta, and then some people season it and make it like a steak.
Some people have made pates from placentas.
Steak?
Some of the midwives now turn them into pills that the women eat. So women are consuming their placentas. Like they're getting them in caps. What do they call them? Encapsulated. Okay. You take the placenta and then they make it a powder and you take it as a pill. So yeah, women are eating their they are consuming their placentas post-birth.
Is Ohio your trigger word? Ohio is my trigger word. You know what, Leah? I thought we were gonna be cool, but I see we're not. We're obviously gonna be nemesis here. But I respect it. We all need a nemesis, and I guess it's you.
So wait, my question is, okay. First with Leah, why is Ohio your trigger word? Second, with Arshawn, why are you loyal to Ohio?
I love it here. I love it. It's not crazy. It's not. I've seen all the memes. I've seen it like it's a dumpster fire. It's the apocalypse. It's not that. I've been outside. I've met people. I've done things. It's nice. It's nice.
Okay. One of my triggers is bad traffic. So when I go to Atlanta is a nothing drive from where I live. You know what I mean? It's what, a 2-hour drive? That's nothing. You know what I'm saying? So when I go to Atlanta, if I'm on 285, if it's during rush hour, no, thank you. So is Atlanta. So is 285 at like 4:35 o'clock. It's filled with NPCs that don't know how to drive. It's Grand Theft Auto NPCs on the road. 285 in Atlanta. It sucks. And don't let there be an accident.
Or you don't know how to drive.
No, the thing is, there won't even be an accident on 285, right? It's just wall to wall, bumper to bumper traffic, and there's no reason for it at all. No one had an accident.
Well,
no one made any mistakes.
I know you live in Alabama, but that's what it's like when people actually want to live in the city that you're in. It's a lot of people.
Well, yeah, I used to live in Atlanta. I lived there for 2 years, and probably ain't gonna end up going back because ain't nothing shaking here. So the only thing here is quiet. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing here. But yeah, bad traffic. I can't stand it. Can't stand it, especially when there's no reason for it. When traffic is backed up for 2 hours, no, thank you. Like I used to time what part of town I would go in based on like how traffic was going to be. Like, okay, I got to get there before 4 o'clock, or at least on that side of town by 4 o'clock. Otherwise, I'm just going to wait until 7 to hit the road. Hit the road about
Can
7 o'clock. You good?
Can I answer a question real quick? Black
Go ahead.
and white women are consuming their placentas. It's become trendy. It's a very granola thing to do. I've seen more Black women doing it as well. Doulas will do a lot of time for them, or midwives if they have like a lay midwife, they'll do it. I don't recommend it personally, but hey, do what you want to do. I will not release your placenta to you if you have group B strep, and I don't give a fuck if you're mad at me. Okay, I'm not releasing it to you. Okay.
I'm on mute. It's definitely better than Cincinnati. Yes, it's definitely better than Cincinnati.
What's better than Cincinnati? You mean everywhere?
Columbus.
Okay.
Columbus.
No, I'm about to say even Arizona's better than Cincinnati. I have been to Cincinnati.
Place where I live in Ohio. You know, I can't.
Cincinnati's was okay though. I mean, I don't have anything. I don't live there, so I don't really have anything negative to say about it. When I was there, it was okay.
Oh shoot! I think Bree left for. I think Bree left. That poll is not accurate. The options on the poll are funny. I wanted to get an accurate poll because we've been having trouble with polls. There's been a lot of poll fraud here today. A lot of the polls were definitely inaccurate. I think Dominion was running the first poll where 90% of people said that I was gaslighting the chat. Obviously, that was Dominion. Tucker Carlson was right. There's been a lot of voter fraud, a lot of pollster fraud. So this poll, I wanted to make sure there was absolutely no margin for error. So I was working the poll. You know, I will get up there and work the poll here and there, and I'm working the poll now. We're definitely going to get definitively accurate results on this poll specifically. Should all Ohio haters be blocked from the channel like Simon is? It's either going to be yes, hell yeah, definitely, or of course. So no matter which one everybody votes for, 100% accurate results will be found in this poll. Wow, Leah is just going in on Ohio, man. Jesus Christ.
My husband is currently in Ohio, so that's the only redeeming thing about it right now.
Wow, man, you're on the show with me, and I'm from Ohio. Am I not at least partially redeeming?
No, probably not, man.
I'm sorry, what? Prayers for he in the middle of no fucking where either. He's like literally in the middle of nowhere. They don't even have an airport.
So many polls.
Me too.
If my family wasn't there, I would probably not go back. See, you got family here, so you're speaking from a place of trauma, not from a place of informed decision making.
Yeah, that's why I said that's why I said I'll just, like, as far as judgment or say anything negative about it, I got to hold my tongue because I have not spent enough time there. I got my old partner from the Army. He's from Ohio.
Oh boy.
And I'm just like, yeah, dude, I'm not impressed by this, like, at all. Bro, I'm not impressed with Ohio at all.
Man, y'all dirty.
Oh, we dirty.
It's all right.
Great state of Olowo.
You can hang out in a real city like Atlanta and have a good time.
You can have a good time in Atlanta. Nice. You can.
Yeah. Atlanta's fire. I love the airport in Atlanta. You can fly anywhere.
Now that's true. The airport in Atlanta is nice. Yeah,
it's cheaper to fly from Atlanta because you don't have to connect all times. A lot of non-stop flights. Atlanta's a real.
Instead of Ohio, it's Olowo. That is y'all some evil people. I don't even understand what's wrong with y'all.
They say the chat is a reflection of the creator.
Who raised y'all?
They do say that.
They do say that. I think the chat is like a mirror of the content creators.
Okay, because I'm a chat troll, so this is all trolling. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you do have my favorite rapper, Crazy Bone. Okay, y'all have Ohio State and Bone Thugs at heart.
The Atlanta
TSA
TSA
be mad
do
as
be
hell.
aggressive. They be aggressive.
Wow.
Really, really aggressive. But I love Hartsville. It makes me happy, actually. We were talking about happy places the other day. The airport is one of my happy places. I love going through the airport.
Oh, that's crazy. What is up, Don
Especially
Frank?
Hartsville. Hello.
Ohio technically has the 7th largest economy in the United States. Georgia is 8th. Thank you. We even got a better economy than y'all's.
I mean, that's
You
cute.
say what I was gonna say?
That's cute or whatever. But y'all ain't got Hartsville. I bet y'all strip clubs not like ours.
Our strip clubs are
And the wings.
definitely not like y'all's, man.
Why you say it like that? Why you say it like
because Atlanta strip clubs off the chain.
I've seen the Atlanta strippers. I met a woman and she said she was a stripper. And I can't even open my eyes because Jesus Christ. I was like, oh, that's what I would be going, because she invited me out. And I'm like, no, I would never go to the strip club that you're at. I couldn't do it.
What strip club she was at though?
I can't remember the name of it, but it was her that was the thing. I was like, oh, people pay to see you strip. I'm like, wow. And again,
now we got a lot.
Yeah, I know y'all got some stuff. Y'all got some stuff. High quality H2O is what I hear. Whenever I think Ohio, I think of those girls who were locked in the basement. Wow. There we go. Nova knows what I'm talking about. Oh, no, not that kind of suspicious bulge. Never mind. Nova does not know what I'm talking about.
I was like, wait
Never
a minute.
mind.
I mean, but Atlanta has it all, though. That's the one thing about Atlanta. Like,
Jesus
they have it all.
Christ.
And it depends. If you can't really say Atlanta strip clubs are mid and overrated if you haven't been to enough of them to make that assessment. Now, if you went to the ones that everybody tell you to go to, then yeah, you might say it's overrated. Like, I think Magic City is overrated. I would never take somebody who came to town to Magic City.
Mm-hmm.
It's overpriced, overrated, and not that great, honestly.
Apex. I definitely got to stop talking in public. This will be my last week of streams, everybody. I do want to make that public announcement, a little bit of housekeeping. This definitely will be my last week of streams. I will quit talking to everyone. I will approach random women in the parking lot with their children. I do think that's probably a part of that's a rite of passage. I think all men need to take.
Wait, we not doing that. No. Could have right there.
We need to face down the scariest thing on this earth, and that is white women in the parking lot with their children.
I think
bear
women,
spray.
I definitely feel concerned if somebody come up on me to a certain degree at a parking lot, and I'm black, so it's not a white woman thing. And now she was doing the most. 30 feet is far. Once again, but I definitely had to tell some people, please don't come any closer to me if they come up to me. Whatever you need to tell me, you can tell me from about 2 cars away.
Y'all dirty.
Unless you drop something and the guy's trying to give it to you.
But usually you're holding it up, right? Like usually if you're trying to call somebody from this, you're like, hey, you left your keys. You're not like, hey, can I talk to you real quick?
Ma'am, you dropped something. Yeah. Now here's the thing. You don't do that. That's creepy. Right. I'm a grown man and I don't like that. I can't stand it. Mm-hmm. Sir, hey, sir, you got a minute? No, I do not.
No, I don't. State your intention, peasant. There are kids in the background, Leah, so you probably hear. Mm-hmm. My nephews are over here playing with my kids, and there are 3 women here, so they're not alone.
Plus, I'm in Ohio. That might just be the sound of the oxygen here. The air sounds like
it's the spirits of hell crying out to be released from their bondage.
I do want to play the last video in that series of that woman who was afraid of everything, because this last guy made some points too. This was interesting. Bree. Hopefully this plays. We'll see.
I hope not.
So I was tagged in this video where this man is upset that men are being discouraged from approaching random women in parking lots. Now the video itself is a response to this video.
I'm literally shaking right now because I just had a man approached me in a parking lot.
Danielle is a lone female with a child. A man is 30 feet away and approaches her and says, "Hey, ma'am." She does not want to be approached, and so she yells at him, "Do not approach me," and continues to yell at him until he goes away. The comments on her original video are pretty vile. Men calling her out for being crazy and hysterical. And Nate here seems to think that this modest act of impoliteness is going to be responsible for the downfall of civility. And what's frustrating about this is Nate actually runs headfirst into the point.
Genuinely seems shaken up by this, but my question is why? He's probably doing it in order to cause you harm.
And that should be where the video ends. A man is confused by a woman's behavior, he puts himself in her shoes, displays a little empathy and compassion, and suddenly we all grow and learn from the experience. The end. But sadly, we don't live in that world.
I'm not saying that stuff like that doesn't happen, but it doesn't happen often enough to warrant that kind of a reaction.
That's right, he doesn't feel it happens often enough for women's fear to be justified, which begs the obvious question of how much assault does he think needs to happen for women's fear to be justified? But that's on us, because as everyone knows, if you want to know how often violence against women is enacted, you don't ask a former cop, you ask a cop's wife. Look, this shouldn't need to be said, but it does not matter whether you feel the fear is justified or not. She was very clearly shaken up by the experience. The fear was very real to her. And it seems obvious that a single woman alone with a child, whether she should prioritize being polite or setting and establishing boundaries so that they are safe, a civilized society would say, be safe every time, forget about being polite. But even worse, Nate's real concern isn't actually civility.
A traditional man will want to pursue a woman face to face in a public setting. If you're a woman in the market for a man, you might want to open yourself up to the idea of meeting and talking to a man in these more public places like the grocery store or the gym if you want to find the type of man that you were looking for.
Nate's main concern is that if women stop allowing strange men to approach them in parking lots, how are middle-aged traditional men like him supposed to get laid? Now, forgetting that nobody asked, is there a more perfect example of the disconnect between women and the men who refuse to listen to them than a woman explaining she is fearful of being robbed, attacked, assaulted, kidnapped, or worse, and a man telling her that this is irrational and she should instead far more prioritize the fear of missing out on a husband like him?
I mean, that makes perfect sense to me, man. If you don't want to miss out on all this good loving, man, you got to let me approach you in a dark alley. Like, I got to be able to approach you
That's what
anywhere
y'all
that
be
I
sounding
find
like.
you at.
Why can't I just grab you aggressively just to like talk to you? I don't understand why y'all just be so hysterical.
Yes.
Trunks are
Listen,
cozy.
yes, man. And it's a quiet place, man. I'm trying to get you in the back of the van because it's quiet. It's quiet. Yeah, that's it.
Nah, yeah, that's a bit much. Come on,
So
you know,
much
like,
to
come on.
you. When are we gonna get mature enough to say, look, if you round up somebody and they that hysterical and triggered, just leave them the fuck alone. Like, okay, like just leave it there. She's hysterical. Get the fuck on. That's the end of the situation.
Right. If the woman's scared out of him, like clearly scared, and plus you can't approach her in a parking. Yeah, you can't approach her in a parking lot like that. That's gonna. It's understandable why she'd be afraid, you know. But I mean, the ladies have to understand, like especially like today, if someone slides in your DMs, I don't understand how that scares women. Here's the thing. No, we had this conversation before. I've been in a conversation like this before. Shout out to Rico. Like guys slide into women's DMs, like on Instagram or whatever. And that there are women saying that scares them. And I was asking is, how does that scare you? You don't see the person. It's not a face-to-face thing.
Look, this is the thing, Mandrell. I don't fucking care. I don't even want to know why it scares them. They're obviously triggered and activated. And if somebody that's scared, would you want to talk to them anyway? I don't need to know why they're scared. I don't need to know why she's scared. She's scared. I'll carry on.
Yeah, it's like a disposition test for animals.
Right. If she's scared,
Can I ask a question? Because I was thinking about this just that second. And I mean, if the women want to react that way, I could care less. I mean, it seems a little bit unreasonable to me, but I don't matter because I'm not the one that's afraid. So I'm okay with that. But my question, it made me think, because that's the first time I've ever heard of something like that, where someone reacted like that in the parking lot. But what I've seen a lot of trending are these gym interactions where people, are freaking out about people looking. It seemed like every other day there's another, he's looking at me. So I'm trying to figure out, as Arshawn is saying, like, so how are we policing public spaces now? And I get it. I'm not for nobody creeping out, but If you're somewhere in a public space working out and someone's across the room just looking, I'm not pro creep. I'm anti creep, but I'm also like, God damn, what do you want? If I'm made to feel uncomfortable in a space, I'm not saying I should have to leave, but I don't know if I can police everybody else in the space not to simply look. How do we fix that? It's more of a question.
Speaking of, instead of if you're just looking, at least make sure you like what you're looking at. Even Nightbot is in on the conversation. I like the way Nightbot came in right on Rico's point about lurking and looking at somebody. Don't be a creep. Just go ahead and hit the like button for the algorithm. So appreciate Nightbot is on the job and participate in the conversation more so than the lurkers, man. Nightbot that's my guy right there. Go ahead, Mandrell.
Yeah, I can speak on this one because I spent a lot of time in the gym. When guys are looking at women at the gym, fellas, number one, don't stare.
Do you feel unsafe, Mandrell, when they look at you?
No, I don't. I just keep. I carry on with my workout.
Really?
No. I just carry on with my workout, right? So it's just
carry on.
Well, the thing is,
let me go refill my.
Give her a thumbs up.
If a guy approaches you in the gym, understand like when else is he gonna be able to approach you? Because the only time he sees you is at the gym. Ladies, you gotta leave leeway for guys to approach you.
Oh, so you gonna say that same dumb shit that nigga in the video just said, huh?
No. It depends on where it is. Now, again, Bree, like I said, if you're in a grocery store parking lot, understandable. But if you're inside the building, inside the gym, and the guy speaks to you and it just tries to hold a conversation, that's a different story. But so for me,
we're not talking about people having a conversation with you like a human. We're talking about a person hovering around, staring at you from different angles and hovering around.
Yeah, that's an idiot. Okay, now that's an idiot. Okay, ladies, we're not talking about them.
Talking about though.
Yeah, we're not talking about. I'm not talking about idiots. At least, that's an idiot. You don't stare. Glance at her for a second. Right. Keep it moving.
But what I'm saying is this, right? The world is full of idiots. Idiots go to the gym.
It is.
And what I'm saying is people will look. So how do you police that? Because I don't think there's a gym policy that I've ever been aware of that says you can't. Now, I would never speak to anybody at the gym that I didn't know because I think it's more creepy to talk to them than to look at them.
It's better to just hover around and stare.
No, I'm saying hovering. I'm saying I'm looking at these instances that's been hitting on TikTok. The guys on one side of the room.
Gotta let them feel your breath.
The guy's one side of the room and he's staring. And then the woman
that's comfortable.
Huh?
Because that's not stalking behavior. Like that's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable though. Like if you're gonna talk to me, you staring around and circling around me, like instead of just, like approach in a safe way and hey, can I talk to you? So I can go ahead and tell your ass no. Circling around me for 20 minutes. While you ruminate on how you gonna, that's fine. I'm not saying that every guy who does it intends to be intimidating or creepy or whatever. They might just be like, I kind of want to talk to her, but I'm not really sure how to approach her. Like, probably just thinking about it, like really, like thinking about how they want to approach and not seem weird. But understand that in that headspace where you're really sitting there thinking about it, you're staring at her continuously. That's uncomfortable.
Well, like, see, that's what I'm saying. True. I don't think that they want to talk to him. I think there are guys who I will readily admit, I've walked into the gym, seen some nice looking women, and I've just glanced at them as I was continuing on my way. I'm a man. I'm not going to say, right. I just glanced about my way. But I get it.
So if you glance, then that's probably but if you got to think, if you've been looking at somebody consistently and long enough where they like, let me set my camera up and catch this motherfucker looking at me, and they're pretty much like sure they're gonna catch you circling around looking at them again. You didn't just glance and kept it pushing.
Right. But what I'm saying is that this is what I'm actually speaking to those guys. I'm speaking to the creeps. I'm saying, how can we as a society do we just shame them on TikTok? Because that's all the hell that's being done. Because you ain't going to stop nobody from staring at you at the gym. You know what I'm saying? We just shaming everybody on TikTok? Because if that's not having an effect, what's the point?
Because I don't agree with the shaming. Like I don't think it's helpful or useful. I think that those people think that they're exposing what's been a reality. Like that's always been a reality. You go to the gym, guys stare and try to hit on you. But I think sometimes the maybe the reason some of that gets misconstrued as being helpful is because when we try to have these conversations, a lot of y'all don't seem to understand the reality of the experience. Like I think a lot of y'all don't believe it happens. So I think some of them are like, you know, well, I'm gonna film it happening in real time and show y'all what I'm talking about. Because I think if we try to just have a conversation with no context, y'all project a lot of different scenarios, and oftentimes the scenarios y'all are even talking about is not what we're talking about.
But also, let's be clear: the creep factor works both ways in the gym as well, because you have women who will oogle at men as well, but men don't. They don't feel threatened. So I see the women do it. I hear them, you know, so it's like, hey, the men don't feel threatened, but because in the history of mankind, we're fucking people watchers. We are, whether it's at the gym, whether it's in the park, you see a woman, what we call is men, we literally call it sundress season, where we love to see the ladies come out in the summertime, right, Mandrell, in them sundresses. And men have that's what cat call comes out of that vein.
Be right back.
We have been oogling people forever. And obviously that's why I was just trying to figure out like this phenomenon.
It's fucking annoying. Like we're tired of that shit. It's not a new phenomenon, it's just we're tired of it.
Well, the thing is, Bree, I can speak to this, okay? I can't tell you how many times I've been working out and I've taken like a rest between sets, like say I'm doing the squats or whatever, and a woman has grabbed my ass.
Yeah,
I like squoze it. I don't know how many times that's happened. I can't tell you how many times that's happened, but it's happened a lot.
Man, girl, you a thought. You thoughting in the gym?
No, I'm not a thought. No, I'm minding my own business. I'm doing squats, and this chick takes it upon herself to grab my ass. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up.
But this is what happens with these conversations. So, what is your point in bringing that up as a statement in this?
Well, the thing is. There is a double standard when it comes. Well, it sounds like, and I'm saying it sounds like women are asking for a double standard.
Are we?
In the context that women do get away when it comes to things like this, women do tend to get away with a lot more than men do. Men are looking at you at the gym, but the thing is, you're wearing gym wear. You know, you're sweating. Things like that. And guys are going to look. Guys are going to look at you with your clothes all the way on, no matter what you're wearing. A turtleneck. A long dress that slides across the ground or whatever. Guys are going to look at you. You're going to get attention from men because men find women good to look at. You are good to look at, you know? But my thing is, it's like, okay, you can't be skittish about a guy looking at you. Now, to the fellas, don't sit there and stare. That is creepy.
Why she can't be skittish about it? How you going to tell she can't be skittish about it?
Well, because 9 times out of 10, there's no threat there.
Well, there's no real can't threat say. See, this is the problem.
Did she cut out?
Yeah, man, you kind of triggered something right there, man. You set her internet off. But I do want to say real quick before even Bree comes back on that, men have to accept that there's going to be a double standard as long as we have a physical double standard. So as long as our bodies are stronger and we're abducting women and harming women at a much higher rate than they're physically harming us, we just got to eat that. We got to eat that double standard. Can't even talk about it. Just suck it up. That's got to be a thing.
I realize it's the double standard. I'm just trying to figure out like this, the parallels I see between the parking lot, no physical interaction, nothing really threatening, but sharing a space of 30 feet. And the same thing in the gym where oftentimes the guy might be 30 feet away or 20 feet away and he's just staring. But yet we see almost next week is going to be another TikTok video of somebody looking at somebody in the gym. And then sometimes it kind of feels like, the shit is staged and set up. So I don't never want to minimize it because I know women are threatened. So I definitely am like against the creeps, but I'm also like, but goddamn, what do you want? What do you want to come out of this? because what can we do about, how do we police people's eyeballs?
Stop it, Leah. Now, I get it. We have eyeballs, but there is a such thing as moderation.
Right,
like,
but I'm saying, how do you
just have a basic? That's what I'm saying. Let me, if I finish the sentence,
go ahead.
Maybe we need to establish some kind of basic, and I'm sure psychology could do this. But I was just watching something yesterday about parents when they look away from their kids and how it affects them. There's probably a time period that could be actually measured when people start to get comfortable and uncomfortable. So I really do believe we could probably, oh, my bad, Brie. I do believe we could probably do like a 2 and 10. If you look for 2 seconds, man, you need to look away for 10 seconds. There's probably something that we could actually reasonably do, because humans are incredibly smart, but we don't care enough about, and I'll say this openly, I know this is true, we do not care enough about women's safety in this country to actually address any of the safety issues. I know that for a fact. I've seen far too much pervasive lawmaking that enables men to get the upper hand on things like sexual assault and not be prosecuted adequately for that. That's too pervasive for that to be a coincidence across the country. 50 states with different 50 sets of laws. There's way too much permissiveness around sexual assault and how, it's got to be proven in a certain way. So there's also, on the flip side, I don't even need to go on the flip side. There's enough, I've seen enough with sexual assault that I know it doesn't get reported enough, and I know it doesn't get prosecuted thoroughly enough to understand that we have to accept some of this double standards, and we're not putting the mental faculties into place to actually try to address it. We're not even really trying to address it. If everybody thought about women's safety as their child, their mother, their sister, like Quantum asked earlier, we would come at this a totally different way. But Bree, welcome back to the stream, and I'm Yella's popping up. But Bree, go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I think sometimes the problem is that, like, because it lands a certain way, and I understand that it would require a different way of thinking and living, I think sometimes it just feels like the reality is dismissed for us. Like, you bringing up a woman grabbing your ass who you don't feel physically threatened by, and I'm sitting here saying that's still assault, and I don't approve of that, and that's nowhere in the argument that it's okay if women do it to men. But even if we were to speak to that, then that proves that the problem is not just the staring. We're talking to a subtext here. That is the thing. It's not just someone glancing and moving on your way. We're women. We know men are looking at us. We know if we're attractive, y'all are going to look. So this is not an issue about looking. Now, you can say that you can break it down to that simple thing if that's what you want to do, but that's not what the issue is. It's not just people looking at you and finding you attractive. Typically, when you go to the gym, there's guys who are going to look at you. Once again, we're always aware that that's a thing, but then there's those people that hover. Anytime you're over there, they're walking around, they're just looking at you. You might even look at them and they still look at you and don't say anything to you, and they just stare at you. And then it's uncomfortable. Okay. So, like, that's usually these situations. Now, I don't think that you should publicly shame. I mean, I'm neither here. I don't really care for any of that, the social media shaming, but that is the situation. Let's assume that's the situation we're talking about. Not some guy who you saw looking at you when you walked past and then he went on his way. Not the guy who came and talked to you when you made eye contact with him and then he spoke to you and said hello or something like that to kind of clear the awkwardness. Like, we're not talking about that. Okay, we're talking about those weird dudes who hover around and stare at you and you look at them and then they don't say anything and they just keep staring, and like, these things happen. So I just think sometimes there's not, like, I understand that's not your lived experience. Like, that's not something that ever you even think about. But sometimes we have these conversations. It's like the reasons that it should be okay. Well, he's not a threat. He doesn't mean well by it. But, like, you have to understand my risk assessment. Like, I can't always allow space to figure out which one you are. And so that's the issue. Like, y'all are just, well, maybe he means well. And I'm okay with accepting that, but I can't always give space to figure that out.
That's safety roulette. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's roulette. I can't. So unfortunately, that means some men who meant well are going to get a reaction like they the nastiest, creepiest person on earth from me. Now, I'm not saying be rude, because I think if you're talking about safety, de-escalation, you wouldn't be rude and like that to a person. You don't want to escalate the situation. So you should be respectful and polite, which is why I don't think cussing people out and all that stuff is necessary. You can assert your boundaries without doing all that. But yeah, I think sometimes the situation, like y'all just want to be like, well, he might just want to talk to you and he might just want to hurt me.
Yeah.
And
Real quick before Yella jumps in, we had a couple people asking this, and one person asked it about 15 times. So I do want to ask this question. Mandrell, what did you do when she did that? And did you file anything as far as like sexual assault? Did you report it to the gym? Did you report it to the police that you were sexually assaulted?
No, I did none of that, to be honest. I just kind of let it go, let her keep walking, because she did it and kept walking.
And why? Why did you not do anything?
I wasn't offended.
He liked it. He liked it.
It was flattering. What do you want me to do?
And that's what we're saying. We're not saying it's offensive. We're saying it makes us feel unsafe. And that's like, but I'm saying that's my whole point. Y'all making it like it's an offensive issue. When it's not an offensive issue, it makes me feel unsafe. So they're two different situations.
Mandrell gave her his number.
No, I didn't. I didn't do that now.
And so real quick, you said it's not an offense issue. Say what did Mandrell say about offense?
Because when we were talking about it, he brought that up as like a counterpoint. Well, that happens to men too. Because when I was in the thing, when I was in the gym, a woman grabbed me. He was like, I didn't take it offensively.
Okay,
yeah.
Baked into that is because there is no threat to our safety from a woman grabbing our butt. Like we're not worried about her jumping us outside. So
exactly,
that's as much as we can relate to it is offense. So I'm with you.
Yeah, and my point is it's not an offense issue; it's a safety issue.
Yeah, for women, it's a safety issue.
But Mandrell, what are you wearing? Because don't nobody ever grab my ass.
Hoochie daddy shorts. Somebody said
no, I don't wear hoochie daddy shorts to the gym. Listen, when I start dropping the content,
I want to see that workout outfit.
Honestly, listen, no, I don't wear. No, that's disgusting. Like I would say something to a guy wearing Speedos while working out, like, bro, go put some pants on or something, dude. No, that's not what this is for.
Hey, but Mandrell, man, you know,
Mandrell, a thotty with a body. You a thotty with a body, Mandrell?
No, I'm not a thotty.
And Mandrell, you do know sometimes other people be looking at you in the gym too, right?
Hey, as long as they ain't touching me, as long as they're not touching me.
All right, little zesty.
I'm okay with the women. Listen, here's the thing. If I'm single and a woman does it, okay, all well and good. But if I'm in a relationship,
but he might be single when you're single. What if
it's a dude.
Rico saying, what if a dude? He's somebody just looking at you hard.
I'm not with it. I mean, if a dude
look at you up and down.
Here's the thing: if it's a dude looking at you, there's nothing you can do about that. Nothing you can do about it. Okay, let him look. Just do it do it over there. Okay, wherever you at, way over there, do it there. Just don't approach me with it. No, thank you.
So if a guy,
real quick.
If a guy comes to the gym staring at you, you feel okay? If that guy's staring at you like the guy's staring, but instead of him staring at a woman, he's staring at you. You're gonna feel some level of discomfort, right?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna feel threatened.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, he practices jujitsu, so he probably feels like if any sin, he can defend himself. It's a man-to-man fight, and he fights, so he feels. I don't think he's threatened because he knows he can defend himself.
Some of them jokers be 6'2", lifting weights too. Now.
I'm telling you,
but it don't matter because Mandrell's a trained fighter. That's my point. He's a trained fighter, so I just think
he feels a sense of security.
Some of them like for you to fight.
Body yada 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 yada. Mandrell out here throwing that body yada yada on folks, man. We respect that, Mandrell.
And the thing is, I haven't even reached my goal yet, and this kind of stuff happened. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, women like to disrespect you. Women like to disrespect you. I mean, clearly.
Yeah, we need to talk about that too.
We're not turning this into a Mandrell show today. Yeah.
Yella. What's up, man? You got something you want to jump in with? And I need all the men to cam up. We're gonna do synchronized body rolls, man. We about to objectify ourselves. for the ladies or the men that might be watching. Come on, everybody cam up. There we are, man.
No, I'm not objectifying myself for you.
You about to objectify yourself, man. Come on,
no, I'm not gonna do that.
I'm with it.
Nobody reaching for your compression shorts today.
Yeah, I wear shorts over my compression shorts. You know what I'm saying? Like gym shorts over my compression shorts. You know what I'm saying? So
come on, get a little something going, Rico. Go get a little something going, Rico. A little shoulder shimmy, little come on,
with the gun hands like in the 90s.
Yeah, come on, man.
That's right.
Come
there
on.
You go.
Come on now. Come on,
man. All
Mandrell.
Objectification. That's nice.
There we go. Come on now.
Come on, Mandrell. Let's see what that woman grabbed.
Yeah. All right, y'all calm down. We gotta get Mandrell, man. Mandrell on probation until he cam up.
You feeling unsafe, Mandrell?
Yeah, go ahead. I know Yella finna come in here. Yella finna come in here and cut up. Go ahead.
Shoot.
I was listening and I was inspired to come up with something that really speaks to this topic, right? I will approach her saying I am. I will approach her because I'm a man. I will approach her in the parking lot. Hell, I'll approach her at the chicken spot. I'll approach her from a box. I'll approach her in my damn socks. I'll approach her anywhere. I'll approach her wearing her real hair. I will approach her saying I am. I will approach because I'm a man.
Snaps. For poetry, you snap. Okay. All right.
Dr. Masseuse. Yeah, you gonna put them hands on her. I see you, boy. You gonna put them hands on her. I see you play, boy. I see you play, boy. Yeah. Go ahead, play. Play.
Okay. Yella said he got that wrist that overrides, you know.
I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's always 100% win rate, but it don't matter where the fuck. It don't matter where you at. Right, because if you got it, you got it. So that's why I was finna come in and say, we talking about, oh yeah, if he at the gym or if it's some random dude, he touch you on your booty, you wouldn't like it. However, if the right nigga came by and touched you on your ass, you would like it. See, there's a thin line between what niggas say that's creepy and niggas do that's creepy and what niggas say and do that's because the right type on the right day would be a whole different situation. I mean, look, you can say what you want,
but that's not the point. Is if you were to approach a woman and she's giving you cues that she wants you to back away from her, you just gonna leave her to be. You gonna be like, that bitch crazy, and you just leave her alone, right?
I mean,
if she's giving you obvious like, no, don't come near me, you're not gonna be like,
oh, I'm gonna fall out. I'm gonna fall out on the ground and start. I'm gonna act like she did something to me. I'm gonna call the police. As soon as she start, I'm gonna fall out.
That's all I'm saying. Like, just like if a woman does not want to be bothered, and you get that intel, you try to engage with her, just leave her the fuck alone.
I mean, that's reading signs though. Like,
okay,
look, you can't. Point. But guess what though? We ain't never gonna be able to teach men how to read them signs because either you got that shit or you don't.
But that's why you gotta start doing shit like talking to you like a bear. Whoa, bear, because y'all don't understand subtleties in body language that I'm uncomfortable. So now I gotta treat you like a fucking bear.
Cause see, the second part of that video would have been her talking about how I cussed her ass out for turning around and yelling at me in the motherfucking parking lot.
He did cuss at her. Like, she said he was cussing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I missed that part because I'd have went in. Who the fuck, bitch? Who the fuck is you yelling at? First of all, you know what I'm saying? Because if I'm 30 feet away and you start yelling at me, I'm gonna start yelling at your goofy ass too. The hell is you talking to, lady? Fuck out of here.
Can I ask a question? Are we thinking about the risk to men who look like us up here if that been an interaction and someone may have mistaken it the wrong way?
Yeah, so leave people the fuck alone.
No. I'm saying you just walking in the parking lot, she starts screaming and yelling like that.
I'm recording myself.
One of those damn stand your ground states and somebody want to draw on you or the just a myriad number of things that especially as Black men, we're at a higher risk. Not saying that it couldn't happen to any man, but we're at a higher risk for someone, I'm thinking more about the parking lot situation. Where I could just be.
So then wouldn't you tell your son not to approach women in parking lot with babies then
Yeah,
if you know there's a possibility she gonna react with hysteria? Wouldn't you just tell him, hey, let it go?
And in my mind, I've never seen a woman react like that for someone 30 feet away. This is the first time I've heard of someone reacting that way. Now I'm respecting that that's how she felt. So I'm not knocking it, but I just never seen people react with such a large distance that would react that way. But I'm saying in that instance, the way it's described to me, I don't know what the hell he was. If he was maybe he was a white guy, but he was a Black man. Hell, he could have been shot by somebody thinking that he was doing something to her. And that's what I'm just like, I get her safety, but I'm like, for us, I'm like, we at a more of a heightened risk. Let a fucking Karen say we did something. We in handcuffs on the ground having to explain this shit.
Okay, so then the point stands that it seems like it would make sense to just be like, is that potential interaction that you trying to have worth the potential of her taking it the wrong way?
I'm setting aside. I'm telling my son, don't run up approaching people like that.
There you go.
I've only approached a woman in a social setting. At a club, at a function.
Mandrell moves like he danced once every 10 years. Hold on, y'all.
That's about how it is. I can't dance. I can't.
Go to some salsa classes. Go to some salsa
once a decade.
You gotta loosen up that body. You gotta loosen up that body, honey. You might need to do some embodiment exercise.
Oh,
okay?
God.
Yeah, I can't dance. I can't dance.
It's all right. You can go to salsa. It's all right.
So he need to get his ass out the gym and into the club.
Yeah. Go. Yeah. Go
yes, dog. Yes. One less night of
dance and make them dance.
One. Throw some. What's the dance workout shit? Zumba. Bro, go get a Zumba class.
Yeah, go to a Zumba class.
Look.
Yeah, you'll meet
Is that bad, y'all?
Yeah, you'll meet Bayer.
Yella said.
Go to that Zumba class. You'll meet the
I'm just saying, hey, get up in that Zumba class. You might have some ass slappers in there.
Man, we had a man come to our hip hop dance class. I know he was having a good time.
Hey, Yella, Mandrell ass dance like he from Alabama. Alabama dancing.
This is how we do it back in North Carolina. This is how we do it back in North Carolina.
Mandrell said he don't have to do all that much. He could just stand there and
a little two-step.
Cool.
That's all I got. All I got is a two-step.
There you go. Joe, learn some real out the way shit like tango or some shit.
But can we see that?
Tango.
Mandrell, can we see the second step?
So we can see the second step. He said the second step.
One.
Can we see the second step? We only saw the first one now.
Don't let them troll. Don't let them do you like that.
I know, right? That was a good one, though. I gotta give him credit, Brito. Hey, can we see the second one then?
And I'm sorry, I can't do a shimmy. I tried to do a shimmy, but Ty Libra said it wasn't a shimmy, so I'm not good with a shimmy. It's either popping, the body roll, but a shimmy is kind of.
Y'all gotta get it together. It's 2023. Y'all need to come on. Y'all just gotta do better. Sorry, that was such a sidetrack. But Rico, to your question, if you have sons and you're hearing women say that this is a reality that a lot of us actually walk around with, maybe not to this degree, I would just tell, hey, that little interaction you're trying to have, if you're not in a place where people go to be social, just understand. Run up on the wrong one. She might be a Karen.
That's you're right, because I didn't, and like I said, being the boomer breed, we didn't have to worry about stuff like that. But I understand it's new now.
Y'all just didn't have to hear about it. It was going on. Y'all just didn't have to hear about it.
Right. True. And it wasn't something that someone would assume you know, you were assaulting somebody just out of the blue. It's normal. But I mean, yeah, nowadays, if that's, and I would only approach a woman at a social event, always at I never really approached women on the street a lot. Because it didn't, oh, well, that's true too. Yeah, you're right about that, Lee.
The way he said it so sadly. The way he said it so sad. Like, yeah, that's true. People was getting assaulted back then. You wasn't gonna get canceled for assaulting nobody.
Yeah, nope.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
It was not a thing.
Nope.
That wasn't a thing. Being canceled.
It was happening, but it wasn't a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
The question would be like, what'd she do?
Exactly.
That was the shit you heard too much. So I agree. God damn it, I gotta take that boomer L.
Yeah,
man, hold that L, Rico, because man, oh God, that part. When I finally actually heard from women the stuff that they went through, man, that broke me. Like, that was the first time I became a feminist. Like, this is my fifth time as a feminist, but the first time,
you're so full of shit, bro.
The first time I was a feminist, honestly, because I was teaching Sunday school, right? And I did this Bible study lesson on Tamar. And there was the sexual assault, or, you know, the R word, or, you know, whatever we like to say on YouTube. And for whatever reason, the ladies started to open up in the Sunday school class and started talking about their history. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, not even trying to be funny or pun. I was like, it tripped me out when they openly talked about the things that they experienced, some of them in church. And like, I was like, my heart broke in that moment that like all these women in the church were like one by one, all of them had this experience. And I'm like, at that point, I didn't even know what to make of it, because there was nothing I could do. But that many guys are being rapacious. It's I don't know how to take that. I don't know how to sit with that. I mean, because by the numbers, I mean, somebody I know, somebody I hang with, somebody I'm cool with, somebody I drink with, somebody's out here on some dummy time. I don't know which one of them it is, but just by the numbers, somebody in my community. So that I don't even know how to. My mind never understood how to sit with that. It just I could never reconcile that. But go ahead, Rico.
Remember, I told you I said that was like one of my major things that fucking literally drove me livid, that, you know, that I didn't like about what Kevin Samuels did, was how he tried to diminish the amount of domestic violence and other violence that occurred to women of our generation. And I was older than him. I'm like, he is so full of shit, the way he downplays as if it didn't exist back in that time when it was happening at a rate of 50 times greater than it is today. So as bad as it is today, and women were just accepting of it because they knew that, you know, short of having a father or a brother, and sometimes even when you went to your father, they still took the men's side, you know. So literally it drove me crazy because of knowing so many family members and knowing that as I grew up, probably half the women I knew in my lifetime had either been a victim of domestic violence or some sort of SA at some level, not all super egregious, but some boy, some man at some point in their life forced themselves on them, and they just gave in. And because the reporting was almost like a fucking joke, if you told, now everybody knows, and little or nothing may have happened to the person. So you just had to pray you had a father or brother that would want to kill his ass. But if not, looking to the justice system was terrible. And even if you look at the generation of the time of that story, when he was talking about The Color Purple, my mother's generation, I'm like, what white men did to black girls, especially in the South and the Midwest at that time, they could just take them if they wanted to. Nobody wasn't going to do a damn thing. They weren't going to do anything. So I just thought that's what always frustrated me, was for him to minimize the past. Now, the way it is today, I'll look to Bree and the young folk to tell me. But I'm like, it was fucking horrible. Not for every woman, but a lot of women just didn't tell their story. So I know for every story I was told, there were five more women who just didn't tell it. To include my mother. my grandmother, my aunts, all. Some told it and some just said fuck.
I mean, but a lot of them was telling us though.
Right. Yeah.
So we knew. So that's the other thing. Like when we start having these conversations about why are women so skittish, it doesn't come from nowhere.
It doesn't come from nowhere.
It don't come from nowhere. And it's gonna be hard for you to talk a woman out of that. Like, oh, you should give him a chance. You can't.
I mean, because we're being honest.
Be aware.
It's not even waiting to. Men are not even waiting until they're adults. So, like, how could you talk somebody out of a fear from victimization that they've experienced from childhood? Like, that's what really, like, without even getting too deep into it, man. The people in my family, the people at that church that day, I'm like, if that part makes me sick. And I also heard women talk about how they didn't want to tell the men that did care about them because they did not want them going to jail or dying, like doing something reckless. And it's like retaliating. What kind of position are you put in where you're sexually violated, but you have the concern of telling people because either they're not going to believe you or they'll verbally assault you for being fast, or they'll be like, okay, I'm going to go take this person out and I'm going to lose you from my life. What kind of position do you put somebody in? And it's like, what kind of trick bag is that, man? That part, I didn't understand it. I got it when I was like, dang, that's messed up. I can't go do nothing to him because you don't want me to. But it's like, but I got to sit with this knowledge. So I'm sitting you with this knowledge and knowing that this person's around. And as a guy, I don't understand how women have for so long sat with the knowledge of their abuser being at the family gatherings. I don't know how y'all cope mentally. I don't know how mentally, because when I started having to deal with these people, knowing that they violated somebody that I cared about, it started to put a strain on those interactions. And I just can't deal with them. Can't text them, not on Facebook. I can't knowing that. And well, I don't understand how. Yeah,
think about the percentage of women that the abusers lived under the roof with the abuser.
Yeah, all of that. That's what I'm saying. I don't
so
understand.
It may be mama's boyfriend.
Mentally,
uncle,
how do you cope?
Yeah.
How do you I've never understood how women coped with those kind of circumstances. Because I know I didn't have the same experience, and I couldn't cope. I had to back out of those dynamics completely.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I just said, for me, it just offended me so much to see a black man that knows the history or fucking should have known the history, but to speak in a way to diminish. I think of cemeteries that I know that are full of black women. And because that's all I grew up around. So I'm pretty sure it's white ones too, and the Asians as well, but black women. Cemeteries full of, and I'm not saying that the whole cemetery, I'm just saying all different cemeteries, a percentage here, percentage there, of women who have died at the hands of their abusers. So when I would never diminish it because it's disrespectful to them.
That's well, I think that's part of the point. Like sometimes the diminishing happens in smaller ways, not just the big things. And when we're talking about these situations, like women being skittish with guys hovering and like kind of being like this intimidating presence, or a guy coming up in the parking lot, you don't really like. There's a lot of diminishing in the smaller ways. We're so nose blind until it's what we deem as bad enough. I think a lot of people come in these conversations like, well, this is wrong when it gets to this level, but a lot of people don't see it until it's at a very, very dangerous level. And I think that that's just a problem that the Black community in general has with a lot of things. I generally think people don't know when they're not safe. I think a lot of people are desensitized to unsafe dynamics and situations. And I think that sometimes it takes so much for y'all to say, okay, that's bad, that I'm in a position where I don't even want my daughters to be compromised. Like, don't even put yourself in compromising situations. And if that means you have to be rude to a man trying to talk to you, then you're just going to have to. Rude in the sense of, when I'm saying rude, we're generally supposed to be polite and pleasurable and pleasant. So if you are telling him
Smile.
something contrary to what he expects to see from you, it's going to be considered rude. You know what I mean? So I'm going to teach them, follow your gut. Just tell them, don't come up to me. Like, you don't have to smile at him. You don't have to be pleasant. Like, you don't have to cuss him out. But you might have to just tell him, like, you're making me uncomfortable. Like, don't come any closer to me.
But that's okay to cuss him out. Because I tell my daughters the same
thing.
I
just say, like, I don't think if he's not meeting you with aggression, like, I don't think it's necessary to use aggressive language unless, like, in training, even as a nurse, they teach us de-escalation. You don't generally, if you're the weaker, you're already scared, you wouldn't open the gate to aggression. Like, you wouldn't be like, get the fuck away from me, motherfucker. Like, because you don't know who you're dealing with. So if he's, he's going to escalate automatically. So you don't need to cuss him out. Now, if he starts to get aggressive with you, then you meet that with aggression. But I don't think if he just coming up to you, you could just politely say, hey, like, I'm not interested. Please don't come any closer. Like, I don't want to talk to you. Like, you can just politely say.
Right. But what I would say is this, Bree, like, in other words, because I think that sometimes, and I tell my daughters this too, I'm like, be stern in what you say. Don't feel like you have to be overly civil, because men, we're slow to understand. Sometimes we can't. Right. I'm like, that motherfucker may not be able to take a hint. So you need to be crystal clear. And if you have to be stern, be stern. Make it so he has no doubt in his mind how you feel. But don't feel like, oh, don't. It's the worst thing. You try to reject
don't smile
nicely. That motherfucker be your stalker. That's how you create stalkers. Rejecting them nicely. Oh, she playing hard to get. No, I ain't playing hard to get. Get your ass away.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, be stern. Like, just be very straightforward. Please do not come closer to me. I do not want to talk to you. Like, just be very clear. And you don't have to smile. But that's going to be perceived as rude by a lot of people, because we're expected to smile and be pleasant, even if we're uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, that's just the thing. Because I hear all this in the man of spirit. Always, women don't smile. Women are feminine, and they're pushing this femininity shit. But like you said, fuck your femininity. Your safety first. Your safety first. You be as masculine as you need to be protected. If I'm not there, be as masculine as you need to be protected. Femininity, which we're talking about women's safety, femininity isn't necessarily going to save your ass. Use your head, be stern, be smart, be wise, and you meet the energy, like you said, that you're met with. Don't try to let them down nicely because you're trying to stay in femininity. It's some real creeps out here. We know that.
Yeah. And shout out to Mr. He Said in the building, man. Just want to greet you real quick. I appreciate you for coming through. And I think Anae hit something. I know a lot of people in my generation, we were definitely groomed to reward gifts with physical affection, like go give them a hug or like that kind of stuff. Like I know I got out of that, especially like with my nephew. He's grown now, but I know that was a thing I didn't feel like I needed to put on him. I allowed him to. And I spoke up and advocated for him within the family for him to be able to have boundaries. Of course, you needed to be grateful or show gratitude, or to be honest and say, like, this is not a gift that I want, or thank you for this. But I wanted him to be more honest and vocal so that people couldn't try to leverage gifts into anything else. I did want to make sure he understood that the boundaries and dynamics that people will put them in.
But aren't we putting out conflicting information though? Because especially for boys, we say, we need to show emotion. You know what I'm saying? I agree.
I get you, but I didn't tell him. I didn't tell him not to show emotion.
Right.
I didn't tell him not to show emotion. Because again, gratitude is an emotion. So I told him to be. But I said, don't show affection is not the cost of a gift. Right. That was my thing.
But it's just I'm just thinking like because I raised my boys to be tough on everything. Boys don't cry. So it's like you fuck them up if you tell them that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, where's the balance, I guess? Because I'm just genuinely don't know.
Yeah. For me,
I
the only person
mean,
I
yeah.
poured into my nephew. I'll let Brie go ahead, Brie.
No, I was gonna say I don't know. That's like an extreme. It's not, you don't show any. Like, once again, I think there's a lot of emotions, and I just think it's very small wins when you tell somebody they can only exist in one way. You're limiting what they. Yeah, exactly. You're limiting what they can be. You know what I mean? Like, you can be grateful, gratitude.
Oh, okay. Jesus
You can
Christ.
say, I was just going over this with my toddler the other day because she went somewhere by herself with my mother-in-law, and I had to tell her about safe people, and like, when strangers, because they're going to be strangers here, you know, but they're going to be family strangers, but like, who are your safe people? And she had to ramble off her safe people. And if someone comes up and talk to you, what do? You say hello. They come close to you and try to make you hug and say, please don't touch me. I don't want to be touched. I don't want to be hugged. Okay, she's 4, so I'm telling her, tell grown people, I don't want to be touched or hugged. But you can still say hello to them and be polite and have conversations with them from a safe distance, which is usually not in arm's reach. Like,
you gotta sit on nobody's lap.
We don't sit on nobody's lap. We don't do all that. So
you make exceptions for grandma, right?
If she don't want to sit on grandma's lap, no.
Okay.
And the people that she do know, it's just depending, like, a comfort. I'm not one of those people that's weird, like she can't sit on her daddy lap or nothing like that. Like, no, it's her dad. But like, it's not a male specific thing for me. You don't know them, they're not safe. I don't care if it's a male.
I was just speaking of familiarity, so that's why I said grandma and grandpa.
There's some people that she still don't want hugs and like snuggles from. Who she knows, and so I just respect it. If she don't feel like that's the person she want to have that snuggle closeness with, I don't force that on her. I don't care how long she's known them. The familiarity is up to her to decide on that. If for some reason she feel awkward sitting on this person or hugging them, or then I'm just gonna believe her gut instinct. Like, even as a kid, I felt when people were weird. I ain't had no language for it, but I felt it. So I just kind of, she don't have to do nothing she don't really want to do.
And I don't know that with girls, but I know my nephew, it wasn't something that came up a lot. But there were times where there were people he just did not feel comfortable around. Like, he did not want to be like, I don't want this person picking me up, or like it was not something like everybody got that treatment.
Right.
He was not the most handsy person, but still, like, that he was still affectionate because he was a child. So he was still affectionate to most people that he was close to and that he was in a familiar relationship. His aunt, his grandmother. So I mean, he was still affectionate to most people, but there might be like adjacent, like friends of the family. That's typically where he was like, his discomfort was like, you know, I'm not trying to get picked up, or, you know, so
and that
it wasn't
makes
something
sense.
like grandma got it.
Yeah, I was just thinking like that makes perfect sense. Friends of the family, hell no with them. But it's just like, because oftentimes grandma end up being the secondary caregiver, which is almost like not the second mom, but the secondary caregiver most of the time.
Yeah, but see, like, my mom's not touchy-feely, so she wouldn't do that, right? So if she tried to do that, maybe my toddler would be uncomfortable with it. And I'm not going to make her, like, not be comfortable with it because it's out of the norm. Like, my mom isn't that way, right? So that's what I mean. Like, right. So I mean, even though it's a caregiver, I don't tell her you allow caregivers to do anything to you either. Like, if you don't feel like you want this caregiver to do this to you, you always have a right to say no. It doesn't matter who they are.
Okay.
Like, Summer's been that person for other people's kids. Like, they've tried to force hugs on their kids, and Summer's like, nah, give me a high five.
Yeah, I'm not like that either. I'd be like, they don't have to. I hate when people say, go ahead. I'm like, nah, let them. We can just feel each other out from a distance. Like, just like, stop trying to force your kid to touch me. It's weird.
Summer, I like that approach. I relax just by you saying that.
People do that, like try to force their kids to give you affection, even though the kids.
Like, go up to you, like, go say hello to her, go up to you, and like within your personal space, or then, like, you know, just get close, you know, just anything. I just find people kind of think it's polite.
You know, that comes from out of the bless us boomers. And I think a lot of that came out of, like, even when I was a kid growing up, you know, I guess it was like teaching you respect. So, or at least what they thought of respect. So, like, you had to call everybody Mr. and Miss, and kids don't do it today.
You should.
Sure don't.
Right.
They don't. My
They
kids don't have to
should.
call nobody shit, and they can answer how they want to.
Right.
I know
And
y'all
get
can be triggered.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
triggered.
I got a little triggered.
No, if you disagree with that for me, I'm like, okay, fair enough. It's just I think it does show a level of respect when you say Mr. and Mrs. or Sir, ma'am.
To an elder. Yeah.
Right, to an older
adult,
person.
If you a kid, it was because I know for me it was mandated, and I even sort of I wouldn't have my kids, but now they have my grandkids call people by their first name. But my kids, they had to call people Mr. and Miss. Like if they met you, it would be Miss Bree because you're an adult and they was a child. Because that's
and then I would tell them, you don't have to call me Miss.
Yeah.
And then what would you tell them after that?
Oh,
and then I told them if you don't.
No, I'm just saying because like that's the reality. Like my mom never made us call our auntie insert name. We just called them by their first name. And like, of course, if it's a teacher, you call them like I teach respect institutions. So if you're in an institution where people have titles in front of their name, you can call them that. Like some hospitals don't require you to call doctors Dr. So-and-so. You could we call them their first name, like in Seattle. But some hospitals want you to say doctor in front of it. So I can adjust to the institution I'm in. So of course at school, if you were a church and it was a pastor, you would say pastor, whatever. But as far as regular people, like my best friend doesn't want my kids calling her Miss her name. She prefers them to call her first name. And most of my friends are that way. So I don't have a blanket rule. I say you call people what they want you to call them. And usually if it's an adult and I'm there to facilitate, I'll say, well, what would you like them to call? Like my stepmom, my dad got remarried. I was like, what would you like my kids to call you? Like, you want them to call you this or that? So I don't have a blanket rule for them. What do people want you to call them? That's what you call them.
Mr.
Y'all killing me with the boomer assaults.
It is a boomer assault because y'all got arbitrary rules that don't really be meaning nothing.
Why do I come over here for this boomer abuse?
I'm just
what I'm saying?
It's arbitrary rules for no reason.
It is. I agree, but we didn't know no better. We didn't know no better. That's all I'm saying. But you're right. And I don't go to church, Quantum, so take your foot off my neck. Yeah. I'm not the older church folk. I'm just the older.
So, dang, that's interesting because you said whatever they want to be called.
Yeah.
But if they introduce themselves like I'm Mr. Rashawn, that's how you would. That's interesting.
Yeah, they would say Mr. Yeah, either adult says I'm so and so, like hello, how are you? I'm this. What's your name? You call them that, and then sometimes if there is somebody, I say, well, what would you like them to call her? Because like I know I don't. Yeah. Some people get offended. I don't have my kids. They're not gonna call you Mr. Miss. Would you prefer? What would you like for her to call you? I will enforce that. So I just whatever you want my kids to call you is what I will tell them to call.
Can I ask you? Can I throw another twist out there to you, Bree? Now I know you don't hang around no people like this, but you know some of our people have colloquial names. You know, whether it be
like Miss Peaches,
Little Man, or Peanut.
Oh, you mean like nicknames?
Yeah.
You can call them their name if that's what they want to be called. I don't. It makes it easy when you say call people what they want to be called. I don't. You want to be called Peanut, but they'll know your real. I mean, I will tell you for safety. Any caretakers, they have to know their real name as well.
Right.
But I tell them to call them what they want to be called. It's very simple.
Right.
Okay. I'm Mr. Peanut. Tommy, Mr. Peanut.
We're not gonna really talk to Mr. Peanut. He being shady, you know. What
about Stink Man? You know, hey, what about
I'm gonna need to know your government name too. But
I'm
what would you like to be called? You know,
Mama.
But I think that should be added to conversations though. Like, what would you like to be called?
That's an interesting conversation. That's an interesting. Right. That's man. Yeah, because I was all on the Mr. and Mrs. with nephew. I mean, because that's why I got trained. I didn't think that was something I needed to change. Hearing it, there's some feeling triggered because I don't feel like Mr. and Mrs. is such a thing that we can't do that. I mean, especially you're like, I respect anything that you want to be called. So I'm like, why not just have Mr. and Mr. as a default anyway? Like, just why not?
Because I found a lot of people don't care to be called Mr. or Miss. Like, I don't care to be called Miss Bree. I don't care for kids to call me that. And just call me their name. My nephews call me by my first name. I have a lot of friends that way, so I just found over time that people don't care for it. Some people tell you, please don't call me ma'am, don't call me this.
That's my parent. That's my I've heard that too.
Yeah.
I guess sometimes I would think in my mind, I guess the only thing it would do for me is like if it's my kid, it would trigger in my mind that they're talking about an adult. That's all the Mr. and Mrs. did for me.
They know you a damn adult.
No.
They see your ass. Oh.
I'm saying like, if I came home and my kids say Miss Bree as opposed to Bree, and heaven forbid there's a Bree and a Miss Bree, I would know, oh, they talking about you, Miss Bree. But that's how I knew they always addressed you. But if they said Bree, then I figure, oh, they might talk about that little heifer across the street. You know, because there's multiple Karens and Donnas and things like that.
Yeah,
so
but I'm generally gonna know who my kids. I mean, in conversation, like even my teen, I know who her friends are. We talk. She has conversations, and you really ain't gonna be around too many people where I'm not there for at least a first interaction. And of course, if it's a teacher, you're gonna call them Mr. and Miss. So I just feel like a lot of that you can gather from just being around. I haven't had that issue yet.
I preferred starting off with the social grace of Mr. and Mrs. and moving off if the person says, man, I would not want a kid that's assuming they could just call me Sean or Rashawn. Like that would just
so like, you can introduce yourself as Mr. Rashawn.
It would land on me away. I don't even know why, but I think it would. I wouldn't. Why
would they just walk up to you and call you your first name? Because they wouldn't there be an introduction somewhere?
Possibly, but what if the person introduced me the way they introduced, like the way they're used to talking to me? Like maybe they introduce, hey, this is Sean. I'd be like, I know I can tell. I'm just saying I can tell I would have a feeling about that.
Right, you say that's such a boomer take. Yeah, because usually if the kids come up, this is usually what happens. I'll be like, oh, I'm talking to her. I'll be like, hey, what would you like for her to call you? And then I'll say, oh, this is that. So if I'm there to facilitate it, I'm gonna ask, like, what would you like for her?
Nobody's ever asked me that. I think everybody out here has always started with Mr. and Mrs. I think that might be an Ohio thing, Leah. It might just be Ohio. We're decent people. Anyway.
Now, Arshawn, would it make a difference if the kid would say, because somebody did ask about the age? I think it wouldn't bother me as much if the kid was 15 or 16, right? So it was a 15 or 16-year-old that said Arshawn, probably wouldn't land the same way if it was a 5-year-old that said Arshawn. I kind of see one as a young adult, and I see one as a kid.
My friends' kids, even though some of them are in their 20s now, will say Mr. Rashawn, and I don't trip about that.
Because
something about the first name,
life, right?
Something about the first name just feels too informal. It just feels like too friendly. So I like that. I like a little bit of professional distance. I know it's not professional. Absolutely, yes, Mr. Rashawn, sir, Your Highness, any of those work.
Not Your Highness. Not Your Highness. I'm with the sir.
What helped me a lot with a lot of my friends was because I coach sports. So we was always putting coach in front of our name. So I was always Coach Rico, Coach Craig. So I was always around guys who coach sports. So everybody was coach. So we would replace coach with Mr.
You don't get shit from my kids just because you breathing in their space. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck.
I'm coaching.
What you want them to
No. Hello.
If you in the institution, respect. But like once again, I said, if you're in the institution, respect that institution's rules. Sorry, my sister-in-law is smoking up in the kitchen.
Coach can't even be called coach no more.
No, if you on a sports team and they get called coach, call them coach.
Please.
He would.
All that smoke detector going on.
Ain't it? You can see.
Not beeping.
You can tell that a man's not in the house.
We got batteries in our.
See, you can tell that woman has no man in the house.
You said Yella. First it was the sign language, now the smoke detector. One more strike.
Right, I had to get up and come out the room. I had to come out like, we good? We good? Let me make sure I got to run.
Yeah, when that fireman show up, man, you make sure you call him Mr.
Because if a man was cooking, the food wouldn't get burnt or something.
He wouldn't be cooking. Yeah, we know how y'all niggas eat. Hot Pockets, ramen noodles. Not Yella. I've seen Yella cook.
Okay, all right, cool.
No Yella be good. He was better
Oh. That's not fair because you appear to be 20, so I'm not sure how to intro because I'm gonna be like, this was Sean, the streamer. I be watching. That's all you getting from me and my yo.
That's probably right. They think you the same age. That's why. I gotta call him Mister.
Right.
Mr. Critically Drinking.
What video games do you stream?
Call him Mister.
It's the YouTuber. It's the YouTuber.
You got games on your phone, Mr. Critically Drinking. But nah, I think we're moving that way. I know people get triggered about transgender people, but I think that should just kind of become a social thing. You should just, what would you like to be called? Because everybody who look like a Mister might not want to be called Mister. Okay, everybody who look like a Mister might not want to be called Miss.
My nephew just said my nephew was just telling me he had an encounter with somebody like that. So you're right. That is something that we're running into more frequently. He's like, the person had a full beard, and I was like, okay, sir. And it's like, it's ma'am. And I was like, I mean, it's what it is.
My kids do be saying what though, and my mother-in-law gets irritated. Sometimes if they in the middle of something, if they in the middle of something, like they might be gaming. My oldest listen to music a lot because she draws like all day, and so sometimes she'll hear somebody kind of call and she'll take a what like that, and my mother-in-law she be ready to die.
It's the is the one to get me, like.
I don't know. I don't mind a or what or yes. I prefer yes, but if you really couldn't hear me and you say what, like, because you had some headphones, it don't bother me. It don't bother.
Well, you also from the South, so you say a lot, and it sounds Southern.
Yeah, I say Yeah.
You say a lot, but man, don't be around here talking about no
So what do y'all think about kids saying what? Do they have to say yes, ma'am?
I don't mind what.
It depends on how that what. Nah, I'm finna say, depending on how that what come out. Like you say, like what? And you say something like that. Now, if you be like, what?
Yeah.
I might have to come in and snatch your ass about that chair. Or what? Then I
that
really
one.
Might have
that one.
Yeah, that what? Like
that
when you angry, I'd be like,
it might be. Excuse me. That's when you bust through the door. Like, excuse me. You say what? What? No, we ain't on that.
That one you just did. Not crazy about what from anyone. What I do not mind at all, except for the way Yella just said it. My ears are ringing. Like my ears, there's a feeling. Like there's a feeling in my ears.
I mean,
as soon as he said it, like,
well, that's because it's not the word; it's the tone.
There's something about the tone. It's like a challenge. It feels like a challenge.
It's also because it's coming from me. That came out naturally. That came out really naturally. Just know that tone that comes out.
But underneath, like sometimes parents do be irritating as well, and sometimes that tone is the way you took it because you done called me about 5 times. Every time I sit down, you call me
right, exactly.
And I know it's something stupid. Like bring me the remote.
If I call your ass 5 more times, you better come see what I'm
saying. So, but I can't say what like I'm irritated.
Ain't gonna be no tone.
Nah, man.
If you would need an adult, man, go sit down. I love my mom. We'll be on the phone, and she will say my name. She will repeat my name to me like 5 times before she say what she needs to say. Rashawn.
But you can't even let a little what
Rashawn
out. You can't even let a
Rashawn, you on the phone, nigga. You on the phone. You on the phone.
You can't even let a little irritation come out in your voice. But you being aggy. Okay.
Like, yes. Just be like, yes.
Kids are humans too. Absolutely.
I be irritating the fuck out of my oldest sometimes. I be irritating her. So even if it slide out a little like, what? Like, I be like, damn, I should have did better because I knew I wanted it before you left the kitchen and you took about 10 paces and then I made you turn around. You know what? Next time I'll try to consolidate the task for you. You know what I mean? That's
good mothering right there. That's good mothering.
That's irritating. She be
irritated. Not consolidating the task. Oh. I feel
Rashawn,
like
are
I'm
you
sliding into a
activated?
trauma. I
You
feel like I'm
activated. His
He
nervous system
is.
is
Holy
activated.
Spirit
oh
activate.
God.
Holy
Oh
Spirit
God.
activate.
But, okay, so that speaks to my point, but they can't say what, like they irritated.
Can I say what like they're irritated? I don't like Yes is of course great. Man, that's another trigger. Oh, Leah, thank you. You're right. It's another trigger. What in that particular tone is a problem? I hate. And I'm gonna tell you the other thing. And this is I found this out with my nephew now that he's an adult. I don't like people not acknowledging that I said something. Like,
woo, I just got activated.
that I said something.
I just got activated.
Okay. Yes.
Ooh.
All right. Mm-hmm. Like,
you want to know something?
Give me at least a sound. Go ahead, man.
You want to know something? I do this a lot. Like when I'm on, like you see me on panels, I'm like this. When people are talking, and it's to acknowledge to that person that I hear you, acknowledge that I heard what you said. But people are like, Mandrell, you're sitting there agreeing with everything they said. I'm like, no, I'm not. Yes, you were. I'm like, no, I was not agreeing with anything that person said. Right? Like chaotic truth to come up. I'm just like, okay.
But Mandrell,
right.
You know how
and then they're like, what are you agreeing with? I'm like, I'm not agreeing with him. I'm acknowledging to him what he said, that I heard what he said. But people take, why should everybody take everything I say the wrong way? That's a trigger for me.
And here's the thing, Mandrell. When I see you do that, I receive that as you ain't paying me no fucking attention. You just nodding your head. It's like a tacit, like you just nodding your head for me to shut up. I receive it as that, right?
Right.
I just see, I'm like, this motherfucker ain't even paying me no attention.
None.
And the thing is, like people,
I receive
but people like, you sit there, he's just agreeing. I'm like, no, I'm not agreeing. Like at all. Like did you hear? Like, I'm like, did you hear what the guy said? Yeah. Who in their right mind would agree with that? Well, why were you sitting there nodding your head? To acknowledge to the person that I heard him.
Active listening, though. Yeah.
To acknowledge to the person that I heard him. You know what I mean?
And my oldest do that. She'll stare at you. She won't even respond. Then she'll come, I did say something. She's be unsaid in her head.
Yeah, don't blame.
Like,
don't blame.
You hear me in here talking to you? I'd be like, I'm a gentle parent, but boy, I'm telling you, that's what I'm working on still. Cause if I have to get up and come to see your face, especially if you're in the other room and I'm saying stuff to you, you just not responding, and I had to get up and come look at you in your face to know. I'd be like,
and don't let it be up or downstairs. If I gotta change floors to make sure that you heard me,
we fighting. When I
I'm with that. Yeah, that's one of the things that annoys me. Like, it's like I can't talk to people. You know what I mean? I'm like, yo, how do y'all take what I say that way? You know what I'm saying? They're like, I can't tell when you're joking or not. I'm like, how can you
shake your
not?
head no too? You can shake your head no too.
Like with you, it's a little different. Like everybody else having this conversation, like I'm with it. Like, yeah, we all in agreement. But you be seeming like you be agreeing. Like that's what I'm saying. With you, it be like it ain't just the nod of I acknowledge what you're saying. Like you'll join in on some of the jokes. So it's hard for me to want to let you get away with that because you'll join in the reindeer game sometimes, and it's like, you know, I don't know. Like when they turn it double Dutch, man, I be seeing you hop in. You be like 1, 2, I'm in, and you be going, and then you'll hop back out.
And a lot of time, our shot is just to have fun with it.
No. Let me tell you when I can tell.
Yeah, that's why we. That's hold on. That's
when
why
he tilts his head like that. He'll like. Then it's like, okay, he's going to agree.
Hey, why he do it though? As he's standing,
he won't say anything.
You did it. Go back and watch this part. You did it. As soon as he said something, he was like,
hilarious.
It's involuntary. It's involuntary.
I don't know if he just wants them to shut
up.
This
is what we call gaslighting.
It's involuntary. I mean, it's involuntary. The thing Rico's talking about, I don't even know I'm doing it. Like he's right, I do it. He's right, I do it. I don't know when I'm doing it though. It's just one of those things that just kind of happens. But yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of times people like, I don't know if you're joking or not. I'm like, okay, was what I said crazy and outrageous? Yeah, then I'm kidding. No one actually, because I'm looking at like y'all should know me well enough to know by now that something that's like, well, if a man's staring at a woman at the gym, she should just take it. Yeah, come on now. You gotta know I'm just putting on there. You gotta know I'm kidding around. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
But
we can't know that because there are a lot of guys who thinks that women should just take it. So we can't really know if you're the guy who doesn't believe it. We're gonna probably assume you believe it because most men feel like they have a right to be strange.
And I will say this, Mandrell, you're found in spaces where when something like that is said, you might be the only person that don't believe that. But I know all the rest of the shit throwing monkeys, they believe it.
I can't disagree.
Yeah, we needed that on Big Face Cam.
I can't disagree with that. I mean, there's times where, like, even Mr. He'll say, Mandrell, there's times where you be on the island all to yourself. And you sit right there on that island and don't move.
You be sitting there looking like that damn dog in the room that's on fire, looking stupid. Looking goofy as fuck.
This is fine.
This is fine.
I'm fine with the events taken care of.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently.
You got that clip? That's magic.
And why?
That way too. It's like, oh my! In my mind, if y'all heard my inner monologue,
that dog is in my house.
Y'all would be on the floor laughing if you heard what's going on through my head. Because there's times when I calm down and I'll start laughing at myself at the shit I'm thinking. I'm just like,
Ooh, not a neck pulling your card though. You fucking
right. And hey, thank you. That's what it be feeling like. That's what it be feeling like, Mandrell. I'm just saying. It feel like, man, if you agree, yeah, I'm with you. But if you don't agree, I was just joking. So it's. I say everybody else, I know that, but man, with you, when you said that, I'm like, I don't know, Mandrell. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that lets me know that there's an issue, and I've been looking for ways to correct it. You know what I mean? That's why, like here recently, if I disagree, I won't join in to say, yeah, you're right. And I'm in my mind, I'm like, this shit is crazy as hell. You know, like I'll be saying, yeah, you know what, yeah, and I go along with it. In my mind, I'm thinking something completely different. So that's something I've turned the dial down a lot on. You know what I'm saying? If not stopped it altogether. I mean, at least people will know that, okay, everybody else might be insane, but I'm not one of them. Everybody else here might be thinking that crazy shit. And like, some people I think, like, how the hell are you married? Like what? Listen, don't go to one of them.
Well, thanks to Rico's generation, it doesn't take much to be fit for marriage.
Ooh.
I didn't say that. But I feel you, Bree.
Turn on some light because it got shade.
I just want to see her making the boom town.
I'm sorry. I know I'm never gonna miss a chance to take a shot at boomers or Gen X. So
now here's the thing. I don't know if you guys still watch some of the content I'm on, but you will notice that there's a lot more times now where I'm like, I disagree. You agree, Mandrell?
Yeah.
Nope. You know what I'm saying? Like Leah's saying, you should say it aloud. I do
recently. I haven't.
I know a lot of y'all haven't watched recently. I wasn't on last week. I'm not gonna be on this week. Even next week's up in the air. I don't know.
Call out directly because it's like, oh hell no, that's real crazy.
Yeah, some of the stuff crazy. But I do have the one with Chicago Real Saved. I haven't gotten to it. I'm working through my backlog. But I'm gonna catch that.
And I would say, guys, this too. Speaking about boomers, what I thought about, I said what I always knew, because of course back then we still did corporal punishment. I'm not saying it was a good thing; that was just a thing they did. But we always knew you one step from an ass whooping when they called your whole entire name.
Yes.
When they called your first, middle, and last name, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's still in the gentle. I think that's in the gentle parenting book still. I think they done made it to gentle parenting.
If I have to say your first, middle, and last name, I'm done. Yeah. I'm done. So I was like, okay, you better get your ass up and move now.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that takes me back. I
don't do the full name, but he a junior. So when I call him by his first name, he knows it's a problem.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He called me.
Because I usually just call him junior. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I say little girl. If I be like little girl,
ooh,
I'm gonna tell you one more time.
Oh, disrespectful.
I'm done.
I'm sorry. I try not to do it, but the Southern mama just come out of me sometimes.
She
If
ain't
I
gonna
say
have
little
the
girl,
size advantage long. She ain't gonna have the size advantage long.
my oldest already
Right, if she even has it.
so yeah,
About
my
to
oldest
say.
taller than me. So but if I say that I'm on my last little bit of gentle parentingness, I got one more time to try to explain this to you gently, and then
Jesus Christ.
I don't know where we gonna go after that.
You got one more.
One more. I tried the gentle parent. I know why people don't like it. Takes a lot of time. It takes time. It takes patience, and you have to explain it. I understand that you're upset, but these are your options. Would you like to do this? Would you like to do this? And then it's like, no, I don't want to do those. Okay, I understand.
And especially when it's like, okay, I know this is the 44th time I told you this shit today. There's no other way for me to say this. So when I say your first, middle, and your last, all bets are off. Because this ain't nothing new. This is not a new problem.
No, not with my folks. I mean, here's the thing with my parents. There was no difference in how they called my name. They called my name, I had to answer, whether I was in trouble or not. If I don't answer, I'm in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, hey, at least say yes or yes, ma'am, to let them know you heard them. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't really tell the difference in how they called your name. They called your name. They didn't call me by my full name if I was in trouble. They just called me by my first name, no matter what.
My mom wouldn't even call us by our name. Then we learned it was a sneak attack. She'd be like, come here real quick.
Ooh, that's dirty.
So that was a sneak attack. She get real calm. She get real calm.
Right?
Hey, you walk over there all goofy, like, yeah, what's up? And you in trouble. Like, so she didn't call our name. No.
Damn. You got hit with an 8
Now y'all see why I don't trust.
What is it? I got one more round to go. What's going on? Man.
Now y'all see why everybody is a threat, even if they call. I can't.
I gotta go inside. I gotta go inside. I gotta get my ball. She said I gotta come in.
Yeah, you only know when you cut the corner. She used to pull that and you went in the same room with her, so you didn't see her expression. So once you cut the corner, you was like, oh, you not okay. It's too late.
I mean, hell yeah, we need some healing. Because look, I'm thinking like this. Moms didn't really whoop me too much, right? But my granny was a savage. Like when I say I believe I got my athletic ability from my granny because her aim was crazy, bro. Like, yeah, laugh, nigga. Hold on.
Not even you. I was laughing at Apex with the porn.
Oh, look. She took the Nintendo 64 cartridge.
No.
And when I say she flung that motherfucker and hit my cousin in the back of the head, and it wasn't like a short distance because that motherfucker had to fly. So it was giving that.
She threw it like a ninja star. She threw it like a ninja star.
Whoosh, whoosh. If it was slow, I was like, damn, that motherfucker.
That's assault with a deadly weapon.
Man.
It was cold with it. Cold. Jam rock. For real, it was.
Jam rock, yeah.
Man, look.
Yeah, Quantum. My mom, we didn't get a lot. We didn't get beatings like that or anything. I got maybe one or two. And I chose them both times. It was my option. I was like, I'll take the whooping. I chose it both times.
What was the other choice? If you don't mind me asking,
it was like a punishment that would go on for a time, but I think there was like a new game drop, so I didn't want to like not be able to play my game. So I was like, I'll take the whooping. Actually, I think I requested it because we usually didn't get whooping, so I requested a whooping. I was like, I know we usually don't do this, but can I get a whooping? Because I'm trying to play this game.
Wow.
I'm a gamer, and you talking about something I get beat before I miss a game.
Oh, my God.
I took the beating. So yeah, and then the other time was I don't even remember what happened that time, but that was a switch. So it wasn't I got beat with a switch. I didn't get beat with a belt.
Okay, can I ask a question though? Because while we beating up on us boomers and the parents, let's look at the perspective from the other way of the kids. Because I know, like, when I was growing up, well, I thought I was a fairly good kid. I'm not saying I was perfect, but I know I had some badass brothers and sisters. I had an older brother and an older sister. They were just bad. So rarely in a family, you got good kids and then you got the others who, you know, I'm not going to call them evil. It's just like, you just got some bad siblings. If it wasn't you guys, I'm sure somebody might have had a brother or a sister or somebody that didn't listen. Right. And, you know, so even though so we grew up the rough and tumble, because I'll be honest with you, with the exception of myself and my younger brother, all my older siblings, my older brother was in and out of jail starting at about 16. So it was just bad. He just, you know, I mean, it's, so these cycles that you see of things, you know, petty criminal, stupid shit. Yeah, you know, but he was just, that's just who he was. My mother would be stern. He just wouldn't listen. I had an older sister that was the same way. They were just rebellious by nature.
A lot of people was undiagnosed with a lot of things. But
diagnosed or not, you know, they still out there doing stuff. So what I'm saying is, and even with my kids, I had 5 sons. I'm gonna tell you, while most of them were pretty, I'd say half of them were good. The other 2 gave me hell, just like boys. And I got this one in particular, I mean, at an early age. And, you know, obviously he had some little issues. And I can understand some of the issues. It didn't explain some of the shit he did. Because some of the stuff
what was the issue? Did he get diagnosed with anything? Like,
no, no, I didn't get him treatment, but he was abandoned by my first wife, his mother, his birth mother. But I'm like, okay, I can't fix that. You know what I'm saying? We just got to deal with it. And I know it was a difficult thing. I was a young father. I was 25, 26. So he was growing up without that. But I was like, I mean, what the fuck? You know, we still got to keep living. You know, so people find themselves like this in the world through unfortunate circumstance. And I'm like, and irregardless of the circumstance, you don't get to act out. I mean, you just can't, you don't. But
well, no, I don't think you do. But I think sometimes, like, my question about diagnosis, because I think a lot, especially in the Black community, like, because a lot of people it's a newer thing. I think what diagnosis does is help you learn to work with the child in a way that's useful for them and also understand the capacity. And I think sometimes when we don't know, like, we know something off and you can't act out. But depending on what they're dealing with, like, there could be a reason that they act out in this way. And maybe if you had a diagnosis or you understood better how their brain worked or the deficiencies that are there, you could learn to work with them better. I'm very, like, hesitant to label a child bad. That's just part of the parenting thing, I believe, because you try to figure out, you know, sometimes even myself, I got ways about me that if, you know, like, I say a lot of times in these conversations with dating, people just look at people as everybody's neurotypical, everybody's normal. And so you're interpreting certain behaviors or things about that person as a bad or a negative. And it's not to say that doesn't come off negative in your experience, like how you experience them. But if you understood better what they're dealing with sometimes, I think that, you know, you will understand that it's not personal. It's not a test of your authority. It's not that they don't whatever. It's just maybe they got ADHD. Maybe their executive function is wrong. Maybe they're very impulsive. Maybe they're sensory driven. Maybe they're, you know, there's something called demand avoidance. So if you tell your child to do something, they're going to literally do the opposite because demand avoidance is part of neurodivergence. I have a very high level of demand avoidance. So if you took everything I took as a test of your authority, because you didn't understand it about me, then that just makes us relating harder. So that's why I sometimes ask, did people ever get diagnosed? Because I think a lot of what we're interpreting as bad is just something about how their brain is wired. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'll say this. Obviously, us boomers, we didn't have all this knowledge. Us boomers. So, and I'm, you know, I'm saying, but we didn't. We just didn't have it. So we just did the old-fashioned shit. That's all especially in the Black community. Maybe in the white communities, they were being introduced to this stuff, but it wasn't in the Black community. Nobody, I mean, we weren't even talking about ADHD or anything of the sort. That's something I think, I guess, really came into prevalence. You would know, I guess, maybe in the last 20 years. But if you go a little bit further back than that, I didn't hear a lot of people talking about things like Ritalin and all the other stuff that I see all the fucking kids taking today. But back then, if a kid acted out, it was just considered a behavior problem. It was just like you were bad. And the funny thing about it is, of my 5 sons, the one that they tried to get, and I refused to get him tested because I was afraid that they were going to label him as like special needs or something, and would hold him back, because I was like, if they're going to do it, if I allow them to test him, then, you know, it's like this scarlet letter in his education file, and I didn't want him to be taking lesser classes. He's gone on to be like one of the most gifted on his 2nd, 3rd degree. And the kid that was actually the smartest, but the most deceptive and devious, just would not do work. But it was so crazy. And the story that it made me think about was, he had to be like in the 4th grade. So this was like at elementary school. And I had remarried, and we did a blended family thing, but he had came home with his report card. And I remember my wife at the time, and she was like, Rico, I was like, what? Look at this, look at this. And she just like handed me this piece of paper. And I'm like, oh shit. And I could tell she was just so upset. And I'm looking at this report card, and you could literally see every grade on the report card had been altered. Every single one. There were all these square A's and B's, you know, what you knew were D's and F's, because that's what they would give, you know, I think a D, an F, or E, that he altered and turned into A's and B's.
That was me. I did it all through high school.
And I'm sitting there, but it was such an obvious counterfeit, right? And I'm sitting there like, this boy must think I'm dumb as hell. So I'm getting highly offended, because I'm like, I'm trying to leave all these cues to him that I'm like, Demetrius, what? Are you sure it's nothing you want to tell me about this? Nope, we could. Is this your I'm leaving. I was up all night. My wife is in my ear. Like, are you gonna let him do that? Are you gonna, Angie, let me talk to him. I just want him to confess. I'm big. Please, for the love of God, just confess, and we can move on for this. And he wouldn't. And
I gotta follow through now.
Yeah, he stuck it to the point that the next morning, I told him that night, I said, Demetrius, I'm gonna have to go to the school tomorrow, because this just something smells fishy about this. I'm gonna have to go to the school. You sure you don't want to tell me nothing? And he just kept saying, nope. And I'm like, okay. So the next morning, he was getting ready to go to the bus, and I'm like, whoa. I'm trying at this last minute. Please, Lord, please let him confess now. Please. We going to the school. Okay. And I'm like, this motherfucker.
Nah, I'm gonna follow through.
All the way to the point. I had to go all the way to the school, because I couldn't do anything because he was insistent that was his real report card. And I'm sitting in the office knowing he's just lying. Knowing, and I'm getting angrier and angrier. And then I had to wait for the counselor to come out, for them to say, what do you want, Mr. Young? I'm like, okay, well, I need to talk to you about my son's report card. So they take me back into the office. As soon as I handed the lady the paper, she looked at it and looked at me like I was a damn fool, because it just jumped off the paper that, come on, man, you ain't this stupid. So literally, I had to go all the way through for her to reprint one from the office to compare, to show me he was failing all the class. And it wasn't that he wasn't smart. He just wouldn't do the work.
No, I was gifted, and I graduated with a low, with a damn near D. I almost failed. All my teachers passed me because they just knew I was intelligent, but I was gifted.
I had the older son that was so crazy. Just what drove me crazy, Bree. He couldn't understand why he had a D in the class, because he was only getting 60%, because he would only turn in homework every other day. So he was given homework every night. I would sit at the table and help him do his freaking homework, and he wouldn't turn it in.
I did that.
And I'm like,
yeah,
sorry, Mom.
What the hell is
Sorry,
with
Mom.
you?
It's called. Well, you gotta
Sorry,
stand
Mom.
firm on something. It's demand avoidance, Rico. It's
It
not.
was
You
like-
took it personally. You took it way too personal as the parent that it was about you, and it wasn't. It had nothing.
She
I
took
went
it
to the
personally
school.
too.
Yeah,
went
all
to
the
the
parents
school
take it
to
way too
confront the
personal. Like how
teacher.
does my demand avoidance mean anything about you? Like
I went to
y'all
confront
are
the
in.
teacher about how dare you fail my son, because I know I see all these papers that got 100 on it that he brings home. He's like, yeah, he's only doing, and the thing was, this is the part that's crazy. He was doing all the homework. Guess where all the missing papers were? In his fucking locker. He wouldn't take it into the classroom and put it in the box on the desk.
Yep, I did
So
the
when
same.
you do the work and don't get the damn
Classic
grade, are you
demand
crazy?
avoidance. Classic demand
God, I got in
avoidance,
trouble for
Rico.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got in
Imagine
trouble for
wasting
that.
all that energy, punishing him, fussing at him, and it's not going to work because it just makes it worse because he has demand avoidance.
Wow.
I'm sitting up after work helping him do this shit, and he wouldn't turn it in.
Yeah, because it wasn't about the homework.
I'm like, I can't believe
Y'all gave
this.
yourself heart attacks raising y'all kids. I be looking at my
Yes.
kids like, hey, what's going on? What you think?
That's all. So
What you think?
I only said all that to say that yes, us boomers, we're bad, we're the devil, this, that, whatever. But some of this stuff, some of this stress, we didn't ask for. Like you said.
Facts.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. I know y'all didn't have the language for it, but that's why I tell
Mhm.
parents, like, get out of those and stop labeling your kids bad. Maybe they got stuff. Get them diagnosed. It don't mean nothing about you. Some of these kids neurodivergent. Some of y'all kids on the
Yeah.
spectrum. Some of y'all kids got anxiety. Some of y'all kids have ADHD. Like, go get these
Yeah.
people diagnosed so you can teach them how to exist.
Well, I'm glad that now, you know, my kids do that for my grandkids, but we didn't in the Black community back at that time had those tools. We just didn't.
I can tell it's a lot of undiagnosed Gen Xers who be hanging around, especially on YouTube. And I know they got stuff. And I'd be like, I can tell y'all boomer parents didn't get y'all diagnosed.
Yeah, like the whole ADD, because it was ADD before it was ADHD. ADD didn't even become a thing until the 80s. The 80s, that was it. And we're not even talking later. You know, we're talking about later in the 80s, you know what I'm saying? Like in the mid 80s. Say about mid 80s, that's when it became a thing. Then like early 90s, ADHD.
And I think it still was only prevalent among white communities before, you know, everything
Right.
got to start there before it trickles over.
Right. And the thing is with black, because I know a lot of black, like my mother had friends, you know, and one of her friends had her kid on the ADD medicine, and she took him off of it because it made him the kid like a zombie. Like the kid would just be sitting there like.
So why do you think these same adults? Why do you think these same adults still ain't diagnosed?
Because the parents were afraid of what the medicine was doing to the kids.
No, I'm talking about the same adults. These undiagnosed adults, still undiagnosed adults.
Oh, because they don't. You know, once you get older, you're like, I don't need a doctor. You know what I mean? It's that whole thing.
Because you become functional. If you become functional in a way that you can get like housing, job, food, sex, if you can obtain those things, you think you're normal. And everybody, any divergence you attribute to other people.
I can tell you too, for me, I know as a young boy growing up, we were fearful because I remember one friend that I knew that ever it's the stigma that ever, you know, talked about, you know, things in his head, and they took him away and we never saw him again. So those were things that you got afraid of because kids were being committed and you may not see them again. So even if you weren't, you know, if somebody diagnosed you with something back, that's what they used to warehouse. Just like used to warehouse orphanages and people with mental illnesses. That was late 70s and 80s. They were just warehousing you, and you go, and that'd be the last time they see your ass. So you learn to cope. Like, look, man, don't tell nobody nothing wrong with your ass, because you would have that fear of that happening. And so it was just something that even to this day, you carry it to your grave, because it's like, I'm just scared to admit that something's wrong with me because I'll get committed. Because people were being involuntarily committed.
Fact.
I mean, yeah, you can still be getting voluntary committed, 72-hour hold. My mom actually worked in those institutions that the kids were sent to. That's what my mom did.
And the fear about the schooling where I had with my son was I didn't want them to then label him and put him in special ed, because again, we knew they were overdoing that for Black kids. That was the thing. I knew that there was a racist element to it. So when they said, "Oh, we think your son need to be tested," and he probably did, but I instantly like, what you talking about? No, fuck no. But they needed my permission to test him, and I said no. Because I was
my parents they tried to tell my parents that in school one day, and I remember my parents used to have me like do a standardized test every year. You know, the standardized school test. Smoke them every single time. I smoked that test, and I was an A student. But then the school's like, I think he should be in special ed. My mom was like, what? You know? My dad is like, special ed for what? Well, his behavior. Now here's the behavior they're talking about. Seventh grade social studies class, right? I'm first introduced to how to play chess. This teacher taught us how to play chess in class, right? Mm-hmm. I asked my parents about me a chessboard. They do so. I take it to school. You know, when you have downtime, when you're done doing your assignments and stuff like that, I set up a chessboard and me and the other kids would just play chess. I was a disruption, so I need to be in such special ed for playing chess in class. A student. One of the top athletes in the school too. A student. And he's playing chess in class. I have a behavior problem.
They said he off.
He off for playing chess in class.
Yeah, that's off, bro.
He ain't playing chess. That little nigga making it up. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
But the point is that is off.
Yeah. How is that off, Reed? It's just a kid passing time.
It's because they bought you a chess set at home. You got hyper fixated on this chess set, and then you go to school and understand the rules. You ain't never seen nobody playing chess in school, but you still missed all those social and structural cues that this was not something we do. And you brought a chess set to school and set it up in the classroom and invited other kids to play with you. That child is missing social cues and structural cues.
Okay, is it any different if a kid brings a deck of cards and they play spades?
And they never saw, because you know I went to hood schools where they shoot dice in the back of the class.
Right. You know, so is it any different than playing dice, dominoes, or spades?
But like people was doing it and the teacher was cool with it. Like,
okay, yeah. It was a white. Here's the thing. It was a white school. The teacher didn't really have a problem with it because our assignments were done. We were quiet while doing it. She just told some other teachers, and some other teachers told some faculty, and the faculty told the principal.
Y'all need to test that little nigga.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. He off. He played. Wait. So that kid brought the chess set, the black one.
You can be very intelligent.
The black one.
You can be very intelligent, but I'm very smart and gifted and still neurodivergent and miss social cues.
What social cues? The teacher said it was okay. No one had a problem with it.
Right. There's racism in education, especially in Alabama.
Yeah, this is in Alabama.
Okay, it could be racist, but once again,
this is a state where as a
were you ever tested?
I told you I took a standardized test every year.
No, were you tested for any neurodivergence?
Oh yeah, they did. They my parents did it to prove a point that there's nothing wrong with that kid. You're the problem. And they used my test results. And they used my test results. They used my test results to prove their point too. See?
Okay.
Y'all are the problem. And then they say if he comes home complaining to us about anything y'all done to him, there's gonna be hell to pay. I was in the room when they said that, by the way. And you know what I'm saying, when my parents said that to him. If he comes home complaining to us about something you've done to him, it's gonna be hell to pay. Well, there's no need for right. Here's what he went with it, Rico. Here's what he went with it. Well, we don't want there to be any violence or any kind of disruption. Violence? No, we're gonna. They're like,
I
no.
like how Mandrell has gone into this whole spout to reassure us that he's not neurodivergent.
No,
y'all had. And I just want to speak to the fact that Leah and I share the same existence. I am also actually legitimately labeled gifted, and I am myself.
And there's nothing wrong with being neurodivergent.
Me too.
You, Rashawn is too. We was out here
What the hell is
testing ourselves.
neurodivergent again? I want to
Testing
be
ourselves.
There's
We
nothing
done
wrong
said
being
in the-
neurodivergent.
we done said in the Discord and took all these assessments of ourselves.
Right.
neurodivergent. I want to be it.
He wants to be it. Listen to
I mean,
him.
you can have generalized anxiety disorder. That'll put you in the group.
In the
You can
neurodivergent.
have, you can have ADHD. That'll put you in there. You can be on.
I'm gonna say
spectrum,
Rico is a social deviant. That's what he get. That's his label. You get to be a social deviant.
Like get in that way.
You close enough.
Okay.
I
just want to be in the group.
Yeah, but I'm not saying I'm not neurodivergent. I'm not saying that. I don't know. But I'm just saying the school tried to stick me in special ed, and my parents weren't hearing it.
You gonna put your
You know what? You gonna put him in special ed?
This little black boy in that white school supposed to be in special ed.
Right, this little black boy in his white school beating white boys in chess, beating white kids in chess. Something wrong.
I know
here.
that boy ain't smart.
Something wrong here. He cheating.
Hey, Mandrell, was they calling you radio?
No, they weren't calling me radio. But this is back in the day, man. I'm 44, so I mean, you know, this is back. Put radio over there, especially with the rest of the slow kids, because you know down here they call them slow. They don't call them ADHD. They don't call them anything. They call them either slow or the R word.
Damn,
that was a thing.
Alabama.
It's Alabama. They're backwards. So I mean, at least it's not Mississippi. I'll say that.
Here's the Mandrell being neurodivergent and derailing.
I'm not derailing anything. It's a conversation, Bree. Let's talk about Bree. How about this? Let's talk about what you want to talk about.
No, there's a lot of deflection. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
we want deflect.
Let's hold up. Let's definitely greet the newest person on the panel. We got cut the
shit.
One of my favorite catchphrases. One of my favorite catchphrases.
Welcome to the panel.
Hey. Hi guys.
Hey, day one. Hey.
Oh, day one. Thank you. Yes. Any more titles y'all want to give me? Let's go. Let's go.
I just changed my name to X. We gonna let's go.
Why the X?
Because I don't identify with these people, and I don't know what needs to happen, but you know, I can't. I'm just these people. That's all. I'm through.
You love these people.
She do. And welcome to the stream. Cut the shit. First time having you here. Cut the shit. It's a pleasure to have you here. Cut the shit. So you know, welcome to the stream. Cut the shit. Is there anything that you wanted to add to the stream? Your name is just very appealing to me. Cut the shit. It is. I don't know why it rolls off the tongue. You know, the shit rolls off the tongue. Not even.
I bet it do.
It just
daily.
Damn. Why are we shade? Oh my gosh.
So cut the shit. Was you a good student or was you with the shits?
Hell no, I was always with the shit.
I was a terrible student. I was
actually really good. I was good.
I was gonna say, my folks was a straight A student.
Not me.
Must be nice.
Oh no! I was not. I was a class clown though.
Mm-hmm.
I can see. Okay, I can see that. I just said in the class in group. You just seem like I heard you roast Rashawn for them flare pants, them flare jeans.
I mean, Lord have mercy. Can y'all imagine? Just think about it.
Rashawn's face just now. I'm sorry, Rashawn. Man, listen, I'm not trying to have you relive your trauma.
Hey, but I'm good. I lived through that. I'm straight now. I'm good. It can't.
You sure?
Oh yeah.
Oh okay.
Yeah, I'm straight now. Thank you.
Quantum. Okay. Dang. Oh, now I'm quantum.
Mm-hmm. Me too, Leah. I had beef with a lot of teachers. Like, I don't know what it was. A lot of teachers hated me. It's either they loved me or they hated me.
Y'all was terrible.
My teachers loved me.
Absolutely
my teachers
terrible.
loved me so much I sat next to them.
Yeah, see, no.
Y'all would have sat next to the teacher. Y'all with them
students. Right. Was it like some, hey, I like having you over here, or sit over here so your ass stop talking? Because
sit over here, I like you so much. Stop fucking talking.
Oh, okay, yes. No, I'm just saying, right.
It was all of it.
I was definitely the kid who was like, sit, you shut your ass up.
I can tell that. Mm-hmm.
I mean, my thing was, I was like, okay, so I was the jock, but it wasn't like, I don't know. I pretty much got away with everything.
Because you was a jock, right?
Ain't that what jocks
Mm-hmm.
do?
That's what they do.
High school, not middle and grade.
I mean, that's the thing about it though, Rico. 7th, 8th grade, we was fucking rock stars.
Oh, really?
We was rock stars. Our basketball team, like real shit. Like our basketball team was like we was in the paper and shit. We was like in a local paper every week about some shit. Like we was fucking rock stars. So yeah, we got away with some shit too. Let's just say I went to high school without passing my constitution. And that's a mandatory thing to get to high school. I've never seen the constitution test.
I like how Leah said she mentally deleted middle school.
Same.
I mean,
It was
really,
just not a good environment for me. I mean, I was really smart, but it just wasn't stimulating enough.
it wasn't for me either. It really wasn't. That wasn't the way to get to me. I did schoolwork because I had to. That's it. And I was that kid.
And I would tell the teachers why all this shit was goofy, and I was refusing to do it. And some of them were like, "I'm just gonna pass you because you're clearly intelligent because you spending all this energy arguing with me about why you're not doing this."
And they didn't want to see your ass again the next year.
They did not want to see my ass again.
Oh no, get her ass out of here.
Because I would pass all the tests. I would pass everything.
I would piss teachers off because
problem, Bree.
I would piss teachers off because I would like. I go weeks without doing homework, but then the test comes, I get an A.
Yeah.
But I ain't turning in not one homework assignment.
Same.
And they call me by my name. Wow, where's your homework? I didn't do it. Why? I got home and I got tired. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just no. What do you do after school? Oh, I go to boxing practice. Oh, you box? Yeah. Children your age box? This is when boxers start. They start when you're young. You know.
Homework.
Well, homework. I was too. I tell her, I said, look, man, I was too tired. I was too tired.
Shit boring.
It's boring, right?
It's boring.
It's boring. I spent what? You spent what 6-7 hours of school?
In school, then come home. And do some more? Come on, these old folk act like they don't know that shit. Man.
And
see, y'all not gonna be able to tell your kids they don't have to do homework.
They don't do it in Seattle. They pass something where they don't give kids homework.
And my parents, I had the kind of parents that they weren't hearing that. You're gonna do homework, so I did some, but other subjects I just didn't do. I just didn't do it. Like math, I did the math homework because I needed to practice. I don't know what it is for some reason, and it drives me up the walls because it's just numbers and patterns. That's all math is. I don't understand why it took that's the only subject I actually had to study with. Now reading comprehension, not a problem. If I read it in class, I ain't going home and I ain't reading this shit ever again. You give me the test, 97, 99, 100. You know what I'm saying? Spelling test, 99s, 100s. All of that, but math was the only science, 100s all the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think I had like a 98 average just in the science category. You know what I'm saying? Like as a whole in high school. And so math, that was the one though. I did math homework because I needed to practice. I hated it, but I needed to practice. So the rest of it, they get pissed off, man. But when I got to geometry, I was like, man, I hated geometry. Couldn't stand it.
Couldn't pass fucking algebra.
I did pass algebra.
It makes sense to me.
It doesn't. Now, if algebra didn't make
to me, letters with numbers. That just don't make no fucking
you're right.
sense.
Now, if algebra confused
you just put the alphabet together with numbers.
Now, if algebra confused you, Rico, geometry would have been hell. Geometry would have been hell for you. Geometry would have been hell for you, man.
That's so bad.
Now, here's the thing. If you ask me today, Mandrell, solve for X. I'm like, hey, look, let me Google it.
Damn, nigga, you don't know how to do the distributive.
You know what? Look, this is how much I hated math. I struggled with certain fractions, like multiplication of fractions. It's like, fuck. I know the numerator, the denominator, but it's just like I just
that's about it.
Math.
How do you
didn't say, well, Rico, I understand
addition and division. I was like, I don't need no more math.
Right now, Rico, I understand Rico because it's for me too. It just didn't stick. Yeah. It's the only subject that didn't stick.
Math.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I told you. Solve for X. Hey, can I buy a vowel?
Well, did you guys read?
You know,
I'm about to say, did you read? Did you read?
Did you do something? Like,
yeah, I read. I just said.
Do you bake?
Do you like bake? I said, no, with reading. I told you with reading comprehension, stuff like that.
Yeah, that was easy.
All A's, sciences, all A's.
And y'all just gave
but here's the thing.
Solve for X.
Here's the thing with chemistry. I made A's. I didn't. Here's the part that confused my parents. Mechanical engineering, A's. Chemistry, I got B's. I got B's. But then, like, my mom was like, but no, my daddy said this. How the hell you get B's in math, but you get A's and B's in chemistry? I don't understand this. Like, how do you get B's and C's in one and you get good grades in the other? He said chemistry and math go hand in hand. I said, Daddy, I don't know.
They said that boy special.
I couldn't understand. I don't know.
When he was little, and I should have listened to him.
Yeah, like how you get good grades in chemistry?
Your dad asking you questions.
How you get good grades in chemistry?
But you know what, Mandrell? I took chemistry, and to me, they don't seem to match to me.
They didn't seem to me either.
Chemistry has anything? My brain doesn't tell me chemistry has anything to do with math. My brain just doesn't tell me that.
Your brain probably won't tell you that.
Right. I don't know if there's a barrier. I think I have a barrier to math, numbers.
It's a mental barrier. You put it there.
And
it's giving y'all questions to solve in the chat, please.
Wow.
He is giving y'all.
First, she was threatening to beat.
And those are easy ones too. Look at that. Look, those are easy ones too. Look.
Now y'all want to say they're easy.
Wait, India. Listen, I'm not the R word. I can do math. Okay.
Well, I must be because I didn't know the answer.
The thing is, look, I passed statistics in college.
Oh, that shit sucks. I don't like
in college. I passed statistics. So it's like, yeah, I would do it. It just wouldn't stick.
It's just mental blocks. I mean, a lot of times the school environment, I don't think it's conducive. Like, I almost failed out of school, but I got A's in nursing school. So, I mean, obviously I had the capacity. I just didn't want to fucking do it.
Yeah. But I love reading history. I love anything with reading. I loved all history. I love social studies. I just hated math. Just anything to do with math. I D'd my way out of math right out of fucking high school. I just hated math.
I had three classes.
You had 3 classes?
Which I'm not convinced Yella was in school.
I had drama. That was first period.
Only had 3 classes.
That explains a lot.
I had lunch.
Drama lunch. Did you put lunch as a subject?
Drama lunch.
He said lunch.
Drama lunch and PE.
Yeah, in gym. Yeah, hell yeah, in gym class.
That explains everything, doesn't it?
The special kids, boy.
We got no more questions for Yella. Drama.
And I was such a piece of shit, right? I'm telling you, I'm a jock. So the athletic part and the participation ain't the issue in PE. I get a B because I refuse to wear my fucking gym uniform.
Yep. Yeah, the uniform.
I'm getting a B because I refuse to wear my shirt. Because I sweat, I'm hooping every day. I could flop the shirts, but I tell them every day, give me a new shirt, I'll wear it. Until then, I'm bringing a shirt that I can hoop in, that I can run around in.
It must have been, I should have been a fucking jock.
Well, I was a cheerleader. I was a cheerleader and a majorette, so I kind of got away with stuff.
I mean, I wasn't stupid. That's the thing about it.
But you only had 3 classes. So
yeah, I wasn't stupid though, because when it came time to see how smart I was, I passed all the tests.
You passed all the tests. That jock life. I was the weird art girl. I hung out in the AP art class most of the day, and I hung out. What did I skip school a lot? I had multiple tardies. I would come to class when it was half over. I was just doing whatever I wanted.
That's what jock did.
Yeah, I was the art girl. I was in AP art.
AP art, an advanced placement for art. Listen, I'll tell you what
it's college credit for art, and I was in art school.
You know what? We never had that option. I took graphic design every year in high school. There's subjects I took in high school every year, like mechanical engineering. There's 1, 2, and 3. Graphic design 1, 2, and 3. You know, those are electives. You know, I took chemistry 1 year as an elective, so it's like 2 years as an elective. So I mean, yeah.
But y'all didn't have art.
Yeah, we didn't have advanced placement art. You
I
know,
was in AP. I think I was in all AP classes. I think I was in AP history too. Yeah, I think I was in all AP classes.
yeah, we didn't have that many. Like, did y'all get the option to go for an advanced diploma?
Probably. But like I didn't want to. I hated that I was in AP class. I actually didn't want to be in those classes, but they forced me to because I was gifted. And I think because I had come from a school where I had already, I went to a magnet school that was for gifted children and stuff. I don't know. They just kind of forced me into this path. So I think I was just basically pushing back against everything they wanted me to be. They're like, you're really smart and you should apply for this and go to this college. And I was like, I just don't want to do any of that. So I just didn't do anything. He didn't go to school in the hood.
Graphic design.
Yeah. Graphic. You talking about AP art, but y'all had graphic design, which is art.
Yeah, it is. It was art. It was art because we had to draw and we had to draw and paint and stuff like that too. Yeah, graphic design was just a part of the curriculum. Yeah, I didn't go to school in the hood. You're right, Moesha. Because in Alabama,
you don't strike me as a hood guy, Mandrell. I'm just saying.
I grew up in the hood. I'm just not a hood dude.
Yeah, you don't strike me as a hood guy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a black neighborhood. Pretty much all black neighborhood. But I mean,
with graphic design in Alabama.
Yeah, but no, there's a white school. There's a white school.
Okay.
Okay. I was about to say.
I went to white. I grew up in a black neighborhood, but I went to white schools.
Got you. I was about to say,
Mandrell hiked uphill both ways to get to school. He
right,
he just on the he's just on the cusp right there. You know what I'm saying?
But that's how it was down here, Yella. The white schools got the newer books, the updated curriculums, and all that kind of stuff. So my parents.
I eventually got to one of them white high schools. That's why I was looking at them crazy when they was talking about coming to class and shit. I'm like, look, man, see them banners hanging up there? I got the last two of them motherfuckers. Y'all better leave me alone.
Oh, you was one of them.
Call me a test time.
Oh hell no, I would have hated your ass.
Yeah, he would have been annoying.
Call me a test time.
You still do long division. You better get on that Common Core.
What?
Nah, whatever they teaching these kids, this new math shit. I don't know what the fuck. You pretty much.
They're actually teaching them why the answer is the answer, not just the calculator.
That's too much. Now we're gonna make math existential and shit.
10 divided
it's
by
not
5.
about it's not about the how. It's about the why.
Because they're appealing to multiple ways of learning. Some people need more visuals. Some people can just memorize. Some people read the shapes of sentences, and some people have to slowly read, like y'all ninjas up here.
Oh no!
So everybody process information.
Now we gonna be having to take Rorschach tests to motherfucking figure out. You know what I'm saying? Simple equations. You trying to make math some internal. You know what I'm saying? Journey through the numbers. You need to feel the equal sign. You must
really understand
the equal
why.
Man, kid.
You really did take drama.
Yella.
I did. I did real shit. The real shit. The first time, the real shit. I made somebody cry in drama class because I was doing so good one time. Like I realized that I got it.
Yella, what do you see?
I got it.
What do you see when you look at this picture?
I see hope.
What you see?
I see hope.
You see hope? You see this?
Yeah.
Hope. This nigga lying.
He lying.
This nigga lying.
You say you gotta take a Rorschach test.
Right.
This man is
lying. You see, look at this picture.
Man.
I'm just saying.
And Rorschach test is so full of crap.
If you start Common Core early, I think it's harder to start it later. But I can kind of see what they're trying to do with it now. Whether I think when you get to advanced math, it is nice because sometimes you have to know why the answer is the answer for more advanced things. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think it's terrible.
Okay. If I have one marker, and then I pick up another. How many do I have? 2, right? Why
You have
Did
this
he
many.
answer the
That's how many you got. That's how many you
wow.
got.
Smart ass.
You have this many.
I'm just saying.
This many.
She said explain why because you got two in your hand
You
now.
gotta know why.
That's
You
why.
gotta
No.
break it down.
No,
You
because
gotta
the
break
answer
it
no,
down.
because this math, like, so let's talk about
Jesus
markers
Christ.
for a second. Instead of trying to just get to 2, it'd be like, so markers. How about them, right? You
Because
know
when
what I'm
you
saying?
get past, that's why a lot of people struggle with algebra because they didn't really understand why the
Rico.
answers
What's
was
up,
the
Rico?
answers.
Nice, my guy.
You know what I'm saying?
Man, what's the
So
what's
that's
the
why I
math
think
for,
that's
why
what's
you
trying to help.
what's the math for
sit next
money?
to the teacher.
What's the math for money?
I mean, it depending on what type of money you to learn how
Algebra,
to
right?
calculate a mortgage
Ain't
rate or
algebra
something over
ain't
30 years, you may need
ain't
statistics.
algebra. But I'm
No,
talking
man,
about
money really is just basic arithmetic. Because if you ever take, like, I took bookkeeping in high school, and I took accounting in college. It's just regular arithmetic.
Mandrell,
There's no algebra in accounting at all. It's addition, subtraction,
And subtraction.
a sum.
Well, yes, but all
like,
but this is the
some
thing to
division,
say that I could
very
tell you,
little.
nigga, who didn't really understand algebra because all more advanced forms of math always break down to the simple arithmetic of math, which is how you get to solving it. You have to learn how to rearrange it so you can get it back to the simplified form. So that's a moot point. All math is arithmetic in different ways, in different language to explain the same arithmetic.
Okay, Bree, just because you're smart at math doesn't mean the rest of us
I'm
are
not
dumb.
smart at math, but you ain't finna sit here and just, you know what I'm saying, dismiss it.
I'm not dismissing anything. I'm just breaking it down. Like you said that they explained it why math, why the why 1 + 1
because when
equals
you look
2.
at the little cubes, like it's nice because the one thing I will say is nice about it is because like some people are better at memorizing things, some people are better at like noticing patterns. And the one thing I did like about because my daughter was in advanced math,
who doing that?
she could who that? No.
That's not me. That's not me. Not this time.
She could work it out in different ways. They taught you multiple ways to solve the same things, and she could use whatever technique she felt the most comfortable with to solve it. So, I mean, I think it's
Now, when it came to algebra, I did like Venn diagrams. I did like those.
Ooh, we should do manosphere Venn diagrams. I have a couple Venn diagrams right now in my head.
Okay, how would you do the Venn diagram, the manosphere Venn diagrams? How would we do
What's
that?
one that's in your head, Brie? I gotta hear one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a bitch ass nigga circle, incel circles, and alpha circles, and then there's like an overlap in the middle. And I just know it'll be a fun Venn diagram to fill out of my head.
Ooh.
I think you got to take the alpha circle away because it doesn't exist.
It does.
It's gonna be like it's right. You were onto it because I was gonna say like it wasn't gonna be anything in the fucking circle.
Well, here's the thing. There are a handful out there, Rico. There are a handful out there, but
I
it
think
ain't
there's
many.
a handful that think they are.
No, there's a handful that actually are.
I think there's
but
one
you don't
thing
see
that
them.
goes in the alpha circle that's in the overlap of all the circles, and it's delusion.
It's what?
Oh my God,
Delusion.
Yeah.
Here she go.
There you go. That's gonna be the one thing.
Right, and you do all them Kevins like
that. Here's what I noticed about the manosphere. Like you got if you notice the real alphas and sigma males, they really are off on their own.
The what?
They really, the alphas and the sigma males, they really are off on their own.
Well, but the reason why they wouldn't exist if they are real alphas, they're not part of the manosphere.
Look at Rashad.
Oh boy,
they're just not part of it. They're
I
just
thought the manosphere was
Andrew Tate is such an alpha.
No, a good example would be like Mr. He said. He's not really manosphere, but he calls out BS all the time. Like when you see his cut.
But he wouldn't just be like, "I'm such an alpha."
Huh. No, well, if you're an alpha, you don't advertise it like that. You don't. I'm an alpha. Like people are pointing to me like, Mandrell's an alpha. I'm like, nah.
But
you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be labeled like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that kind of title on me. I might be, but then just let my personality and my actions show that.
But my thing is,
if that's
what
what
I
I
think
am.
was a real alpha, they wouldn't be slumming in the manosphere. They wouldn't be in spaces where you have to talk to people about shit like that because they just out in the world doing real alpha shit with other alphas. They're not. the manosphere
Wow.
might be as a base, like a elementary school for guys trying to figure out manhood. So it's like elementary manhood. Alphas are like college level manhood. They're not doing this elementary shit.
Well, when you see them out there, the alphas are trying to teach people. The ones
They're
that are
not
out here.
I don't think they're just trying to make more money. I think The Rock is an alpha, and that's about it.
That's about it? Only The Rock?
Maybe Barack Obama.
Wow.
Yes, two?
That's it?
Yeah, I say that's it.
You got Yella?
I am not an
I mean, I don't think. I feel like for me, I know this. I think this is a conversation we like to stay. But look, I feel like if we're talking about over the whole course of a society, you would have to be some sort of leader or celebrity to be like, I'm alpha. Because if you were in a room full of men, they would be like yielding to your alpha energy, which usually is like status or influence. That's the kind of things that make other men respect or yield to the leadership of other men. So I don't really care to say what regular dudes who aren't constantly around a bunch of dudes think their standard is.
I know this. I got my fair share of confidence, right? The Rock walk in the room where I'm at, I'm just finna be like, all right, y'all, I want my keys.
Right.
You gonna grab my bag. You going, all right, I'm holler. Cause ain't shit else in there. Ain't nothing else in that room for me.
He's gotta suck up all the air.
Ain't nothing else in there for me. All right,
but that has a lot. That has more so to do with his popularity.
Okay, but that makes him an alpha, though. It still makes him an alpha.
But here's the thing, though, Mandrell. Think of it this way. The reason why I say it can't be any alphas in the manosphere is because alphas don't need no training. They're fucking alphas.
That's not true, Rico. That's not true. Alphas do need training.
Alphas are leaders in the world. The manosphere space. I don't know about the white version, but the black version are some
Hey, Rico. They just as bad, if not worse.
Okay,
because they're entitled. They're entitled.
But the entire space is very infantile.
It is.
They're like fucking children.
Oh dear.
It is. I agree. Rico, I can agree with that.
It's like you're looking for an alpha in a damn daycare. Ain't no alpha in no daycare.
Jesus Christ.
And see, and the thing is, people look at me like this is. I think this is where I'm misunderstood a lot because a lot of stuff I'm just having fun with. A lot of this stuff like if you ever see me like back in the day when I used to go to Fight Club, I'd go there just to troll, and only how few people, I think like 4 people sniffed it out that I was just gaslighting and having fun. I was just entertaining myself.
So have you considered that you're
entertaining myself?
Have you considered that you're a narcissist?
Danger zone.
A narcissist? Nah.
Yeah, you purposely gaslight?
No, I'm not a narcissist.
More about that.
And let me ask you this. Speaking of Fight Club, do you think you've ever seen an alpha in Fight Club?
No, they're all fake.
That's the most elementary fucking place there is.
No.
On the
Why is everybody so obsessed with being an alpha though? Like what?
I don't know because there's good things to be found in most of those personality types. Because my sister and I did a show on it where we actually read the definition of them and named some people who fall into the categories. Like even mine, I told her on live, I said, you know what I found out from doing my research on this and studying this? She said, what? I said, I'm not an alpha. She's like, well, and so we went through the list and I asked her, I said, now that we defined everything, where would you put me from you knowing me? She said, I'd put you in Sigma.
So if there are men who fall,
there's nothing wrong with that.
If there are men who fall into the pack order, should they be trusted with human women though? Because that's like a pack order. That's like an animalistic.
But we're still animals, Brie. We're still animals, and we still have hierarchies. We still have dominance and competence hierarchies. We still have that.
So if y'all animals, what are women?
You're animals.
As in male and female. Y'all animals too.
Okay.
Yeah, we are. Well, human beings are still animals. By definition, we are.
But see, here's the thing, man. Like you said, there's nothing wrong with Sigma. There's nothing wrong with Beta either.
No,
but see, in this infantile space, they make Alpha a positive and Beta's a negative. I'm like, no, it's Alpha, Beta. It's a
Gamma,
5 or 6
Gamma,
Gamma,
Sigma. There's Omega.
And there's an importance for all of them. They're all positives. They all have negatives.
Not one. No, there's one of them that ain't positive. That's the low life.
Well, they have
sitting on the couch.
every last one of them have positives and negatives.
No, not all of them. There's one of them that don't really get
it. All of them.
Unless you're Omega.
There's one. Yeah. There's one that I think it's.
Unless you're
Omega,
Omega, you're fine.
Right.
I just need Alpha and Omega.
No, it's not the Omega.
Omega is the bottom.
Somebody pull it up.
I'll pull it up.
Omega is the bottom. It's the Greek alphabet. Omega is the
Here it is. Personality types. Okay, you got alphas, betas.
Can you pull it up? Can somebody pull it up?
Gamma. I pulled it up. Gammas.
So we can read with you. Make sure you ain't making shit up.
No, I'm not making it. I'm not making it up.
He's saying
okay, no, it's not. No. It's the deltas that are the shit bags.
That's some alpha shit. You hide the chart.
No, it's the deltas that are the shit bags. Those are the low lights who sit on the couch. Everything's everyone else's fault. They the guys who sit around and let shit happen to them, Rico, and blame everyone else for the problems. They don't have an ambition to get a job. They talk shit about the woman. You ain't shit.
No, they got a woman, but they don't have a job.
No, they talk about everything is a woman's fault.
Niggas get women all the time.
Oh, that sounds like the manosphere.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. There's a lot of deltas out there. There's a lot of deltas out there. These are the Rico. These are the dudes. I've heard you talk about deltas, Rico. I personally heard you talk about deltas. Well deserved, but I've heard you talk about them. Yeah, those are the ones with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Like, no.
All right, now let me ask Bree a question, because Bree had a question. Quantum said Bree had a question. What was the original question? And then Anae has one.
No, I was just poking fun at Mandrell saying he purposely gaslight people.
And hey, Mandrell, hold up. Mandrell, hold on.
Go ahead.
I did want to so that was your question about the gaslighting. Okay, cool. Yeah. And then Quantum, you can say something, because I want to ask Anae's question to the group.
No, I just want to know the answer, but go ahead.
Answer to what?
So let me ask Anae's question, because Mandrell's gonna, he's gonna take a long time answering that question in a second. So is alpha based on the individual's behavior or how they are perceived? So that's an interesting question. What do you guys think about that?
Okay. It's based on their behavior, not necessarily how they're perceived.
Can I say? Well, I would think it. For me, I've always thought that some of this, especially if you're talking about men, would have been in the hierarchy amongst other men.
God struck her.
So, like,
down.
if it was a bunch of, am I gone? Am I not talking? Can y'all not hear me?
Yeah, Alpha God was
breaking up,
distorting your mic. Alpha God was on you.
We can hear you now.
Don't worry about it. Oh, I was just gonna say, I thought it just only mattered if you were in a group of other men. I didn't see where else the hierarchy, because if it's just you and your chick at the house, I mean, y'all at the house. So I feel like it only matters when you're talking about amongst other men.
She got a Delta mic.
I do. I don't have a job. I'm unemployed, and it is all of y'all's fault, not mine. And
yes, Leah.
Yeah.
Leah, there is a reason to be an alpha versus a beta. Alphas get free cookies. Betas have to bake them. That's how that works in society.
No, she said, what's the benefit of labeling people into categories like that?
Well, we know who has the cookies and who makes them. We get to know.
Wouldn't it be
like Mandrell's a cookie baker?
Instead of saying it specifically the individual's behavior or perception, isn't it a combination of both? I thought what would make someone an alpha is their behavior along with how they're perceived.
That part.
Well, the thing is, how a person's perceived doesn't make them an alpha. You have to be an alpha.
But you're going to be perceived based on your behavior.
Okay. How about all those nerds on Fight Club who perceive Anton Daniels as being an alpha when he's really a fake one?
But he may be an alpha amongst them, though.
He's not an alpha amongst them. He's not an alpha amongst them.
But he is an alpha in their circle.
Because he may not be an alpha. That is, you talking about a bunch of deltas that's looking at another delta. They're perceiving another delta as an alpha, and he's displaying.
So he's an alpha delta.
So he's an alpha in that group, though.
But he's an alpha delta
in the group.
Yeah, he's an alpha delta. Alpha delta.
I'm about to puke. This has got to, because I'm with Bree. This shit really only matters in like
echo
groups
chambers
of men. And like football teams and shit. That's the only time in my life where being an alpha male or being the leader male mattered. was in sports when he's playing. I don't get this shit. Like, I'm gonna be straight up with you. This has got to be some of the dumb. I just listened to y'all talk about this alpha, beta, and Leah. Everybody who asked in the chat, it don't matter because it's all stupid. It's all fucking stupid. First of all, if you hear that man refer to himself as an alpha,
he's not.
Kick him in the dick.
Run.
I'm just gonna tell you straight up, kick him in the dick because he's probably not an alpha.
No,
because
he's definitely
does
not.
anything don't got to tell you that they shit.
Mm-hmm.
They just do it, and the results fall in place. So when we started to try to add, oh well, this person's the alpha, this person's the beta, that's because really, in reality, people are trying to minimize their shortcomings and trying to figure out where they land. So if I ain't an alpha, if I'm not the best dude I can be, I'm gonna find somewhere on the spectrum that I can fall to make myself feel better about not being what I consider an alpha.
Or do it the way I say, Yella. The minute they tell you they're an alpha, stop listening. Just stop listening to anything else they say.
That's
I'm an
just
alpha.
like
I mean,
somebody,
turn your hearing off.
that's just like when a man say he a good man, and that's just
Stop
what that's,
listening.
that's just like when, it's just like when a woman say, I'm listening. Yeah, you know to stop listening because she ain't telling the truth.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
mean,
It just makes me dry
Let
heat
me
when I hear
introduce
nice
different
guy.
what you try, what you do is like how I respond to stuff like that is like, are you a nice guy? I'm like, I try to be. That's in my opinion, just my opinion. That's the best answer you can give. I try to be.
No
So,
one is
to
good
Phil's
is my
point, though.
answer.
No one
But
is
if
good.
you're,
That's
but if you're a
biblical.
good,
That's biblical. Man, y'all
but
got
here's
one
the
more
thing.
time.
I
If
know
you're a
that's
good
right.
guy,
Don't be cutting
nobody
off
should
Sean
be
off.
asking you.
Rashawn is trying to talk. I'll mute everybody in this bitch.
Sorry.
No, it's cool. It's
Order.
cool. I want everybody to get these thoughts out. These are very important thoughts. Your thoughts are the best thoughts. No. No. Let me. I'm a beta today. I'm a nice little beta, delta, sigma, echo, epsilon, all of those things.
Jesus.
I wanted to say though, let me use different language because I disagree with Yella. The language doesn't matter. We're just actually talking about different understandings of what we say. Like, so instead of alpha, let's say leader. Instead of beta, let's say follower. Instead of sigma, let's say loner or somebody that's independent. So like we have structures already. They're just trying to map new language onto old ideas. But we can identify people that stand out in society for different things. And that's all this is like just a confusing new language that's old Greek language for identifications we can already identify. People who thrive in groups, people who don't thrive anywhere. I guess that would be the delta. They don't thrive anywhere. They just suck at everything. And they just stay at the bottom. Like that what y'all described as deltas would be that. There's always been a that.
Mm-hmm.
Always. Jesus said the poor will always be with us. There's always been a delta. They just didn't call them deltas. So like I think there is utility in understanding what the different strata or classifications are. Yeah. So I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I mean, but the language it is was that like gimmicky, like it's a multi-level marketing-ish. Like so it is something to get them. We all know that there's leaders. We all know that there's followers. We all know that there's standouts and deviants. We know this stuff. They're just putting new language on it. So it doesn't offend me. It just confused. Like everybody else in the chat was like, okay, I'm getting lost. I'm confused. That's all it is. I'm not trying to learn any. Alpha and beta is as far as I'm willing to go.
Because everybody does. Because everybody does it all. Like most people who you would probably consider alpha also probably position themselves to be loners as well. Because when you reach a certain level of success, you buy your fucking self most times.
And don't we also go? I mean, do you guys believe anybody ever stays in a space? I think people sometimes like we do most things in life as in a spectrum. So if you may be an alpha and then sometimes you slide into a beta space and then you may go back into an alpha space. You don't stay.
It's a group dynamic language.
Yeah,
that's why I was saying, like Yella said, if the Rock come in the room, I'm peacing out.
I'm not. I'm walking right up to. I'm walking right up to him.
Well, he goes.
Maybe I
space,
was.
Right.
I'm the guy. I'm the guy who's gonna walk right up.
See,
to
but
him.
my thing is this though. I don't leave the room.
He gotta be the shrink
I don't leave the
himself.
room and go home. I don't leave the room and go home. I leave and go find another room to go be in.
Right.
But see, that's again, Yella. Not
But I have a question. Why would you do that? Why would you need to leave the room just because the rock came in?
I'm
So
not
you trying to be an alpha in the next room because you don't feel comfortable with the alpha that walked into the room?
Understand when the bigger shark walk in the room.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're talking about in a competitive environment. If it was a competitive
environment, that's what I'm
and the
saying.
Rock
And when you in
walked
a right. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand.
No, that's what I understood it to be. If it's a competitive environment, say we was there trying to pull women or something like that, and somebody who has a higher status come in, he's like, I'm gonna go where my chance is better in the room because all the women gonna be glamored.
Because what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sit there and be like, I'm an out alpha. I'm gonna sit there and be like, I'm an out alpha. Rock.
Why you just can't be in the room? You
why
like
I can't
Hamilton,
go find
right?
a room that
you want to be in a room when it happens.
Okay.
Don't play with me.
Because what I'm saying, see, I don't need to be in a room where the Rock's benefit happens. I can go to my own room and make my own benefit happen. That's the key to it.
I didn't get all of that.
Because hold on. Because what I'm saying is this: what's in that? Because the Rock walked in that room, don't mean he got nothing for me.
He just walked in the room. Y'all making it now about competitive.
That don't mean he don't. That don't mean he got nothing for me though. I mean, I'm talking about it like I'm using it as a metaphor though. If it is a competitive situation, if I'm in there to get some attention, right now, if he just in there, I'm gonna go up and fucking talk to him.
That's what Mandrell said.
But no, I meant it in a competitive way. I meant in a competitive environment because that's the only time it matters to amongst men. If you're talking about a hierarchy of competitiveness, then the alpha in the room is whoever has the most to offer, whatever. So you can stay in the room and be looking goofy like Jeff Bezos when his girl was thirsting over Leonardo DiCaprio in his face.
And he doing this to them.
If you're talking about competitive.
Well, if we take it out of the we can take it out of the sexual market and say I've been in meetings at work where I've been invited to the meeting and I may be sitting there with a bunch of lawyers and I realize, okay, I don't even know why the fuck they invited me because I have nothing to offer in this meeting. And I just like, and I'm sitting in, I'm nodding my head and I'm paying attention like I know what the fuck they talking about in this particular, maybe a particular topic because they wanted my input or they just said, come along if you have something to say, Rico. And of course, I sit back there quietly and then as later on, I go like, I don't want to go to the next fucking meeting because they don't need me here. It's a waste of my time. I have nothing to offer. So in those spaces, sometimes I'm saying, even at work, you can find yourself being, because they, everybody on this inclusion shit. So they try to include everybody. And I think that's a good thing. But then you find yourself being invited to shit like, man, what the hell am I in this for? This a waste of an hour.
But you wouldn't know that unless you was in that room.
Right, exactly.
At least the first time.
Right. That's where I found it out because you want to be invited to those spaces, and then you find yourself being invited to spaces where you realize, okay, I'm the fucking Delta Cup, whatever the fuck it is, because this is just way over my head.
Well, the thing is, perfect example is that I was invited to one of them meetings like that, where it's people with real money, with B's on it, in that room, and that's when I learned like what that kind of circle is all about, of real money, real wealth. In that whole room, all they were doing, basically what they were doing is networking and socializing, but they were in the meantime, at the same time, looking for places to put money. And everybody had something to offer, except me. You know what I'm saying? Except me. And then look,
you just standing with your hand.
No, I didn't do that. It's just like the guy who invited me there. He was like, see, he's an old buddy from the army, right? And like I said, most of my friends from the army, they're millionaires now. You know what I'm saying? Damn near every single one of them. So he's like, see, man, you see what I was talking about? I said, yeah. He said, what did you notice? First thing I said, they're looking for somewhere to put money. He said, yep. And so I was like, okay, next time I'm in that room, I'm not gonna be in the same position. And that's when I got to work.
But
that's when I got to work.
Rooms, right?
No, I still rub elbows. No, I still rub elbows. I still talk to them. Yeah, I keep in contact.
Yeah.
So now that I have something that they can put money in, Now that I have something to offer them, I can come to them with a proposal.
But you do know the difference where you fit in that space.
I understand. Though. Yeah, I understood. Like at that time, the first time I went, Rico, the first time I went, Rico,
yeah,
I knew where my place was in the pecking order. You know what I'm saying? Now I didn't go sit somewhere else. And the thing is, I didn't go sit somewhere unseen. I said, no, I stayed where people could see me. No, okay, look at me because I'm coming back. Because I'm coming. Look at me because I'm coming. No, people will say that those are alpha traits. Make yourself known.
No, but I mean, in that room, you wasn't the alpha.
I wouldn't talk dog. I wasn't even on the spectrum.
And that's the point.
I wasn't even on the spectrum.
It's going to change depending on the situation.
Mandrell was the spook by the door.
There you go. That's exactly what I was. Hold my coat, sir. I ain't no doorman. You know what I'm saying?
I'm the spook by the door.
Right. So the thing is, I understand what Rico's saying, but when it comes to these personality types and the categories, it's your habits and tendencies, your personality. Like I started out as a Gamma, but I have too many Sigma traits because with a Gamma, that's the most well-rounded across the board, even keel person. Okay.
Yo.
The thing is, the Gamma is the most.
Talking about the light spectrum or
no? Just let me finish my point. Thank you. Hopefully, I can explain it in a way that people understand and I don't trip over my own words. Anyway, the Gamma is the most well-balanced and well-rounded of all of those different titles, right? But what makes me a Sigma, it's just one trait doesn't really outweigh the other. But according to my sister, I have too many Sigma traits that are just way off the spectrum and the scale to make me remain a Gamma. You know what I'm saying? A Gamma has he's a little of everything. You know what I'm saying? Alpha, beta, Sigma, Delta, all of it. You know what I'm saying? But according to my sister, you got too much. According to my sister, I got too much Sigma in me to make me a Gamma. So
I get it.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
No, I know. I'm saying I get it. This is basically as useless as me knowing the fact that most people everybody sees rainbows from their own individual perspective. Like it's a cool anecdote to have about how the world works, but in practice, to know this is useless.
Wow.
In application, this is
distractive
useless.
Or arbitrary.
Yeah, absolutely meaningless and distracting. And I ain't trying to be like that because
yes, Apex. I was just getting ready to say it. Yes.
I don't need to know that much about myself. I don't need to know. Thank you. Yeah, okay, Apex. Basically, this is like I don't need to know that much about myself.
It's a fun conversation to have. It is. It's a fun conversation to have and things like that.
So what's the everything? What's the everything?
A person who's the most balanced. Oh, Gamma.
No, I mean the one that's all of them.
Gamma. It's the most well balanced. Gamma.
How many of them is it?
A 6,
Grandma.
Isn't it 6 of them?
Grandma.
Gamma grandma.
He's a grandma.
Six.
Grandma.
6 of them.
Oh my God! Like the 6-point star.
There's 6 of them.
Dang, no fun.
But it's cool. It's nice to know because y'all men like to come for the things we use. You know, y'all.
So my description is 1/6 of all of those. That's how I view myself.
And like I said, the Gamma is all arounder.
Is 1/6.
Oh my God, Leah.
I'm a Scorpio. Is that a Sigma?
Like I said, my sister did a show on this where I said, okay, the Alpha, and I read off all the traits of the Alpha. You know, the Beta, read off all the traits of the Beta. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And so we had a little fun with it, where we named some people who are in YouTube. What do you think this person is? What do you think this person? What do you think that this or that person fits in? I upset a few characters too, especially when I said about Anton Daniels. He didn't like that.
Delta.
He didn't like that. I don't care. And that's the thing. I don't care. I mean, I'm going by my observation.
Mandrell in the poll, which alpha is most beta flying delta? Mandrell got 57% of the vote.
Wait, which one now?
Which alpha is most beta flying delta? And you got 57% of the vote from the chat.
They say that I'm a beta flying delta.
You're the alpha who's most beta flying delta. You.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, everyone.
Why nobody voted for your ass, though, is what I want to know.
Because everybody knows ain't no beta in me.
Shit.
Get out of here.
No, because the question was which alpha. No, because the question was which alpha.
Okay. That nigga ain't even in there. Like,
he ain't no
alpha.
But is the ultimate? Are we solving for beta or alpha?
Wow. I would Yella. This is getting annoying.
X is beta. X is delta.
X is
delta. Yeah, X is
delta. We solving for delta. Okay. So
X is delta.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you gotta use
What's
the
up, Greg
distributive
Bryant?
property. You know what I mean?
What's going on? I mean, I have astigmatism. Does that count?
Oh my god. No.
I'm just a miserable.
Your chat. Your chat is strange.
Hey, chat, I love it though.
Isn't the chat a reflection of the host?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Attitude reflect leadership, sir.
Does it really?
So what does the chat say about me then? What I'm seeing.
Obviously, they don't consider you an alpha to even be in the poll. I mean, harsh, don't you?
Well, but it's an alpha who's most beta.
But it's an alpha beta flying delta. Oh,
right.
like Delta Airlines?
Who knows? Who cares?
You broke the poll, bro. Who knows?
I thought flying was an actual term. It ain't a term. Oh shit.
But you're an alpha beta flying delta.
But which
No,
because I'm neither beta nor do I fly delta. So,
and the thing is, there's nothing wrong with being beta. Like when my sister and I went over it, like there's nothing wrong with this.
But a
shit.
beta wouldn't fly delta; they fly Spirit.
Keep it going, people. Keep it going.
Here's the thing about it.
Fly Spirit Airlines. I'm just saying, the only alphas.
Oh my god!
I'm flying Spirit 100%.
Really? You don't fly American Airlines?
I only fly with Spirit.
Ain't they the one to be beating people ass on
that
the
makes
plane,
perfect sense.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
Yella, do you understand what I'm saying? Because clearly they think I'm talking about
that's what I'm trying to tell them. I'm like,
I know. I'm picking at you. I know you don't.
See, nobody can tell if you playing. Nobody.
Everyone says that. Everyone says that though. I can tell when you're serious and you're joking, man.
Yeah, I can't tell. I'm sorry.
Different.
See, man,
my bad.
That's that doing this shit.
Doing
that shit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but
Leah,
I agree with Leah. My favorite airline is Delta.
The cookies are lit.
The cookies on Delta?
Yeah.
Especially when I'm going on a long flight. Like my sister and I'm taking my sister to Greece next year for her birthday. We're flying Delta. And I told her to say it's going to be a first class seat too. I ain't sitting in coach on a long ride like that.
How long is the flight?
About 9 hours.
No, that's not bad.
Yeah. Okay. I flew. Okay, when I go to Brazil, it's an 8-hour flight.
Okay.
I am not sitting back there. No.
Right, no, but I'm saying it's not like going to parts of Africa or Australia.
Yes.
Yeah, but why would you want to go to Africa?
Or Asia? I mean, they're 20-hour flights.
I'm not going back to Africa, man.
Man, Mandrell not sitting with the
hours to go
poor.
to Africa?
I ain't going back.
Mandrell said he's not sitting
Depends
with the
on
poor
where
no
in
more.
Africa. Some parts of Africa you can do 10, other parts it's like 20. It depends on which way you go.
Yeah.
Africa
I'm not
big as
going
hell, y'all.
15
Africa
hours.
is big as hell.
I'm not big as
20
hell.
hours anywhere
I
in
just don't
Asia.
need that experience in my lifetime ever.
It's overrated. Ain't been what I think about it.
How you know it's overrated? You been?
Oh.
Yes,
It seems like
I've been.
It seems like it is.
It might be transformative.
Look,
It might be
look.
transformative.
Look, don't let me. I say some
though.
real ass shit. I say some real ass shit. Probably get you canceled in this motherfucker.
No, yeah,
I don't trust nowhere. I don't trust nowhere black
That's his
folks
white
recommend to
side.
go. I don't trust
That's his white
nowhere.
side.
Out and show
Black,
some support.
I
He
don't
mixed.
trust nowhere black folks recommend to go.
I just say it depends.
We are
on
the
where
worst
you are in
travelers.
Africa.
We are
The
the
weed
worst
might be
vacation.
less. The weed might be better.
Hell no.
Sounds
But
like
that's
the
yellow
guy.
white side speaking though.
Oh, green. I swear to God, I was thinking that. I was like, which side of him is talking?
It probably
Like,
is.
Oh,
I
But
go
I
to
ain't
South.
have.
I
I
go to
don't
South
have
Africa.
white in
y'all,
me, and
man.
I don't want to go to Africa. I don't want to go.
yeah.
I want to go, but I don't want to
What?
go anywhere.
I feel like you looking at me.
Nah, what are you talking about?
Like,
I don't don't have white in me. What African American black person in the United States
that don't have no European?
Don't what?
But you know,
what?
Have no European.
No. What he finna say?
She trans
go ahead,
You got
Caucasian.
some white in you, girl.
Trans Caucasian.
I said what I said.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear the last part of the sentence.
You should have been paying attention and stop being
I didn't hear.
Be nice. Stop it.
He said,
I said what black
European.
American does not have European in their blood.
Me, damn. Now keep it moving.
Oh, now stop it.
So we white now.
Ooh.
Some of you.
See,
A
that's
lot
that.
of you.
You can do algebra, but you can't do English. What I said was you have white.
Oh,
in
boy.
you. I didn't say that
Oh,
you
boy.
were white.
Okay.
There's a difference.
All right.
I see which subject.
Yella, are you
failed.
mixed or are you black? What do you identify?
Oh, wow.
as?
Wow.
I mean, no. What do you identify?
What
as?
do I identify
Other than
as?
Yella.
Black.
What do you
Right.
identify as other than Yella?
Black and yellow.
I don't know. I put down black just to keep the numbers up, but I don't identify as shit. But I mean, this is real. Like when I fill out the application, I put down black so I can help the numbers. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day,
appreciate
Yella, tell him like I tell him. I'm like the rest of you niggas. I don't know my ancestry.
I'm 70 30 black and Israeli.
Okay,
So-
that's cute. That's a cute little mix.
Yeah.
That's why
my
he look
people-
like that.
My people is the chosen. My people is the chosen people. L'chaim,
Yeah, that's
nigga.
cute. I mean, you safe either way. You know what I'm saying? If God do come back, I think you in there.
Yeah.
Just for
I
the
think
sake.
Bree is gaslighting Yellow.
I'm
I
not.
think Bree is
The
gaslighting.
oppression
That's
in
all
his
good. That's
DNA is
Look,
tantamount. It's
look,
so high.
I got the little shit. Look, I promise you. Let me show you how I got the little shit. When I grow my, you see that little, look, if I let it grow, it'll curl down.
The little curly Q.
I'm telling you, if I let, look, y'all, you put plan, I let it grow, it'll curl down.
What that is?
Yeah, I'm saying that's my people.
Hey,
I'm
we
just
will
saying,
see
I mean,
Yella
you
up
got-
here on the next stream with some rollers right there.
Man,
Oh,
that's
my
what I'm
God.
saying. I've
I'm not gaslighting you. I just think
I feel like I got an
all the
inheritance out here
Europeans
somewhere. I need to
and-
figure that
Hey,
out.
you better
and
preach that.
slavery.
You better speak it and preach it.
He wins the oppression Olympics, actually.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm hated all
Yeah,
around.
they-
I be trying to tell folks, man. I be trying to tell folks, bro. I'm hated all around. My history
Oh,
is
y'all done
terrible.
went too damn far with this shit.
It's
I'm
heavy.
just saying.
You know what I mean?
No,
It's
I
heavy
just-
with the
I'm just
oppression.
saying. You see where I don't
that's all.
identify with none of it. If I was to carry all of that around with me all the time, all the time, if I was to care how I would identify, I would have to appease all the white folks and all the black folks at the same time. All of you suckers can kiss my ass. I don't know. You know what I identify? Me, nigga. That's who I identify as. Yep.
I think Christ did the same thing though. But
I don't identify as black, so I mean I understand it. I mean I do.
Okay, so then what do others identify you as?
who do they say you
Identify
are?
me as who do you say I am? To use the word.
Girl, you better preach that.
Sister X.
You say
Sister X.
oh then that shall I be.
Sister X is a black woman.
She said she ain't.
I can become
Sister
all things
X
to all
is a
men.
black
I
woman.
become all things to all men. Who do you say I am? You need me to be
Everybody
black
I
woman?
know
That's
with
what
the
I shall
first and last name X is what color?
Blue.
I ain't never seen a white X.
be. Wait, what? My ex is white.
I ain't never seen a white X.
But my ex
I ain't never
is
seen
white.
I've only seen black X.
My
If
ex
you
is
gonna be
white,
white,
though.
you gotta be an O. The blacks is the X and the whites is the O's. So if you're an X, you gotta be black.
What?
X's are black, whites are O's.
I
I'm
got
gonna
an ex
ask you like
that's white.
Arshawn asked you. You good at math? Are you poor at English?
Ooh,
But together it's a hug, though.
Boomers for the win. Boomers for the win.
But my ex is white.
Mine too, girl.
No, my name X is in a white X. It's literally the color. What's the code for it? F.
But it's
The hex-
surrounded by
hexagon.
love and blackness.
It's surrounded by blackness.
See,
It
you
is
see the
surrounded
space.
by blackness.
See, you see the space in the middle. Real people see the space around it. You feel what I'm saying?
But without the
Real
space
see the
around it, I guess you couldn't see it. But does that mean it doesn't exist?
Exactly. No, it wouldn't exist without the space around.
Lord,
it wouldn't exist without the space around.
This is why I don't smoke. Okay,
man.
Why not, girl?
This is me normal.
No, this is why you should
That's what I was gonna say, Rico. That's why you should.
This is why you should smoke.
Yeah, hell yeah. I had to tap
No, I can't smoke. No, I panic about involuntary movements of my body when I smoke.
I don't be twitching.
No, I just started really getting hyper focused on breathing and forget how to.
Be like my lungs are doing things. Why are they doing things now? Holy shit! My eyes. Oh, I'm looking. Like,
It's less. It's just more so like, how do you blink? Like, how do you blink? How do you breathe? How do you swallow saliva?
Exactly. I've never had that, and that's the thing about it though. Like, okay, because I smoke a lot, y'all know. Yes. But I don't drink. I don't drink. I don't smoke blacks. I don't smoke cigars. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't like do any other hard drugs. I don't do nothing else but smoke weed, because weed is the only thing that ever just agreed with my body.
Okay.
I think it relaxes me too much and I get anxious.
That makes sense though.
So I think it has like a rebound effect for me. It quiets my mind too much and I don't have anything to think about. So I think about things like my breathing. But it's like it makes me anxious. So weed does not work for me. So sorry guys.
It's okay. We can hotbox one day. Don't worry about it. Can still get you there.
I mean, it's still the same side effect that's gonna happen.
But I will be there to hold your hand, is what I'm saying.
That sounds like a bad trip.
It probably would.
It
probably would be, girl.
I just feel like I would just lose it. Like if I had someone else to say these thoughts to, I feel like it would just make it worse.
Let me ask you.
Because then I'm gonna start asking you to explain how to breathe, and you're not gonna be able to explain it to me, and then I'm gonna panic.
But Bree, let me ask you
this: and do some shrooms, y'all. How about
I'm down. I got some shrooms right now.
Have you thought about edibles? Because I started.
No, edibles don't work. No.
Really? It helps me sleep.
You can't control how they make it and all of that. But if you roll it,
But I do the edible to help me sleep, so I've been having trouble sleeping.
So you take edibles to go to sleep? Oh.
Yeah, because my nephew works at a dispensary, so I said, let me try this shit, because I ain't smoked since high school. That's 30 years. And he said, give me chocolate, like 10 milligrams or whatever of chocolate or the gummy. And me and Martha, I'm like, that shit helped me sleep, because, trying to get uninterrupted sleep. And I admit, I already had some fucked up dreams. It's a couple of times it gave me some pretty weird dreams. More.
See, no, you just talked me out of it. I already had weird dreams.
But I'm like, it's better. It's better. I'm not smoking anything or inhaling, but I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was going to be, because I have a low tolerance. So I thought it was going to be worse than what it was, but it wasn't.
I guess because I'm a
well, for weed, but not for the
it must be that, because edibles don't do shit for me. Like they do, but I had to eat like 3 brownies. Like I had to eat that, and also it might be my tolerance high.
Your tolerance may just be a tad high.
I'm a big nigga too, so it's like anything.
No,
it's like when you putting shit in your body.
1,000 milligrams.
You should fry it. What happened if you deep fry it?
What is it?
A marijuana, nigga.
That's 1,000 milligrams.
That's
what marijuana look like now.
No, that's a gummy. I'm just saying, like some edibles.
Oh, so that's an edible.
It's a single gummy.
Pico is such a boomer in that moment.
I know, right? Now that's cute. Now that's cute. That part is cute. Asking questions and shit about marijuana.
See, Ty, thank you. See,
yeah, I'm learning though. I'm trying to get my edible language protocol correct, so I can, I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Hey Ty, it's other things that can give you that same side effects too. It can stop your legs from working and have you in deep
Oh
thought about your
Lord.
opponent.
Oh,
Where is it?
Jesus Christ. I need an adult. I need an adult.
Hey, listen,
God.
guys. While we here talking about the weed, let's end on a high note. We are getting ready to get up out of here, folks. I know I'll be back here tomorrow at about 5 p.m. For a different sort of stream. Come if you want to, don't if you don't.
I'll be there.
You know, I feel no types of way about it either way. But I do want to give everybody their final thoughts. Let's start with you gotta go first?
Go. Yeah.
Got you.
It was a great conversation. Fun times. Don't drink in the middle of the day. Yeah, that's great. And be an alpha that flies Delta. That's it.
Hey.
Appreciate you, Bree. We are going to move over to the boomer in the building. Thank you again, Bree, man. You know, I'll close it up, but I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for letting me like Bree said, awesome stream like always. Arshawn, pull your fucking pants up. Yella, nobody told your ass you was white. Bree, you got to work twice as hard as the goddamn white woman. Boomers for the win. Boomers for the win.
Boomers are busters. Mandrell, go ahead and give us your closing thoughts. That's it. That's about the smartest thing you said all day. Let's go over to Quantum. Quantum, do you have any closing thoughts?
No, I do not.
All right. Let's go over to Yella Pill Coffee. Closing thoughts, sir.
My closing thoughts is this. As this is coming down to the last couple of days of me ending my 35th chapter of existence,
God dang.
I want to thank everybody who has been a part of this stream, who's been a part of what's going on, who've been hanging out and kicking it with us. This was cool. It's hopefully somebody else could make it to another gig. Just that cough ain't sound too good. But that's my finishing thoughts. So I will catch y'all later. Peace.
Oh shoot. All right, let's try Mandrell one more time. Mandrell, man. People wanted an encore. What you said moved the people so much they wanted to hear it again. Can you give us your closing thoughts again, sir? Anything else you might want to add? Woo! Man, that's a heater right there.
Clip that.
Wow. Man, please, everybody clip that, man. Man, the highlight of the stream right here. Mandrell is dropping bars. Well, okay. Right? What? Yo, I've never heard that before in my life, man. I promise I got to put that into practice today. Man, do not let another day, y'all, do not let a day go by without, man, what Mandrell just said is transformative. Man, fuego, fire. Y'all, listen. Y'all heard it here first, here on Critically Drinking. Man, that was crazy. Hey, but I'm getting ready to get up out of here, man. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. Y'all know we got to end on what Mandrell just said, because I know all of y'all need to go write that down, put it in your phone, text some people, share that, because that was sick. I ain't never heard that before in my life. Mandrell, man, I appreciate you for dropping that. I don't even know if I can stream after that. I ain't got nothing to say that can even equal that. Dang, bro. He put us to shame. I don't even know if I'm streaming the rest of the. I might quit.
I'm amazed. Like that should go on a t-shirt.
That should go on a t-shirt, man. Nova, let me just catch up with the chat. Thank y'all making the workday pass by. Yeah, no day drinking, boomer or dinosaur. Nigga, what was that? Yeah. I know it was crazy. It was incredible, Bree. Rico. So boomer, that he's a big bang, and I love it. Sorry, I missed most of the stream. Sounded like a fun conversation. Yeah, thank you, Kenzan. You know, the electricity back on now. You run it back. I love it here. It's like being at a cookout with family and nobody fist fights. This nigga's where he lived 36.
I am.
I appreciate you, B9. Yeah, man. Mandrell, man, quit giving it to him like that, man. I'm trying to say goodbye to people. I'm trying to say goodbye to people, and you still dropping gems. Jesus Christ, bro. No, we're gonna have to make them. Nah, that's gotta be behind the paywall, man. Stop. Y'all heard that though, right? That was a free Mandrell. You can't give all that for free, man. Write that book. For real. Yellow, don't you think you should go ahead and write that book?
Man, riveting. It would be absolutely
That's a word, man. Yeah. Oh, boy, he's somewhere. Yo, Mandrell, man, I really appreciate you coming through with all that wisdom. I'm thankful that you dropped it over here because you normally save your best bits for over on Black Man Unfiltered. Man, but everything you dropping now, man, that's the first time I heard you say it. I mean, you could have saved it for your own show with Shoo, but you are right here dropping your best gems, man. TED Talk for real. Y'all ain't never heard nothing like that before in the history of YouTube.
Man,
history
Jordan Peterson,
in the making, the great snorter.
Jordan Peterson, who?
Exactly. He did make a great point about short girls. Man, that was crazy. Where's the line between short girl and little person? It's hard to see. They don't measure up.
The line is how far up you could throw them.
Oh, okay. Gen X ever have no conversation with itself? That was deep, y'all. Yes, man. Nova Rain clipped it. Patreon level game for free. Man, I hope y'all really got. I hope y'all got those insights. I hope y'all taking that. I really hope y'all took that to heart. Giving us a stripper story, and I never knew he was a stripper. That's why the girls kept grabbing his butt when he was in the gym because they remember him from the strip club, man. Yeah, what was the name of that? Oh man, I can't remember the name of his can't remember the club he used to dance in. Was it Crop Tops?
He used to strip at Alpha Gamma Deltas. That's where he
Alpha Gamma Deltas, but he stripped in a crop top.
Yeah.
He stripped in a crop top and hoochie daddy shorts, man.
Yeah,
I get that. Yeah, we talking about Mandrell. Mandrell in his life story that he just gave us a minute ago. I mean, that was short girls,
epic,
stripping. Man, the gunfight. And what he took away from that, man. It was. Man. I did wear bell bottoms, but I've never been as brave and courageous as Mandrell was.
Yeah, that was epic.
When he spent the weekend with the furries. I was not expecting that. I mean, I didn't have I don't have the boldness to even say that I spent a weekend with the furries. I mean, Magic Mandrell. Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. I really appreciate that you wanted to bring up my bell bottoms, but man, the only thing ringing out over here is all the truth bombs that Mandrell just dropped. It was brave of him to come out as a furry on stream. Man, that's crazy. With a rainbow coat, absolutely. And there is nothing more impressive than how he also talked about how he is going to take the test to see if he is on the spectrum. I thought that was also very bold of him to say that he was going to find out and get tested. I really appreciate everything that he had to say. Mandrell's the lead dancer, Chipping fails. Chipping fails. I do like it. But yeah, all of y'all, I will see y'all tomorrow. Just remember, everybody, the stream tomorrow may not be for everybody. It's very small YouTuber mess. And I'm just going to be going over the situation as I see it because I get tired of people taking us like subtweets. I don't know. It just irks me. So I'm just going to go. I'm not going to be petty. I got my petty out yesterday. My petty's gone. And I'm just going to express what I feel. And I'm not one of those people that I say go support the guy. He's got some good content. He's got some good ideas. So, we'll go through that tomorrow. When Mandrell said when they screamed out my stage name, Mulatto Spice, yo, I wasn't even expecting that revelation, y'all. Mulatto Spice, man. And
we got to get out of here.
I promise y'all, man, this has been my favorite stream that I've ever done on the internet. And it's all thanks to Mandrell and everything that he's poured out into us today, pause. Everything that he had to say today was extremely valuable and insightful. See you soon. Yeah, best in the world. I will see y'all tomorrow. I hope y'all have a good day. Peace.